I know I heard something in the background. Shit. Pete,
Yeah,
you
that's
still up?
that Bone Thug hating nation.
They coming down here, I think. They got a concert. They coming.
Oh
To New
shit, I ain't
Orleans.
know
Yeah, I
about that.
gotta
I
look
gotta go
into
see
some
what's
more
up.
and see what's happening with
Take
that.
Drill Yamp ass out there, see what's up, man.
Pete, you still here?
Yes, sir, I am.
I was just making sure, bro. Hello, people. Hello. How you doing there? We are back today with another episode of Blunt Talk. All right, so look, I got a short synopsis, then we're gonna get into everything. All right, this
all the good stuff.
this conversation came up because a lot of religions is getting culty. You know, it's like it's leaning towards some Jim Jones type shit or whatever. So we gonna break it all the way down today for y'all so we can get an understanding of what's a cult, what's a religion, and which religions are actually cults. Now we might not talk about all of them today. We might not. But
or you could decide for yourself too, people, if y'all want to.
you
Decide,
know,
yeah. Let them decide too. So by you bringing them the information.
that's what I'm saying. Y'all
Is
could
this a cult or is this a
you
religion?
know what I'm
What are
saying.
we doing out here in these goddamn streets?
That's all I'm saying. So with all that being said, I am one of y'all hosts for today, Chop Tracks.
P dot on the spot.
Silent Child 17.
And it is time to get into,
like your boy say on the clay matches. Let's get it on.
Blunt Talk Nola. Talking about cults and religion. Let me hit y'all with the intro and the fair use.
Question mark, question mark, question mark. Shoulder shrugs, all love, nothing but thug. Around here cutting up, what's up?
Let that bitch
Blunt
all the way
no
through. They already
building DD504, big smoke, yeah, it.
Oh, we got 5 more people in here. Y'all better say something or 4 people.
Well, yeah, how if y'all here, man? I don't know what's Sam with you.
Shout y'all out right quick. Whoever that 5th person is.
Yeah.
Shout y'all out right quick.
So who is this 5th person hiding in the background? Show yourself.
Hey man, leave people alone, man. That's your problem, bro. Leave people alone, P-Dot.
Nah, we still gotta
know who wanna be in the bushes and just enjoy the show. Let them do that, sir.
No, we don't
stop harassing.
In other news. Okay. Moving forward, I'm gonna hit y'all with this dumbass in other news right quick because they talking about it, so we gonna talk about it. I'm pretty sure one of y'all got the Joe Biden thing. I don't have to say nothing else about the Joe Biden thing. I'm pretty sure one of y'all.
Hell no, but we could discuss it. I don't have it. Y'all could pull something up and we could discuss that fuck shit because we been bust that motherfucking cherry. I ain't gonna lie, Chop. This is old wound pussy that we done fucked with that shit.
Okay.
We had Hunter Biden.
Oh yeah, him.
Never mind. Go ahead, Chad.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we had Hunter strung up by the nuts. Well, he had the nuts. The crack had him by the nuts.
He had a dominatrix.
That's what happened.
Spanish hooker and all kind of shit.
That nigga was smoking rocks in a pot.
In the rehab. How he even got in rehab? You know what?
In the rehab.
All right, they killed this man right
here.
We gonna talk about it. But the CEO of United Healthcare was murdered. I wonder what the man knew I don't know why they killed him because this definitely was a hit or whatever. Or maybe it was somebody that just got denied health care or something. I don't fucking know. But
nah, that was a fucking hit. I don't want to hear that shit.
Oh yeah, that is a hit. Why he got that big ass bag on his back is the question.
God damn!
Trying to
what game he play, y'all? Hitman? Did y'all see the silence on that?
Watch it come back.
I'll tell you that.
Watch it come back. Look. It looked like he told him to shoot him, huh? Or something, huh? He ain't see that nigga behind him. Peter, you walking down the street, you don't see dude.
Dude came with now. Look where the shooter came from. He came from off the side, and then started walking behind. He was already.
You still see him on the sidewalk. I think
him on the side is what I'm saying, son. You
still gonna see him on the sidewalk if you walking past.
Maybe you. But I'm the nigga in the crowd. A dude with
a hoodie on in the book said, "Yeah, I'm looking at him, chop. I ain't gonna lie, I'm looking at him. I'm trying to see who the." Especially if I'm walking past him, I'm like, "Oh, all right."
You gotta look at who we talking about, though. We talking about people who ignore the oblivious facts.
But that's true, though. But I don't think that's what he asked you. He asked about your ass.
No, if it was me, I'm definitely looking because I'm.
We saw him.
I'm looking
all right behind the ears.
For me, he walking as if he knew that was about to happen.
And then he got shot in the ass. He didn't get shot in the head. He didn't get shot in the back. He got shot in the butt. Watch. Look, he grabbed his butt.
Look, all them people in them cars right there. All them, you know what I'm saying?
You gotta look at it. They didn't hear it. They got a silencer on that
boy gun. Had a silencer. So that shit sounded. That shit sounded like a. I'm gonna see like a color door.
Now the person that's sitting in that Suburban should have ran his ass over. You saw the gun. You know you saw the gun. Why you ain't hit him with the car?
What? Hey, y'all saw them brake lights go out?
Yeah.
Did y'all notice the brake lights went out?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
So that means he put the car in park.
He heard the shots, man. Nigga probably jumped out the car.
I don't know if he heard the shots, but when he saw him come past the car, he put that car in park.
Jumped out
knowing the man was about to come out with the rewind it one more time. Am I tripping?
That's him on the brakes. That's the brakes.
Wait, no, that's him after he shot though.
See, the brakes light still on.
Yeah.
Okay, so he was in park at first.
Yeah, he ain't seen nothing.
So they look like them brake lights went out for a little minute. I might be tripping.
Like they did. When he walked in front of that car. The car was.
That's what I'm. All right. That's what I'm saying.
Right. So he put the car in park when dude walked in front.
So why? Though you went right back in reverse
because he didn't know what was going on side of him.
The killer boy said they didn't fucking found that book set right there, and they got a nationwide manhunt right now actively for that. Right now,
look, they mad now, child. Now they mad. Hold on. That's connected with something else, fellas. It's definitely connected with something else.
Yeah, definitely connected with something else. Chop, hold your thought right quick, dog. And
they're not even telling you who this dude is. They know who that dude is, bro.
I find this. I'm gonna pull this up for y'all, bro. This goes right into what they were saying about the shit. And this how they fucking they play crackhead games.
People pay attention to the Secret Service type security that they have. If y'all ever watch that Black and Beauty, that Tyler Perry shit, y'all know how them people with that big money move. They move with that type of security. A lot of the security be working for other people too. Let me just say this right quick, Pete. So pay attention to these little sightings and stuff when y'all be looking at a lot of these photos and stuff. These people show y'all angles for certain reasons, knowing damn well they got cameras across the street, under the street, over the street, and around the street. But they're going to show you this one thing, or acting like they looking for them, like talking about it. Nah,
they ain't.
If you got all that Secret Service, ain't no way, or not even Secret Service, I ain't going to say Secret Service, I'm going to say Secret Security. You got all that secret security. Y'all saw them two SUVs right there. That's security all day, all blacked out. Stop it. We don't even have to go into that. How y'all then clear the perimeter when this man coming out of that motherfucker? Everybody chilling and shit. And he walk up right behind the black one. So a lot of this stuff is suspicious, people. Just kind of pay attention to the video. And if you gotta rewind it, rewind it.
All right, so look. This lady, Reese Colbert, reacted to NYPD describing the CEO killer as light skinned. Now look, y'all see the picture right here in the top. That is not what we consider a light skin in our demographic or community.
They said he was light skinned. The NYPD said this.
Cream colored jacket.
Light skin?
Wait, I'm gonna let it play.
Wait, I'm gonna
let it play again. Hold on, I gotta let it play again for you.
I know you fucking lying, NYPD. I know you fucking lying. That is a white man.
Look at the smile on his face. That's the same nigga now.
That's a white man.
That's a white man.
White man.
Showing the face of
he
man.
He actually look foreign, but he doesn't look light skinned.
And you not even gonna say a white man is a white man? I'm trying to put that on us. Don't try to put that on us. That ain't us. That's all y'all.
The shooter appears to be a light-skinned male. He's wearing a light brown or cream-colored jacket.
Light brown or cream-colored jacket. But the day we saw this,
sister, can I ask, sister? You know damn well, as soon as the people showed that picture, ain't no nigga on planet Earth thought that nigga was light-skinned. That white bastard could have said whatever the fuck he wanted to say up there with his goof ass. That's how you know it's some other shit going on with this shit. If you gonna even get your dumb ass up there and talk about some fucking light skin. Who you white people don't believe that man was light skinned. What the fuck are you talking about? They'll say he a Arab or something, or fucking a terrorist or something before they will believe that he's light skinned. What the fuck?
Why would we automatically say light skin when we could have easily said of a specific race or origin or anything of that nature? You threw light skin in there because you want it to seem like it was a black person that did that. But what black man gonna take the time to put a silencer on a fucking gun, walk around with all that shit on his back? I'm
not about to go in and saying what a black man ain't gonna do. I'm not about to go into that, but I feel what you're saying though. Like, you gotta look at the picture and just say, "Hey, people not that stupid." But if you're gonna use that, then use that. They can say what they want. Like I'm saying, like I don't know.
Yeah, but just know.
But I'm not gonna say what a black man ain't gonna do, bro, because we did have a sharpshooter from Jamaica.
Yeah, we did.
All right, we had FC. FC was killing all the police. Let's not. Let's chill out. Let's relax. Don't go off into no. Don't go off into no rhetoric. Let's stay focused. But we talking about cults and religion today. Don't do this now.
Looking at this is definitely not a nice-skinned brother, and they need to stop with that foolishness. And we know for sure that this definitely was a well-calculated hit, because for the security at the door to stand there, see the man pull a gun up, and not even give that man a warning, like, "Hey, watch out!" None of that. You saw the dude pull a gun up and cock that motherfucker and shoot.
Damn, I ain't see nobody at the door.
What you thought it was? They had
security by the door too.
You know how they have the doorman standing right there? They had security doorman standing right at the door. That boy ran off after that boy got popped. No kind of warning. Chop, put your video back up and let them see that they had a doorman right there at the door.
Is he was a doorman or was he security? Because doormen don't hold pistols, Chop.
No, he was a doorman. He was a doorman.
You feel me?
Because he was walking.
All right, come on. That's what I'm trying to say. You said security and all that.
You still got it like, "Hey, watch out!"
What he gonna do? Get shot twice? What he gonna do? He got a silence. But the man is a professional. The man play hitman on the weekend, bruh. He's the bald head nigga on the game, bruh. Olympics, he put the shit on. Man, what? Y'all don't see the hitman when y'all know it? Y'all don't, come on, man. All y'all done played. That nigga got a barcode on his neck, bruh. Right now, as we speak. And he talking about a fucking manhunt. Man, you people crazy. Y'all done trained this fucking man. Come on, stop it. How many movies y'all don't watch like that? Well, they done trained this motherfucker. Now they trying to set him up and do all this other shit. And this nigga go on the fucking killing spree and kill all them crazy motherfuckers. They trying to set him up and shit.
Mm-hmm.
And they put in the news that it's a big manhunt for him to make him look like the bad guy. We don't know what's going on with these people. That's what I'm saying too. It's a whole nother script to this shit just because the news showing it a certain way. He could be the good guy. We don't know what that nigga at United Care been getting away with his CEO ass. We don't know, fellas. That's what I'm trying to tell you. How much crooked shit has been going on with the healthcare system here in fucking America?
Since they came up with that shit been going on.
How much shit we talked about with this healthcare bullshit and these people doing all this smuggling with them old folks and all this shit. How many shows we done did about that bullshit, bro? So that's all I'm putting in the factor too, P-Dot, when I'm looking at a lot of this shit. I'm putting other shit into factor instead of what I just saw from the news of them showing me the shit. And then she pushing the, y'all gotta chill out, saying it's light-skinned niggas. Hey, we know that. we know. They not gonna fix it, so the next thing should be, well, what the fuck is going on? Because we know that's not no nigga. We know, and we damn sure know that ain't no light-skinned nigga. So what the fuck is going on? Instead of saying, y'all gotta stop trying to blame stuff on black people. We don't do this. We don't do that. We do a lot of shit. But they gonna blame it off of what they could do to try to stir the narrative from the bigger picture, people. And I think that's the big thing. Excuse me for being long-winded on it.
You're right. No, you're absolutely right.
That was my only in other news. I was just bringing that. I'm good on the other news.
I ain't hear a nigga get on the podcast and talk about that type of shit yet, y'all. This nigga's crazy, man. Something wrong with him. These niggas crazy.
Well, I got a good couple of things lined up for in other news. One of which was what I just showed y'all, man, with the CEO killer thing. I'll go back to one of the ones that caught my attention after that, and this was this one. All right, so investigators uncover a shocking 12-person orgy involving employees at a Tennessee VA hospital. One male also allegedly slept with 32 female co-workers.
Hospital. The VA hospital. Look at this shit.
Veterans Affairs is providing an update on an investigation into the Mountain Home VA. Mountain Home VA in Johnson City has been at the center of an investigation into allegations of sexual misconduct and harassment, among others, that date back to 2020. The House committee says the allegations were first brought to their attention in July of this year. Mountain Home VA's former director and associate director both were reassigned amid the investigation. The former director resigned altogether a few weeks later. The House committee says the VA has provided them with more details about the allegations. Information shared with the House committee reportedly shows sexual relationships and misconduct did occur on VA property in Mountain Home. To the committee's knowledge, some senior leaders who were aware of the explicit activity are still employed by the VA, and they're continuing to wait for new information to determine.
They turned it into an old school brothel in that motherfucker.
U.S. House Mountain Home VA is under investigation amid allegations of
drinking moonshine.
These is multiple different news reports on this now.
Marler, a pair of letters from the House Committee on Veterans Affairs published late last week reveal an investigation into reports of inappropriate relationships going back to January 2020. Those letters say VA Secretary Dennis McDonough first notified the committee of the allegations on July 16th, and that local VA leaders failed to properly address reports of sexual misconduct.
Those allegations came less than a month after Mountain Home's director and associate director were reassigned. News Channel 11's Catherine Simpson joins us in studio to explain the allegations and the VA's response. Catherine?
Sarah Casey, Illinois Congressman Bost's letters to VA Secretary McDonough reference inappropriate workplace relationships and harassment, but the details have been redacted. a letter from the House Committee on Veterans Affairs
Mountain Home VA
Chairman Mike Bost revealing, quote, alarming allegations of sexual harassment and inappropriate relationships between a subordinate and a supervisor at Mountain Home VA. Bost wrote in his first letter on July 25th that then Director Dean Borsos and then Associate Director Dr. Colleen No initially dismissed the complaints. Both Borsos and No were reassigned in July. At the time, a VA spokesperson told News Channel 11 the reassignment resulted from allegations of, quote, wrongdoing and failure to follow proper procedure for investigations. Borsos has since resigned his position with the VA. The allegations didn't stop there. Late last week, Bost published a second letter citing new information from whistleblowers revealing more details and adding allegations of sexual assault. Quote, this new information is extremely disturbing and leads us to believe there may be a serious culture problem at Mountain Home VA, Bost wrote in his second letter. Chairman Mike Bost. Both letters included requests for documents for a committee-led investigation. We reached out to the VA for their response to the letters. A spokesperson told us that the VA had responded to each of the committee's questions by August 23rd. They wrote in part, quote, VA does not tolerate sexual harassment or sexual assault. We are treating these allegations with the utmost seriousness and have moved aggressively to investigate them and will take swift and appropriate action. Multiple VA agencies, including the Office of Inspector General, are currently investigating the allegations. The VA added that a special risk assessment team will conduct a facility-wide review at Mountain Home. Sarah.
Deserve thorough and immediate answers from the Inspector General's ongoing investigation, end quote. New at 5, the investigation of...
So that's just part of it, because that they got still 1, 2, 3, 4 more tabs to go through. But them people was getting it in, bro. I don't care what nobody say. Because if you go back to the very first one, they said uncover shocking 12-person orgy involving employees at Tennessee VA hospital. One male also allegedly slept with 32 female. Man, that bug was wringing havoc in that place. What? They turned that, then it went from it went from being orgy to sexual harassment, sexual assault, improper conduct, like all these other worded things, other than from what you allegedly said, what you uncovered.
You think it went from that? You think it was all good until, or you think all this was going on at the same time? Until it became. I don't think everybody was cool with it. Some of them old midgets and some of them old men, yeah, probably was cool with some of the stuff. But I don't think everybody was cool with that, P. And then all of a sudden, they wasn't.
I think it was just all the young folk. I think them young folks just ain't had nothing better to do.
Yeah, they were niggas working there, got girlfriends in there. Mm-hmm. It's all kind of, man, I'm telling you, they don't mentally evaluate these people when they just need workers and stuff in there to take care of these people. So yeah, bro, you got all, you feel me, Chap, on that shit? Like them niggas just fucking with them women who don't, not into this shit. Like, it's crazy. I bet you all them niggas got gonorrhea and all kind of shit.
Nasty dick ass.
Them niggas got all slimy dick. Chap, them niggas. Bro, y'all hitting. Bro, y'all is. Man. I don't even know where to start. Go ahead, brothers. I quit.
It's kind of hard to piece that together, but for a lot of that stuff to be like, what was alarming to me is why nobody took the people who was reporting the shit seriously way back in 2020. And then again,
because they old, ain't nobody listening to old people.
Well, no, we talking about the workers. This is two people in the administration department saying that they found out that the workers was doing all kind of hinky-dink shit, right? And they reported it. But they only reported it after they got reassigned.
Where is this happening at? In the VA hospital, right? That's for old people and veterans and stuff, right?
Oh, veterans.
That's what I'm talking about.
You don't necessarily have to be all
whatever going on in there. whatever going on in there, P. I'm not saying, listen to me. When I said that, I mean about the whole hospital entirely. If they got young people in there that's ratting on people, then they're not listening to them neither, because this is for taking care of.
Listening.
That's what I'm saying. Right. It's negligence, from the top. That's
all the way around, from the top down.
Yes, it's negligence, though, from the top, nigga. They not worrying about what's going on in that bit. That's how these motherfuckers get away with so much shit, and that's how the people who is coming forth, young or old, is not getting heard, brother.
I got I forgot what this one was about. Oh, I'll go to this one since we were talking about it.
Cocaine, no bigger than this quarter that I'm holding in my hand, $1/4 of $1. We passed a law through the leadership of Senator Thurmond and myself and others, a law that says,
and for all our viewers out there, the same video y'all seen playing in the lower right-hand corner. Yeah, we put that out there a long time ago when we found out that boy was still out there smoking that crack in a think tank.
Have a choice. Under our forfeiture statutes, the government can take everything you own. Everything from your car to your house,
from your car to your house.
Not merely what they confiscate in terms of the dollars from the transaction that you just got caught engaging in.
You talking about that money you took from the people to get to your son in rehab? 30,000.
We have an obligation to.
Nah. Don't forget, rehab was 200,000, and he kept sending him 50,000 every other month.
So I don't want to ask, what made them do this? They must be taken off the street.
So having heard him
why he get a pardon? So why he get a pardon?
Why he get a pardon? Because he the
son. If you say you take these people off the street, why do he get a pardon? Oh, so it's okay. It's okay for certain people because you certain. Oh, I heard Whoopi say something crazy, Chop. Whoopi said people get all into an uproar when you say something about Biden, but everybody be cool or something, and nobody don't be saying that when you talk about Trump. I said, nigga, when? That's all I hear is Trump hate.
All day long. You don't hear no
hate. That's all I hear. What is y'all talking about? How you flip that shit? Whoop it. They say you shaved too much of that shit off the side of your head, but that shit hit your vein vessel in your brain. You ain't motherfucking thinking right. You serious? That's all I hear is Trump hate. Y'all damn near letting this shit slide because ain't nobody talking about it. Especially from the Democratic side. I don't get it. Like, I'm confused, I am so confused. We knew this was going to happen, though. I just didn't think it was going to happen in this fashion because a lot of the shit a nigga was just kind of playing around with just because of the information we got. We thinking these people going to probably do a little something. Man, this shit is happening in exactly the fucking way we were talking. These people, something wrong with these people, bro. This nigga done parted his crackhead son for what? They done found coke in the White House, fellas. Who y'all think that was for?
Several times they found coke in the White House. They found coke in the White House on more than one occasion during a party that Hunter Biden was at. Now, this is the thing, and we still have to reevaluate. Now, according to you, what you're saying with your law that you passed, that you helped push into existence, according to the dollar amount of the transaction that you made, that means we, the people of this country, should take everything from you, your family, and all your grandchildren, your house, your car, your money, your bank account, all that shit now belongs to the American people. Because your son got caught smoking crack.
You know when he did it though, too, was smooth too, Chop. That shit was smooth. That nigga waited till he almost gone and said, yeah, let me get part of him right quick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Got about 2 months left. Yeah.
I thought you was gonna show the thing with the advisor saying how she.
They got something with the advisor. Oh,
yeah, you know the one that Speaker of the House, the black lady. She always she kept saying because people kept asking her. That was one of the questions that the people was asking her, like, hey, you know, is the president gonna pardon his son? And she kept saying no.
Is he gonna be all right?
No. The answer is going to be no. And I'm talking about, nigga, it was like 100 clips. No. She kept saying no. And
it would be unmoral, right? It would be unethical, huh, to do that, knowing that
like I'm gonna just keep it
them balls back in the 90s. That nigga was spitting bars in the 90s, literally.
First of all, according to her, he wasn't even supposed to get involved in that case. You see what I'm saying? That's according to her. She's like, oh, he's not going to get involved in that. He's going to let the justice system do whatever the justice system is supposed to do. Blase. And sure enough, look what we have. We have a failure.
The president run the army. So it's business being involved with him getting that pardon because that's his son too. See, Joe got people too, y'all. You know, that's still cool with Joe and all that type of shit. Probably, you know, there's all kind of shit going on, but you could tell it was, you know, some partnership type shit that actually got him that pardon. Because what can the judge do when the president pardons somebody, right? Niggas be trying to get governor pardons, nigga. You could get out with a governor pardon, right?
Yeah.
If the governor pardon you, can't you get out of jail?
Right.
Yep.
So I'm just saying, like, you got a president pardon, nigga. That's like that's some Kodak Black Lil Wayne shit. Oh, them niggas who got that Trump got niggas free. Oh, my bad. I apologize. I
got a question.
This blunt talk. Nola, I wasn't supposed to say that.
I got a question. Maybe this seems out of sorts. But since he got convicted of a lesser crime, other than the crime that he was supposed to get charged with, right?
Right.
Damn, I should have had that lean on me ready. You smoke crack, don't you? I didn't know we was gonna talk about crack.
Can the federal government go back and prosecute him for the more severe of the crimes, and if found guilty, that literally cancels out the pardon? Because you got pardoned from the actual crime that you were convicted of. You didn't get pardoned from none of the other shit that you didn't get convicted of because you played guilty to a lesser charge. So now, since you played guilty to a lesser charge, we should be able to come back and try you for the more severe of the charges, and the lesser charges ain't even gonna be on the book no more.
I gotta do some research on it because I heard that he just got pardoned for like 15 years. So whatever his charges is, it was charges that couldn't be pardoned forever. It's something that they can't revisit. That is something I heard. So I will have to look it up. So I'm not saying that to be a fact, but I'm saying if it did go like that, then that means that it's some charges that it's some shit he did, because people forgetting about the laptop and the Chinese shit.
I was just about to ask you that. Where's the laptop, Chop? Where's the...
Don't forget Joe
Y'all
Biden
already showed us pictures out that motherfucker.
Because remember, the crime was against the Joe Biden family.
But there's other stuff tied into that if you think about
family as well.
But see what but all that would be them. Y'all, you ever seen The Beekeeper before, Peter? With that boy Statham, that white boy Statham played the Porter and shit. He got the new movie called The Beekeeper. All right, the dude on there, not the segue nothing. I just want to bring that up because that's a good point, which I've said. His people was in the presidential shit, but his son was on some fuck shit. But he was running this big ass computer scam on older folks around and taking their money and shit. The nigga, they all knew about it. The mama was running for mayor and all that shit. She found out that he was into some shit at the end. But she knew her son was like a little fuck up. But she always just chunked it up to that. But the nigga was into scamming old folks, huh? And the daddy knew, and the daddy worked for the president and security. Yeah, P. And it all was working like a well-oiled machine, bro. They even had their own buildings and shit where you would go past it and you'll be like, oh, all right, that's just like a little business building. But it's a big-ass building in government territory that's been leased out by them, and they're scamming, nigga. 7-8 floors like of scamming, nigga.
That also sounds like what we living in right now, because that type of shit is not
exactly. That's why I just brought up the little movie joint, because people will feel more comfortable when they watch something, or you could relate more to if you just see it right quick. But people don't see this. People don't really see it because it happens over time in real life. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
So looking at that like that, bro. All it takes is somebody to say yeah, or for a partner to be like, yeah, man, you cool. We into this shit. Yeah, me and you did some shit back in the G2. Ha ha ha. My son, you see my son. Rubbing shoulders and kissing ass, bro. And they'll make shit happen for you, P. It's that simple. These people don't have a moral compass, dog.
I'm gonna tell you like this, right?
You feel me?
I'm gonna say it like this. In the band world, right? And it's not a code by no means necessary. But in the band world, certain people.
You speaking as like a form of order, though. Order and discipline. You speaking like a form of order and discipline. Yeah, I got you.
People know me, and them knowing me make them know my son. When they see my son, they be like, "Boy, Josh, your dad, woo, you know what I'm saying?" So he a lot of shit get fast tracked too because of who his daddy do know. You know what I'm saying?
No affiliation.
It ain't, you know, so I'm saying
that's a good point. On a smaller level, yep.
Even on a smaller level, like
even something that minuscule, yeah, man.
Yeah, I got
one great point.
Like,
that shit holds weight, and people gotta understand that.
I got one more for you.
Do something macro.
I've been finished.
That was like you said.
No. I was talking about once y'all finished talking about this. I got one more.
Yeah, you good.
And
you good.
This the one I was telling you about, sir. So let me pull it up for y'all right quick.
Yeah, you good, man. Run that shit. Cause my shit kind of lengthy too, but my shit all the same shit though. They just had two long ass conversations. Shout out to the people in the building. Appreciate y'all, man.
All right.
DD504, you got your popcorn, I beat it. This shit crazy, I tell you. This shit crazy. These people getting away with all kind of shit, and ain't nobody even looking back. These motherfuckers act like they got eyes in the back of their fucking head the way they move.
Breaking news tonight at 10. One of Tiffany Henyard's jobs is
somebody
at risk.
watching
the
their back.
Thornton Township supervisor wanted to run for re-election, but after this rowdy caucus tonight, her name will not be on the ballot.
Our Jermont Terry has been following the South suburban political drama for years now. He is live with what happened and Henyard's emotional reaction. Jermont.
Erica and Joe, Tiffany Henyard likes to tell people, quote, "Let me educate
DD504,
you on
they
how
go
this
your little
works."
dog.
Well, tonight,
they go your little
say
partner,
she was
DD.
schooled on how the Democratic caucus works right here in Thornton Township. You can also say that she flunked out because her name is not appearing on the ballot. Folks lined up early and in the code for the Thornton Township Democratic caucus. Everyone outside and those inside the auditorium were here to vote on who will be the Democratic nominees in the township, including the coveted supervisor position. And Tuesday night's caucus left the current supervisor, Tiffany Henyard, fuming.
Yeah, she's a repeated offender over here on Blunt Talk Nola.
Napoleon.
Exactly.
Pleading her case to committee man, State Senator Napoleon Harris. As a committee man, Harris set the rules Tuesday night, the first caucus in Thornton Township in nearly 30 years.
The person who says this seems to be outdated, you say what to that?
People in Thornton Township may be new to caucuses because they haven't had it
right
in a
there,
while.
P, you can
but
pause
it's been
it.
a tradition for many other townships around the state.
And those in the
You can hear me, P? You can pause it?
Yes, sir.
Go back to his bullet Fred Williamson head ass.
Who guy with the glasses?
Not the glasses. No, I'm talking about his NFL helmet head ass. Mutombo Head. Mutombo Head is the nigga who's running against her, y'all. He the one took the job.
He the one set up the caucus, yeah.
Yeah, he got his people to hold down the court, had her people outside, and while they liberated in 7 minutes, they made him the top dog. I don't think that was right, even though she do got her shit, right? We know about her shit.
Right.
But I ain't with the unfair shit. So y'all know me. Y'all know how I rock. I don't pick no fucking side. Right is right. Wrong is wrong. You don't. You supposed to let it be a fair agreement about what the whole city think, not just your people. Because if that's the case, then what the fuck we doing this for? Because it could just be like on some block shit. Nigga gonna say whatever I say because this our block, just like it's your block. So if we talking about a democracy, everybody's supposed to be in there and supposed to be saying them yays or nays. Right. And then you judge from there if y'all gonna do it like that. You called the caucus, nigga.
And
see what I'm saying? How you liberate 7 minutes?
So from what he's saying is, they formed a caucus to move her name off the ballot, right? But if you still want to write her name in, you can. Nigga, then all that, just let her name remain on the ballot. Because if the people who write in say that they want her on the ballot and they outnumber your people, she's once again going to be your leading city official.
P-Dot, get that's your
she's
last.
Still a mayor, so
yeah.
All right, yeah, yeah.
But I gotta do. So I'm gonna let it finish playing it right quick. All right.
Yeah.
People in Thornton Township may be new to caucuses because they haven't had them in a while. But this has been the tradition for many other townships around the state.
And those in this room came out to see if Henyard would get the nomination. An uphill battle for the controversy surrounding her administration. Henyard was not in favor of the caucus.
I will be suing everybody tomorrow.
She always won't sue somebody, by the way, if y'all notice that shit.
Illegal.
Oh, she got a couple. Yeah, she just put it on a couple.
So let's talk about it. I mean, your concern is you brought people in to pre-bus.
All the people outside. They
right.
One person.
Henyard used
See what I'm saying?
buses to transport supporters, mostly seniors. Yet many of the supporters
See, I bought my people too. Nigga was there.
600 people.
On some G shit with the pink
going on way before me. And it's just I'm exercising my rights as a committeeman to hold a caucus.
And it is legal. When it was all said and done, the caucus voted, and Henyard did not.
Hey, guess what? Look, you heard that man say, and it is legal. Ain't that cool, Chop? And it is legal.
Thornton Township at the April 1st consolidated election.
Let me call this bitch. Look. I'm gonna do a better job for y'all. Y'all know I got y'all.
Will not appear on the April ballot. To the pleasure.
Nigga, you working for somebody?
All right, black man.
Yeah, he working for somebody, Chop. I
think it's very unfair that I don't get a chance.
You supposed to
make the decision of who I want where.
And who did you want to vote for?
I wanted to vote for Tiffany. She came late, and then she had an attitude because they couldn't get in.
2 ways.
Can only become a write-in candidate, which her supporters say.
See how you got 2 sides, Chop? I told you, boy, these people crazy out here.
Why the fuck would you come later?
Y'all was at the same thing and y'all saying 2 different things. Y'all at the same event and y'all both saw this. Y'all swear to God, y'all both saw that. You heard these people? That is crazy, though. She came late. She had an attitude. The girl said they ain't let me in, and I want to vote for Tiffany. This shit is it writes itself, yo. It writes itself, man.
Every time.
What you say, though, Chop? My bad, bro. That shit crazy, bro.
Yeah, that shit is crazy. That's retarded shit right there.
That's all I had, y'all. I'm gonna go ahead and put that down. But that's all I had.
They don't know who the fuck gonna run that motherfucker, man. If people pulling strings, bro. That's the whole thing about it, people. Didi, they pulling strings, Didi. That's all. And these niggas out here trying to get that hustle.
I got my mind.
You see what I'm saying? They're just trying to get that political hustle. They trying to grab the people. Once they grab the people, they know they got the vote, man. And whoever they working for gets the whatever corporations and shit they into, get their shit passed or get their shit voted on or not put money into this and pocket this, shit
definitely
like that.
not the way Homegirl was doing it. Homegirl was doing it big with the city money.
See, she was more into the houses and shit too.
Right.
She was more into the houses. Not saying it was a good or bad thing or giving her some slack on it. I'm just saying, like, she did the real estate joints.
Mm-hmm.
With people houses and all that. Come to find out, this lady was trying to get up. Remember we did the story on her about the lady
she was
had to kick out her house because she didn't want to pay the rent.
Mm-hmm. So dirty ass up, man.
Remember that shit up? That lady said, "Well, I need my money. What is going on? You gotta
lock
you and your boyfriend. Y'all gotta deal.
What's
going on?"
Right.
Fuck is this?
That lady got it's not to say that we know she ain't had this shit coming. We knew it was coming. However,
yeah, because the people see all that, right?
Better. Right. You could have did it better. That's the only thing I'm gonna say.
And the people see you. Stop acting like that shit over with, man. These people that used to just believe in you because you was black. No black disrespect, but they dying off, y'all. They dying off. Okay, they getting out of here. And their ways and their beliefs is leaving with them.
He could have been her assistant, and they both could have been in there together. But
there it is. That's putting a whole nother body in there. You sit thinking, Chop. That's putting a whole nother black body in there. Y'all looking
now
at
we
it,
got, but see now what we have is more than just however many terms that first person gonna get. Because if you go with somebody that people like, now it's two people. Now y'all could cover that one administration might be able to cover over 4 years or 8 years or some shit like that, because the people like the person that you brought in so much that they gonna fuck with that person, or fuck with them.
Automatically embrace them, dog, like a motherfucking son, yeah.
That's how voting happens. Well, for people in New Orleans, they got election tomorrow too. I don't know what's on it. It's some stuff that's on the ballot that we need to vote for. They got some people.
I heard a lot of JP shit though, so I ain't hearing about them.
I hope.
But if y'all out there in JP, I think they talking about with the fire. They say y'all taxes might go up. JP they want to put some money into the fire people. I think the police too. The fire people, the police. I think I could be wrong on the. And it's one more other thing. They saying they gonna probably have to raise the taxes. They're gonna be voting on, Chop, is what I'm saying. Like to accept that tax joint in JP. Yeah, that's coming up. So yeah, if y'all stay out there in JP, man, it ain't like New Orleans, I tell you that. Them niggas
JP fucked up though. That's what people don't know. It's a lot of.
You take any more of my money from New Orleans Parish, bro. You take any more of my money from Orleans Parish, though, nigga. Bro, they gonna start an uproar in this motherfucker, nigga.
Starting with me, but
man, because guess what, bro? If a nigga in Orleans Parish to tell me really right now that, hey, your fireman and your officers doing a great job right now. They deserve this pay. What do you guys say? We talk about Orleans Parish, right?
Mm-hmm.
Player, you gotta start me off with something. We talking about Orleans Parish.
They deserve our prayers.
Thanks what? They got lights off right now on the interstate, man. Wait, man, leave me alone in my little bucks in Orleans, please. Can y'all do y'all get first? What is going on? The streets, man, come on, man. Hey, don't get me started, Chop. I'm telling you, all I'm saying is, brother, I dare these motherfuckers ask for some more money. But any goddamn thing and ask me to vote on it. Man, you done lost your fucking mind. JP and Harahan and all that time, you know how they rock already. They got their little They let spats on lock. They trying to keep them good old white boys in business.
We
so
want to increase
they telling the people, hey, look, old white niggas, yo, put this money into us now so we can stay around for the good old boys. I think that's how I see it, bro. I might be wrong. They asking the people in them areas to, up they tax on shit just to support what they doing. Is kind of looking like, it's looking like some shit outdated, Chop, and it's prospering like it used to. So, they don't want to shut them down. They don't want people to lose their jobs, right? So,
don't give it to them.
Let's see if the people would agree on a tax.
Amendment. That's what they voting on tomorrow. Voters here to poll Saturday.
Oh, so it is tomorrow.
Selections on 4 constitutional amendments. And these, if I could get it pulled up, these will be these 4.
Hey man, why you looking that up? I can show my first clip.
Go ahead, do your thing.
Yeah.
Check this out, fellas. This shit crazy. We already know about a little bit of it, but we talked about it. But like the hit go.
Approval. It took until he requested.
Hold on.
A CBS News investigation found dozens of law enforcement leaders buying and illegally selling guns. A review of government audits and court records over the last 20 years uncovered instances.
Law enforcement leaders buying and selling guns, fellas. Let's stay focused now. Let's stay focused. Cause y'all know how I do. I'm gonna hit you with the 2 minutes, but really jab in on this one, y'all. I'm telling you.
A CBS News investigation found dozens of law enforcement leaders buying and illegally selling guns. A review of government audits and court records over the last 20 years uncovered instances in 23 states across the U.S., plus Puerto Rico and Washington, D.C., for a total of more than 50 cases.
Separated Washington, D.C. and Puerto Rico.
Who were supposed to protect and serve were selling these high-powered guns and making a steep profit. Erin Couchie, who led this reporting, is here with me in Studio 57. She's a producer for CBS News Crime and Public Safety Unit. Erin, this is so mind-boggling that these high-ranking officers are getting these guns and then they're selling them to criminals. In essence, the law enforcement officers are criminals themselves.
Right. So the key is that these weapons are usually deemed too dangerous to be on the streets. So they're using their access as law enforcement.
No, go ahead, Chad.
Is they buying? They do the gun buyback programs. What the fuck they do with all them guns they take from that? Man, That's why I don't never bring no guns
Chap. There you
over there.
go.
I'll tell nobody to
You
bring
see how
no gun
slick
over
these
there.
motherfuckers is, son? They slick, son.
Fuck what I give y'all
They
the gun
is some
for. It's not
slick
getting
bastards.
shit y'all about to use
That
the
is
gun.
a great point. I didn't even think about that program. But that shit like that is exactly how shit gets spreaded back to other people everywhere else,
Now,
or this
see,
or
look.
that way, this or that way. And this shit about to get deep, Chop. I'm telling you.
Another way
Because-
they do it is they take and they arrest you. In New Orleans, what you do is they'll tell you they'll drop the charge if you let us keep the gun. So if you let them keep the gun, they gonna drop your charge. So now you ain't getting charged with whatever it was no more, or fucking concealing a
Possession
weapon,
of a-
or
right.
some shit that possession of a firearm and a felon or whatever. But now if you're a felon, I think they go through with all the works. But yeah. All right, I'm done.
For non-felony offenders, if you get caught with a stolen weapon or a hot gun, they'll drop the charges as long as you let them keep the gun.
As long as you let them keep the gun.
Now she gonna go into she gonna go right into a situation where something happened and they gonna tell you how your boy felt about it, just how we just saw with Round, how people be connected and all that stuff. Remember we were just talking about that, fellas? Huh, Chop? When you just talking about with you in the band and you and your son, right? Watch this shit. Watch this shit.
A CBS News investigation found dozens of law enforcement leaders buying and illegally selling guns. A review of government audits and court records over the last 20 years uncovered instances in 23 states across the U.S., plus Puerto Rico and Washington, D.C., for a total of more than 50 cases. And people who were supposed to protect and serve were selling these high-powered guns and making a steep profit. Erin Couchie, who led this reporting, is here with me in Studio 57. She's a producer for a CBS News Crime and Public Safety Unit. Erin, this is so mind-boggling that these high-ranking officers are getting these guns and then they're selling them to criminals. In essence, the law enforcement officers are criminals themselves.
Right. So the key is that these weapons are usually deemed too dangerous to be on the street. So they're using their access as law enforcement officials to gain access to things that otherwise wouldn't be on the market. They're saying
you can't even get them on the street.
Official duties to serve and protect, but actually they're secretly trading around and they're selling.
They're buying
you gotta sell them out the
because they're law enforcement officials, so they're requesting them.
Listen to what they say, because I heard
it runs the gamut. So there were 50 cases all across the country, and there were different ways they got it. Sometimes they stole it out of the inventory. Sometimes they were their issued weapons by the department. In the most egregious cases, there were battlefield weapons, and that requires them to go to federal regulators, ask for special permission to gain access to them. And just to give you a sense of what kind of weapons these are, these could take out an armored tank. They could go through a building at the other side, hit a target 18 football fields away. They can take out a military helicopter. That's an example from a real case. We found an Iowa police chief.
Real case they found.
Three-person police department. Town was the population of less than 800. And he had requested over the course of 4 years 90 machine guns to get access to. He'd gotten approval. It took until he requested a Gatling-style machine gun that shoots 6,000 rounds a minute for federal regulators to say there's something fishy going on.
Ain't no wait. Ain't no motherfucking waiting up my head.
Wait a minute. See, I didn't
hear
catch that
what you gotta say about that shit.
Three-person police.
Round said you gotta have clearance to get that type of shit. You can't get that on those streets, my nigga.
That's deeper than rap right there, because y'all so fucking stupid, or y'all felt like y'all was getting away with it that good to where y'all had to fucking basically, use your man. That is retarded shit.
3-man.
I can see you going through the motherfucking evidence room. That's different. Y'all niggas is going all
these niggas getting CI, FBI clearance to get the shit, and they giving it to them, child. Regular people off the street, though. And they don't look like us. Most of the time.
So when you hear about all these shootings and killings of so-called black people with no motive or no what's the other word? No motive, no suspect. You wonder where the shit coming from.
You wonder where the ammunition or the type of artillery to get to do that type of shit wind up on the streets. Yeah. That's what this lady's saying. These people are getting clearance from niggas who are secretary, president, sergeant, general, major.
You can pull up Glock right now.
Selling the shit.
There's certain guns that
on the goddamn street
that everybody else can't buy. Just like, all right, like say if you got a Purple Heart, right? If you got a Purple Heart, you can buy a tank, literally. Like,
yeah, because you were wounded in war.
Right now, even military dudes, what you think they do? They do the same thing.
Come on, man.
They go to the Iraqs and all that shit. And once the war is over, right?
G-Force ain't slick. G-Force is not slick.
100,000 fucking Kalashnikovs or some stupid shit, and now they gotta sell that shit to somebody. So who you think they sell it to? Police department.
Sure can't sell it back to Russia.
And the third. Who are you? What site you go on, or what number you call to buy weapons that's gonna take out tanks and shit? Only numbers that the motherfucking government know. They ain't got no local store that sell a tank, nigga.
That's my point, and that's the point. That's what she's saying. That's what she's saying. You like I used to say, you classified, man. This shit is some shit I'm doing for you. But look, I'm so ranked up in this bitch. I could just I could sell that to you, or I could get that for you. And you be a man in Iowa that just want the shit, P, just to shoot that shit. Like this, what type of games they playing? But then they like Chop said too. This you fuck with a nigga on some little independent ass shit and make all this money off it too. It's crazy. Why is y'all living in our neighborhoods if y'all know y'all giving white boys in Iowa goddamn man? Come
Gatling gun.
We gotta relax. We gotta chill out in the point of life. But we just gotta see this shit is crazy. And these people is crazy too. And they try to convince us that everything, is that's come on, y'all. Like I done seen some dudes with some crazy shit around here too now. You see what I'm saying? I done seen some crazy shit, even on like little documentary with them little dudes being in their little hood and shit, I done seen some grenade launcher type shit, hand grenade, C4, little stuff like that. I ain't gonna say that's little stuff, but this man got a damn. We gonna continue, fellas. I ain't gonna hold y'all. We gonna continue.
Approval. It took until he requested a Gatling-style machine gun that spewed 6,000 rounds a minute for federal regulators to say there's something fishy going on and starting to look into it. He's now serving a 5-year prison sentence, but he's totally unremorseful about it. He just says it's a business. It's not illegal to sell things in this country, and he's appealing his sentence because he just doesn't think it's a crime.
Oh, this.
Chop, I had to stop it right there for you. I'm gonna play it again, bro. Chop, did you see what I'm saying, bro?
Yeah.
You heard how he took that shit?
Bullshit.
This nigga took that your bullshit. That bullshit. You gotta be fucking kidding me. This is America, goddammit. You could sell. You could sell whatever the fuck. Damn, Chop. You can?
Yeah, it's America.
You could just sell anything. Oh, okay.
Oh shit.
Damn.
You the only ones.
Why it just seem like it's a lot of pressure? Yeah. Why do
Americans, real Americans?
Why do I feel pressure?
Think that
he is free when he talking this shit.
Boy, them people don't give a fuck about
what they call it. He willy nilly.
Exactly. We gonna do all that shit.
That motherfucker appealing it. He ain't even saying, that is some military shit for the people in case we need to fight. My bad, right? What they want a nigga to do, right?
Right.
My bad, brother. Yeah, I was. I'm tripping. I don't mean nothing by it. Please own me. Don't come in here and shoot me down. This motherfucker said, man, I'm appeal this shit because this some bullshit. First of all, this is America, goddamn.
Damn, the fucking hoax world.
I could sell whatever the fuck I want to. Let's continue, fellas. Why? Listen.
Approval. It took until he requested a Gatling-style machine gun that spewed 6,000 rounds a minute for federal regulators to say there's something fishy going on and starting to look into it. He's now serving a 5-year prison sentence.
He does 6,000 a minute
about it. He just says it's a business. It's not illegal to sell things in this country, and he's appealing his sentence because he just doesn't think it's a crime.
Oh, this is a lot to take in, Aaron. And when I'm looking through all of this material, I'm seeing here that your team also uncovered social media posts where the buyers are talking about how they got the officers to sell weapons. Tell me more about that.
So when you're talking about machine guns, you do have to go to the federal regulation because there's been an outright ban in the United States since 1986. No one can have access to them. The one exception is official government use. So they go to federal regulators. But all you need is a letter. It's functionally a permission slip. A police chief signs a letter saying, I need this for department use. So there's literally do-it-yourself videos on social media explaining there's online web forums, and it just comes down to relationships. There's some guys who said, I know a police chief, I know a sheriff, I know a SWAT guy. They just take turns signing these letters for me, and they make it like it's all for fun. Some of these guys just think it's fun to like literally mount it on an armored tank and just shoot it off into a field. And a lot of the guys is totally innocent, and that's what they do. But the problem is there are cases where they've ended up in the hands of criminals. So they've ended up with drug traffickers, they've ended up with arms dealers. There was a case where a police chief, a mayor, and a town it was a member of the town council were trafficking guns and tactical gear to a Mexican cartel. There was a case just last year where they all ended up pleading guilty. It was 2 police chiefs, a sheriff, a Delta Force veteran, all conspiring together with a sanctioned Russian arms dealer, and they ended up in the hands of an international gun trafficker. Again, all of that ended up pleading guilty.
So the international gun traffickers is coming to get guns from the fucking
We've been talking about all this shit that lady just said, round.
The international gun traffickers is coming to get guns out of the U.S.
We talk about that already, Pete.
Yeah, we the gun, but it said that we the gun pipeline.
They didn't say it though. Yeah, we.
They didn't say Louisiana was. They didn't say Louisiana was in that list.
No, they did. No, you're a goddamn lie. We is in that list.
No. If you go back and pause it at that map, we are not on that map that they listed.
Oh, if you talking about the map, nah, I ain't talking about that. I'm talking about the gun pipeline, player.
Oh no, I know we the gun. I know. No, you know we covered that we the gun pipeline.
Look, part of the gun
I'm talking about stuff we covered. That's what Chop said. Chop said we talked about that, so I'm talking about the stuff we talked about.
Yeah, the gun pipeline is war.
I was talking about that map that they showed where all these states where the police is selling the guns. Now, as far as illegal
that's what
guns
they got
on the
found.
street,
Look, listen, that's what they got found, bro. That's just
shit.
Tip of the iceberg, player. Look, that's just places that they spotted, nigga. The man went down from Iowa that went down with the shit. We found out he was selling guns and shit in Iowa, bruh. He said, bruh, I'm not the only one did nothing. Remember? He said, bruh, that nigga said, hey, if I'm guilty, then every police officer in the United States is guilty. That's what he said. He died. He read it on every fucking body, which led to investigation. You know that map you talking about?
Yeah.
Them red spots? That's from the investigation. That's from that investigation. That's what that's from. That's not in them. All right. That's not not putting us out of it, P. So that's what I'm trying to tell you. Be easy. I get what you're saying, though, but don't. I'm trying to tell you, bro. Louisiana is a food. It's a port, my nigga. It's always have been and always will be. This is the bottom of the Mississippi, dog. Everything flows down from New Orleans, right? That's why this is a port, my nigga. It's one of the biggest ports in the whole fucking United States. Remember that. Everything come through this motherfucker, dog. You hear me? Everything, my nigga. Everything. No matter when you get it, you gon' get it. That's why North get shit first, right? Because the Mississippi travels down. See what I'm saying? And that's how you get commerce. Think about it.
We also sending a lot of shit up, so that makes sense. It makes absolute sense.
That's how it goes. We sending shit west. We sending shits, because we just like we the bottom, so we could send shit from wherever. Yeah,
Let me see if I can put it up right quick, bro, so I could give the people an example of what you talking about.
Man, this shit deeper, man. Like Chop said earlier, man, this shit really got deeper than rap, nigga. That motherfucker said official officers, nigga, is coming to find out they selling and buying illegal guns all across this motherfucker, basically. And they ain't giving a fuck. They running this shit like they the part of the cartel, cause they selling them bitches to the cartel too. That we so-called supposed to be fighting against, P-Dot?
Yup.
Huh?
Cartels putting a lot of
what is
about his pocket.
Somebody. Organized, baby. It's a lot of bodies. Not somebody. It's a lot of bodies getting paid. Trust me, bro. This shit is well run. You could tell, man. Ain't no way y'all just finding this out. This case been going on since 2022. They're just getting him to trial and saying that he gonna do time for this shit. So when he finally figured that out, that's when he said, "Well, if I'm going down, then every police in the United States." That's what he just made this statement, Pete. That's what they started talking about. Oh yeah, he right, because we've been following his ass and a couple of more of them motherfuckers.
See this.
Look at these states right here.
That's looking at the screen. See all these different model Glock 17s, right? So basically it's law enforcement ones. If you look at standard Glock 17 9x19 millimeter, and then look at the one that's law enforcement only, you can tell one obvious thing is that it's black on black versus that dark gray and black. Then they got the one with the scope on it, and those guns are automatics. So it's like and I think it's the ones that you could take that back piece off or whatever, because a lot of people doing that. So to keep like right now, I could pull up a site that sell you a switch, right? Because that's the only thing that make those guns automatic, right? It's not illegal for them to sell you the switch, but it's illegal for you to sell you the gun with the switch on it.
Shit like that. How that make?
So
how
you
that
can buy the
sense
switch
for the consumer to keep it away from them? If you could actually purchase both items, P-Dot.
Yeah, they're gonna sell you that switch, but you can't.
How does that keep it away from the consumer if you can buy both products, P-Dot?
It don't. But as
I don't found sites where they actually
it's a fucking game, though.
But it's a clear. You see what I'm saying?
Automatic from the fact
whatever attachments this gun don't have, you can buy and put on this gun and make it this gun.
Exactly. Transformer, robot in disguise.
So that's the issues that the people be running into when they be saying, well, fuck, let me just get the law enforcement one. It's just like if you get a Crown Vic with a police chip in it, versus a Crown Vic without that motherfucker. Because they're not supposed to, people, when them cars go to the scrap yards, they got to take them chips out of it because that car ain't supposed to go that fast to the public.
So if you tell people they don't supposed to, thank you. So if you tell people they're not supposed to have access to these things, why is it so accessible?
Right. Because they not stupid.
How?
Because they know
they know. That's what I'm saying. They looking at it like, well, they got it going like this, so I'm gonna sell it too. I'm telling you, they looking at it like,
when the switch came out, most people know, if you know guns, they got a faceplate on the back of the gun. If you could take that faceplate off, like I got a Sky 9, I could take a Sky and make it a Glock if that's what I want to do. All I got to do is change the slide at the top, make sure it's a slide that could take the switch, and I could put the switch right on the Sky, and now I got a fully automatic gun. You see what I'm saying? And they have these triggers where the trigger mechanism or stay stuck in a certain position or whatever it do, and that motherfucker just keep pulling the trigger for you after you pull that motherfucker one time. Same as a automatic. So it's all bullshit to me. I'm just glad that
you just gotta break it down.
A lot of stuff coming out to be true now.
Yes,
because
exactly, Ron. Me too.
You just got to think about it. They're not melting all the guns down and using the shit to build bridges. Like, you see what I'm saying?
They're not to build homes For the homeless, huh, Josh?
Yeah, they're not doing that. They'll need way more guns.
This shit crazy. Yeah, bro, let me chop you along with the last little piece of this one. Look, here we go, fella. And that'll be my what's it called?
Most of the cases don't end up in those egregious situations, but they certainly have and do, and these are law enforcement officials.
And arguably, that's the whole reason why they're supposed to have these permission slips, because once they get out into the public, then they're uncontrolled, and then you don't know where they're going to go next. But I'm also seeing here that there's some former ATF agents that you spoke with that said that they were reluctant actually to charge these officers who sold the weapons. What's going on with that?
So we spoke to about half a dozen agents who were the lead investigators on some of these cases, and the officers themselves were the ones the federal agents were the ones who were actually really frustrated with this. They wanted to bring these cases, but they each had an anecdote about how they'd had to go to the department they had caught doing this, who had been doing it repeatedly, almost like as a course of business, that they were getting these guns just for the express purpose of selling them, even though they were supposed to be their department weapons.
You heard it. They just had to say sitting on the side of that helicopter with it on the left hand.
You can buy that too.
To try these cases according to them.
So it's the prosecutors, not the ATF.
That's what they're telling you. You can buy that too.
It's a little bit of both. So they say the prosecutors don't really want to do it because the sentences are very light. Most of these cases, people make plea deals. They serve less than
especially
a year.
That one. How many times y'all seen that one?
We got an ATF memo from a few years ago that described this as a growing trend. That was in 2017, and most of the cases we found actually have happened since then. So it seems to be, it's hard to tell if it's happening more often or they're actually just going after it a little bit more now. But the memo said, it's our job to educate, not investigate. And I actually tracked down the senior agent who had written that memo, and he said, we generally take the posture, we don't question our law enforcement partners. So our partners, we're just going to give them the benefit of the doubt. And it's really only in the very, very egregious cases that we actually pursue. So when they've gotten many, many warnings, when we've traced them directly to a crime, and that's when you start to see charges. So the more than 50 cases, that's just the tip of the iceberg. There's so much more out there that all these agents are saying, oh yeah, I said, how do I look that up in the court docket? You're not going to see anything.
Fascinating reporting. Aaron Couchy, thanks.
So yeah, fellas, like we was, like I said, like we was, casually talking about or joking about, and joking about, and really just putting stuff together, bruh. This lady and, a few other agents have been, secretly following all these motherfuckers, fellas. And yes, all of it is true. They've been playing all kind of games. All kind of games, fellas. Just think about it. Imagine, these type of guns and wondering how these people are getting these guns. And you can't get clearance from them without having the key. I'm going to say it like that. I won't get into logistics no more. We done played it already, fellas. So I don't want to hold us, man. I passed the torch. Go ahead.
With that being said,
Arsley Vasquez, appreciate it.
Y'all officially going to get into this cult religion shit. All right, hold on. Let me just give y'all a little background. We're gonna look code up first. I know Pete said he got something for that, but I'm about to just do these two right quick before we get started. All right, here we go. Okay. A cult is a group of people with unusual beliefs or practices that are often considered extreme or dangerous by others. Cults can be religious or non-religious in nature.
Oh, my bad. You don't need no ad-libs. Sorry.
But they are often characterized by charismatic leaders, isolation, unquestioning faith, illegal and dangerous behaviors, abusive members. Okay, let's do religion. Let's see what the religion is.
The term cult can also refer to a system of religious worship.
Yep. Okay, religion
enthusiastic
is
but temporary devotion. Temporary devotion.
okay. Yeah. So to them, religion is the belief in the worship of a superhuman power or powers, especially a god or gods. Well, this must be a 21st century definition, huh? A particular system.
Right? That sound like that. This shit sound like Star Trek, round. You ain't
faith worship.
Religion is in Star Trek mode,
of which someone ascribes supreme importance. Yeah, that's just sound like gaslighting. Okay,
we're gonna particular system of faith and worship, religions.
Yeah, that shit just sounds
so now they didn't twisted it up, not chat. So now a religion can become a cult now? I thought it was the other way.
They mixing and twisting.
You saw that shit?
They flipping and flopping.
The fuckers did a remix on a nigga just now.
All right, so the organization I'm gonna talk about today is
I thought religion started first.
The Jehovah Witnesses. Let's educate ourselves.
I could be wrong. I don't know.
On the Jehovah Witnesses, and it's going to be explained by somebody, but they just let's see what they got to say.
You may have heard of Jehovah's Witnesses, but what exactly do they believe in? Hey, it's Dan Zimmerman, and welcome back to Illustrate to Educate. In this short video, we'll dive into a detailed explanation of the basics.
You might want to play that. You might want to play that fair use before you hit Dan, bro.
Let's first begin with their origins.
Fair use on Dan.
Have their roots in the Bible student movement
a fair use
of the late
Dan,
19th
bro.
century. The
before
movement
you play him. Might hit you, round. Dan about to go the fuck in, man.
Let me see.
I
mean, because it's a lot of things about the shit people don't know. So let's just break it all the way down and see.
For his purposes too, for his copyright purposes.
I got you.
Yeah, it's your boy. They hit your water shit.
This is for learning purposes, people. Y'all read the thing.
Learning and entertainment, people. Learning and entertainment.
It was founded by Bible student Charles Hayes Russell. In the 1870s, Russell began publishing religious material and formed a Bible study group. In 1879, began publishing a magazine called Zion's Watchtower and Herald of Christ's Presence. In 1930,
so that's another one. That's where the Watchtower comes from. The Zion Watchtower thing. It all started with this study group. See, they put in the Bible first, and it wasn't first. It started with this Bible group right here. This guy right here that's in the middle.
19th century.
He should be on the left hand side.
1879. Gotcha. Okay. And they had a Bible group
that translated their Bible. So for me, in this timeline, I would put him first because the Bible didn't come before him in the Jehovah Witnesses origin.
Question.
He was the first person
what did he translate?
Translated the Hebrew and the Greek scripture from what they say. That's what they say he translated. They didn't say
one more thing. And
if it was 1870.
What language he spoke? He spoke English or
English.
Okay, and he was teaching this to people coming over here?
No, he was teaching it to he started his own. See how they got that many people that is 8 people at that table? See, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, no, that's 6. But he started his own shit, basically. Like this 1870. So in 1870, Christians was already, Catholics was already, Muslim was already, All that stuff
Most
was already,
definitely.
all that stuff was already popping. So he came with this shit in the 1870s.
Unorthodox Jew. Yeah, all that.
He did that shit.
But that's what I was saying. Is that did that happen over here, like in America, and this is people?
Yeah, you know,
he was
they
teaching this to
him.
that was coming over here, because I know a lot of the immigrants was coming over here too. That's what I'm saying.
Well, no.
Was he teaching?
He from America. He was teaching Americans, and they got a shrine built for him, and where he died at, I don't know. I think it's in Arizona somewhere, some shit like that. I don't remember for sure, but we probably gonna get to that. They got a picture of his whole little shrine, you know, got the little Mason symbols and shit on it and shit, for people to be able to, you know, they might see all that. Let's see.
31.
And you say, wait, you say he was
Jehovah.
teaching them? He was teaching Greek. You say he was teaching.
He translated.
He was teaching people that was.
Hebrew.
Yeah, that's the part I'm talking about. I'm confused about. My bad, son. I'm not trying to fuck with you. I'm just saying, like.
Yeah, no, he translated the Greek and the Hebrew.
He translated the Greek and the Hebrew.
Because you know that's what they gotta
the
tell
Bible,
you.
the Greek and the Hebrew Bible, or
that was the original
and that's
Bible.
the only kind they had, or that was like his little hustle or something, like
No,
for people
that's
who
what-
was in the.
I think but the thing is,
Because why would he translate if they already speak English? That's what I'm trying to see too. Or they must have
he
didn't.
was translating it from Greek
The
and
Jehovah's
Hebrew.
Witnesses believed in certain stuff, and every translation
Mm-hmm.
had stuff like the let's say the Holy Spirit, the Trinity. Like
Mm-hmm.
some translations had that. They don't believe that. So if that was in your translation, they took that out because they don't believe in the Holy Spirit. They don't believe in three or whatever. So anything that was
believe
in
in
the
you being
original scriptures that was against what they believed in, they changed basically or took out.
So let's say like so these not Grecian people though. That's what you're saying too. They not the people he teaching this to, like in Bible study group. They not Greek. He like just teaching this to regular people, but they like people who kind of into the same stuff he into basically. And he started. Like
No,
that.
not just into the same stuff that he into versus say you might be like, you know, like they got the what it is, the 7 Hail Marys or some shit like that. I don't know. I don't want to miss it or whatever. They got people that do that shit, right? And see if it was in your translation of the Bible.
Different
right?
denominations, you saying?
No, see if it was in the translation of your Bible. And your Bible says that's like if it say that, right? It got something to do with the fucking 7 Hail Marys. But in a Christian Bible, they don't say nothing about that. But it might say it in the Muslim Bible. Or
so he
Catholic
would get
Bible.
with people who
So
had
for him-
other translations, and he would be able to make it make sense for all of them at the same time.
No, he was taking the translations of the shit that's already translated and making it what a Jehovah's Witness is based on the translation it was already basically
no,
like
you serious?
That's like taking
He
the
was
1611 Bible
on purpose.
and saying
He was doing it on purpose.
They say our Father, right? They'll take out the whole
no,
thing.
I know. I
and
get your
make it
shot. Now I
seem
get what you're saying.
true.
Now, no, I get what you're saying. Now, yeah, because I get what you're saying, brother. I'm not to cut y'all, but because I want you to continue. I ain't mean to stop you in the first place, but I just really want to, see what you were saying when you said that. So this
that's basically what I'm saying. Because as you can see, if you
all
look
right,
at
go
the
ahead,
thing
continue.
right here,
I got you.
this shit is completely confusing. He published.
No, it's not. It's not. But I'm with you.
He published the Watchtower in the 1870, right? That's when 1879.
Yeah, because you could be printing and all that around that time, especially them type of jobs back then for people that look like him, because they were just giving it away because they ran a lot of us out of our shit.
And then, like I said, at this point in time, people just creating shit or whatever. Now, the reason that this stuck out to me too is because you can't tie Rastafarian to a person or Christianity to a person, the Catholic shit to a person, the Muslim shit. I'm gonna show you the person that they do that to, but that's not a person. That's a deity, a god, a fucking
entity,
Nephilim, a fallen angel, or whatever it is, or whatever. Because I'm gonna show y'all what Allah look like too, because that's just was something I had too. But
that's crazy, right there. That's crazy. What niggas say? That's crazy.
Devotion to God, Jehovah, and their role as witnesses or messengers of God's kingdom. The leadership structure of Jehovah's Witnesses is centralized with a governing body that provides doctrinal guidance and organizational direction. Next, let's dive into their beliefs about God. Jehovah's Witnesses believe in the existence of only one God, whom they refer to as Jehovah. They emphasize the importance of using this name based on their interpretation of the Bible. They believe that God is all-powerful, all-knowing, and benevolent, as well as one who is characterized by love, justice, and wisdom. However, they reject the doctrine of the Trinity, asserting that God is a single being distinct from Jesus Christ.
Wait, pause there. However, they do what?
They believe that
they reject the fact that there's a Holy Trinity, meaning the Father, the Son, and the Holy Ghost. They reject that.
They don't go with the original translation of that. They feel like it's different.
They took the Father. They kept the Father and just went and X out the Son and the Holy Ghost.
Nah, but see, they believe in.
But how you gonna? But that's what I'm saying. I thought Jehovah was the name of the Son. So how can you X out Jehovah?
Jehovah was
I can understand Holy Ghost, but you're supposed to have two. Cause Jehovah is a part of
I swear, son.
The Jesus tip. That's what I'm saying, Pete. I don't know. I could be wrong. I could be wrong.
Get through it. We about to see.
God has a specific plan for humanity.
God and the Holy Spirit.
They're going to
exalt the Jesus part, right?
Right.
Ultimately result in a paradise on earth. Now let's look at their beliefs about Jesus. Jehovah's Witnesses consider Jesus to be the first and greatest creation of Jehovah, but not divine. They believe that Jesus is the Son of God and the Word through whom God created the universe. Jehovah's Witnesses believe that Jesus was a perfect human who lived a sinless life and sacrificed himself on a stake, not a cross, to atone for humanity's sins. They do not believe in the traditional Christian concept of the bodily resurrection of Jesus, but rather that he was resurrected as a spirit. Next, let's look at the sacred texts for Jehovah's.
To them, they don't call it a cross. They don't call it a cross. They call it a stake.
No, they. I know. I can see why. That was horrible.
Crazy work. Come on, Larry.
Jehovah's Witnesses primarily rely on the New World Translation of the Holy Scriptures, which is their own.
But you know what you put on the steak, bro?
Look what that
you put pigs and bull. Wait, bro. You put meat.
That shit say New World Translation of the Holy Scriptures. So they took the Holy Scriptures. They don't hide what they did. They took the Holy Scriptures and they translated it into whatever
they wanted it to be.
Right. Well, I ain't gonna say they. Whatever fit Charles Taz Russell's mind.
The beliefs too.
What the fuck was?
Yeah, the beliefs at the time too, because you could tell he had followers who liked the way he spit that Bible.
Ain't no 8 people in New York.
And when he spit that Bible, he was able to
after too.
Damn.
Because ain't no 8 people, right? Right now, y'all ain't hear him say nothing about no 8
But wait, the translation was for who? That's what I'm trying to figure out too.
I think when we first talked about
who was the translation for?
That it was a Bible study group of 11 people that came together and created the Jehovah's Witnesses under this guy here that we're talking about.
Well, the numbers they're gonna be tossed up in the air. You know, they're gonna stab that down.
The translation was for
but did it
his followers after he started the Bible studies. Because that's what he called
the translation though, Chop. Who's the translation for, brother? New World Translation.
They translated it.
Is this New World? What is this New World we talking about? Like that? Remember Bush told us that.
The New World according to their translation in the Bible.
And this was before Bush. And this was before George Bush.
Translation of the Bible. They consider it to be the most accurate and authoritative translation. Besides the Bible, They also study various publications and books produced by the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society, their main publishing organization. Now let's look at their core beliefs. Jehovah's Witnesses believe that God's kingdom was established in heaven in 1914 and that it will soon bring about a utopian earthly paradise. Jehovah's Witnesses believe that God's ultimate plan is to restore the earth to a paradise state, where faithful followers will live in harmony with nature and each other. They believe that salvation is only available to a limited number of individuals, specifically the 144,000 mentioned in the Bible. These individuals will rule with Christ in heaven, while the rest of the faithful will enjoy eternal life on earth. Jehovah's Witnesses anticipate an impending cataclysmic event, often referred to as Armageddon, during which God will destroy the wicked and establish his kingdom on earth.
Okay.
Lastly, when it comes to religious practices, Jehovah's Witnesses are well known for their door-to-door evangelism and public literature distribution. They believe that this is their primary duty as witnesses of Jehovah. They regularly gather for Bible study and worship at Kingdom Halls.
This shit.
The Kingdom Halls do not have ornate decorations, statues, or religious symbols. These meetings include discussions, readings from their publications, and sermons. Jehovah's Witnesses celebrate the Lord's evening meal, also known as the Memorial, annually on the anniversary of Christ's death. Only a limited number of adherents partake of the unleavened bread and wine, as they believe that only 144,000 individuals are destined for heavenly life, while the rest hope for eternal life on a paradise earth.
So wait. All right. So in that little bit right there, basically what they saying is whatever the traditional way is, like, you know, they tell you in Baptist church that, you know, you just gotta repent for your sins and you're gonna be all right, type shit. I think they say something about the 144,000 in
They do speak of 144,000, but not like they speaking of the 144,000.
I was going before that. It was something before that. I was trying to see what that
right. When they talked about
the script, I was trying to see
when they talked about the world devastation and stuff
Can
like
you
that.
go back like a minute?
I had
Like
Jehovah's
just like 1
Witnesses
minute,
come
Chad?
to me in 1999 talking about, yeah, you know, this the last year because come the year 2000, the world gonna end. And
From
this
where
was
you
Jehovah's
at,
Witness.
just go like
And like I was telling the
1
little
minute
brother,
back from it, bro.
yeah, a little bit further.
You won't go for. I just said one.
No, I'm telling you what I'm talking about.
Minute.
No,
Where you wanna go, Pete? Where you wanna
right
go?
there, right
Doc?
in there,
Let's go,
right in
bro.
there, right.
All right, now you gotta listen to what he's saying.
I'm the only one that asks.
So that way you can hear him say it.
I asked for him to pause it a while back. So
while he's saying something, then you ain't gonna hear what he's saying. Okay.
Oh shit.
Y'all ready?
You right, dog. My bad. But just please, just work with us, dog. Say something when you see something too, or what you caught too. We want to hear you what your point of view was when you watched it.
Jehovah's Witnesses believe that God's kingdom was established in heaven in 1914
Peter. I'm
and that it
talking
will soon
Chop.
bring about a utopian earthly paradise. Jehovah's Witnesses believe that God's ultimate plan is to restore the earth to a paradise state, where faithful followers will live in harmony with nature and each other.
So y'all get that part, right? But this is they believe.
No, 1914 is when we supposed to be in heaven.
Think about already. Just think about. This is their core belief. This is what they believe.
I
God
got
came
that.
back and saved the world in 1914.
Yep. Oh,
All right.
Okay. That's where I'm thinking you got me. Check him out.
He came back and did some shit. God came, showed his face or revealed himself.
He came back and who was he? Did they ever say who he was?
No, it's other shit that they say.
Gotcha. Check him out.
You know, I'm just saying, like it's other shit that they say happened that they know, right?
Be that.
Just
Anything
like,
you want to ask him right now? That's all I was worried about.
Just like
what the 1914 was. I understood everything else.
So,
what you got, Peter?
According to this, in their core belief, they say God's kingdom established in heaven in 1914,
So the heavens already up there. They built the heavens in 1914, and it's not occupied yet because it's waiting for the 144,000.
They also say that God's plan was to restore Earth to a utopian earthly paradise. Was this in the same time with the 1914?
Because they believe paradise will be on Earth and not in heaven. Heaven is just for the 144,000.
It's definitely not at the same time, Peter.
All right. So
you have also in 1914.
Also going into this, knowing that the heaven is for the 144,000 in 1914. Then the utopian earthly paradise was supposed to be established for those that don't get into heaven as of 1914. That the restore plan was to set a paradise up for those, the rest of them, to live in harmony on paradise state in a utopian earthly realm, and that shit ain't happened yet. So why are these people still believing in this?
Well, the man was going to explain that. I mean, we're going to get into that, Peter. I was confused about the 1914 part, but the utopian Earth. You know what I'm saying? Like, we gotta start there now. We going to the utopian Earth. The man trying to show us.
The other part that I had that
people love people, right? They got
the other part that I had a question on was I believe it was either after this or before this when he was talking about the struggle and strife part, right? Before they came with the 1914 stuff. The reason I asked Chop to pause that right there was because they're basically basing everything that they're talking about, which came from the Bible, in their core beliefs right now. But the problem that I'm seeing
sound like that gay shit.
That nigga stupid. That
sound like that gay shit.
Sounded like a commercial just now. That nigga said, "What a twist."
Just saying. I'm just saying. I believe. I'm gonna tell you like this. I'm gonna tell you like this. Right?
My thoughts about why is it that they got so many rules and regulations that they gotta live by, but then they
started
are
raising
going
questions
against
in
their
my
own
head
rules and
because
regulations.
at the end of the day, why do y'all have to switch the shit so much? Why y'all? Who y'all talking to that told you could just keep switching the shit like that? That's like if I told a story and it's from my life, or I gave you instructions on how to build the Joshua, and you tell me how to build Joshua 2.0. Ain't nobody ask your dumb ass about no 2.0. You supposed to be building Joshua.
Exactly.
What you talking about?
Sometimes it be that simple, bruh.
Yeah, it's nobody asked you to do better.
Like, what
bitch.
you doing?
You already got a goddamn follow them rules, bitch. The ones you already got. They've been following them same rules. 1,500, 1,300, 1,500, 1,400, 1,600.
Trying to make his own little moves.
They did all
trying to make his own little moves.
And you gonna change the shit in the 1800s.
The most important fucking question I think nobody out of
niggas.
all these years has ever asked.
You hear me, dog? Fuck niggas. You hear me, dog?
Who was
That's what they called, bruh.
Before he became the so-called prophet of
and I'm not talking about nobody specific. Like you said, bruh, you making up something, you right up in there, and a nigga doing all that. That's what you call them on the street. So why y'all niggas act like y'all ain't from the hood? Y'all ain't from poverty. Same rules apply with people who got money or think they got power, trying to convince you of some shit. That would be pissing me off about my people with the shit. But go ahead, P. I ain't my bad, bro. Nah, go ahead, my bad.
I didn't hear what you said, P.
Who was he following that led him to the belief that this is what God wanted him to do? So who was he following?
He's a Mason. You know they use the Mason shit to say God, this, that, and the third.
Damn.
So you know, I'm just saying.
Chop just slapped the shit out of somebody. I don't know who the fuck you just slapped. You just slapped.
I'm just like, okay, so
you just slapped the shit out of somebody.
I'm just saying.
Wait,
I be trying to be nice.
You this? I'm just. Hey, I don't know who the fuck it was, but trust me, they gonna probably put it in the comments or something. I'm telling you, bro, that shit crazy.
That's the reason I'm asking.
See, when you talk like that, boy, niggas go to nigga thumbs get hard.
I mean, it just made it just made me realize something. Like, dude was laying up there translating the Bible, right? As if the Bible hadn't already been translated. So we know that you were pulling these scriptures and the things that you're saying from the Bible.
You know what, P. Dot? I'm gonna tell you this, right? To look at it in layman's terms, you know, I got a good way of doing that. So look, what you think the Catholic Church and the Christian Church doing right now? They're doing the same shit this nigga did.
Right. They interpreting what somebody else said as God's word.
They not just one by that Bible. They not just one by that Bible. They curving this shit here or curving this shit there or this, that, and the third.
Right. Why y'all ain't tell us men can have multiple wives?
Why y'all ain't preaching that shit? Why y'all not preaching that shit? Huh? What the fuck?
And that there were other books in the Bible that were.
Why are we not preaching that men can have multiple wives if it's in the Bible? Why are we not preaching that? Why are we preaching?
Because they're looking at it. They're looking at it from the New Testament. They're
looking at it from a worldly point of view. That's the fuck they doing. That's what they doing. When Abraham's wife couldn't give him no children,
and they went to one of the concubines.
Who she gave up?
A concubine.
They had it.
Did she leave?
They had it. Nope. Times was hard, boy.
Did she leave?
Did she wind up getting pregnant in fucking way?
Was it called cheating?
Nope.
Why?
No,
I'm just saying. Don't pick half the
woman
shit
out there. She need
and say we gonna stick with this, and then you ain't gonna stick with the other shit because
no
it
laws.
don't look
They
right
ain't
to the
had
world.
laws back then. And I think, and that's what niggas be trying to take out the Bible too, chop. They acting like they had fucking laws back then. That was a lawless world that they telling y'all about that these people had to live through. So look at it like that, you goofy motherfuckers, and stop trying to make it seem like you was in the same predicament as if you had laws and all this shit. You niggas wasn't civilized. Is you retarded? Let alone white people. They was still walking on all fucking fours. Huh, Chuck? P. Dot, what the fuck? They talking about civilized, nigga. We was just getting it together. What the fuck?
We was just getting it together. Or we been had it together. They was just getting it together because
I'm just saying. I'm just saying, bro. No, cause we fucked up. I'm just saying, bro. Like come on, man. Yeah, brother, with them castles, you know, because England royalty and all that shit. I don't want to get too much into all the bullshit, but yeah, you know.
So
hey, man.
Go ahead.
That's a good point, though, Jack. That's a good point.
I was looking at this too. There's a before the Ten Commandments, there were other laws that were written according to Moses before the Ten Commandments came down. But they were.
It's not called laws, y'all. Look, listen. The laws was made up by them. See.
The commandments.
All right, look, Deuteronomy and all that, man. You gotta go. You see what I'm saying? You gotta. These are statutes. These are covenants. They come on. This is thank you, Chop. This is come on, Peter. Look, it wasn't no laws, dog. You know that. I know. Really come on, man.
It's like people really forget that there were other commandments written before the Ten Commandments.
They believe that salvation is only available to a limited number of individuals, specifically the 144,000 mentioned in the Bible. These individuals will rule with Christ in heaven, while the rest.
No,
I was saying. They forget that the commandments that were written. They forget that the commandments that were written before the Ten Commandments, they had so many commandments that people were breaking commandments and not even knowing that they were breaking those commandments because it was so many.
So they just
that's the only thing I was trying to. Yeah, that's the only thing I was just trying to say.
It wasn't. That's what happened. That's what I was telling you, Pete. But it was more than just commandments. Yeah. These were just. This was a way of life that you had to live by to live on this raggedy ass earth that I tried to make, and y'all asses here. I'm trying to save you. So you gotta go by this shit because this shit is. Yeah, my bad. Go ahead, Jack. Go ahead.
Eternal life on earth.
No.
Jehovah's Witnesses anticipate an impending cataclysmic event, often referred to as Armageddon, during which God will destroy the wicked and establish his kingdom on earth. Lastly, when it comes to religious practices, Jehovah's Witnesses are well known for their door-to-door evangelism and public literature distribution. They believe that this is their primary duty as witnesses of Jehovah. They regularly gather for Bible study.
It is one of the
and
wicked
worship
ones,
at
though.
Kingdom
You
Halls.
hit that on the nose.
The Kingdom Halls do not have
my
ornate
cousin said
decorations,
she had
statues, or
my
religious symbols. These meetings include discussions, readings from their publications, and sermons. Jehovah's Witnesses celebrate the Lord's evening meal, also known as the Memorial, annually on the anniversary of Christ's death. Only a limited number of adherents partake of the unleavened bread and wine, as they believe that only 144,000 individuals are destined for heavenly life, while the rest hope for eternal life on a paradise earth.
So yeah, you just
one of the most distinctive practices of Jehovah's Witnesses
whenever it
is the
happens,
refusal to accept blood transfusions. They base this.
Damn, Pete, I'm gonna have to finish this shit when I get inside. But this is. I was trying to hurry up.
You know he gonna work you, bro.
No. I just one question.
I'm just telling you, I'm gonna take a look when I leave.
No. Stop talking. Stop talking.
When I leave, it don't matter. It's gonna be long.
When the hell is
the man gotta switch over and get everything together? That's what he's telling you, Pete. You gotta
switch over. One of y'all.
This is my last question, and he can run it after that.
Home, I'm gonna have to come back so I can finish.
It's not about running it. He gotta go, Pete. Listen, he gotta go. He gotta
go.
All right,
run it.
That means he gotta get the fuck.
I'm saying I could keep trying to get through this video, or y'all could just somebody else could go, and then I could come in back so we could finish, because I'm about to leave in about 30 minutes, and then I'm gonna jump back on. But I'm saying, like, because I know I told y'all from the beginning I got a lot of information.
Because this one almost over. I mean, you got like a minute or something left.
Yeah, I might be able to finish this one. Pete, what part you was talking about? I'm gonna go back to your part, but I'm just letting you know.
The Lord's Memorial.
He got a minute left on this one, Peter.
No, you ain't gotta go back.
Go ahead.
When is the Lord's Supper? See, the Baptist Church celebrated what? Every second Sunday? So when they celebrate
put a chart up for this game.
Wait, when they celebrated what, Pete? Did I say that shit again?
The Lord's Supper.
The Lord's Supper.
Sunday. They don't celebrate. Jehovah's Witnesses don't do none of that.
Every first Sunday.
They call it the memorial. They call it.
I don't know Jehovah's Witness. I don't know Jehovah's Witness.
No.
Every first Sunday.
They call it the evening meal. They call it the Lord's evening meal. That's the Last Supper, fool.
They don't do that, partner.
Huh?
It just said they do that.
Them people don't
do
that.
That.
Rewind it back.
You see it on the chart?
I ain't seen them.
Right there.
Okay.
Lord's evening meal, memorial anniversary of Christ's death.
There it is.
So if they celebrate the Lord's evening meal, which we know is the Last Supper, when do they do it? Because we do it every second Sunday.
We do the same.
I thought it was the first, but you're right. You probably right more than me.
I don't know. I never knew the people.
I know it's one of them Sundays in the month. You know, you take the
you take it. Well, look, is this not?
I know it was the first, but it's probably the second. But Lord's evening meal, I think he's saying that's the same thing as taking it.
Does that not go against their indoctrination?
Can you shut up? Listen to me, P. Dot.
I'm just saying.
When they say Lord's evening meal, they are not saying they do that shit every evening. That's why they got the word memorial under anniversary of Christ's death. They have memorial. Shut up! I'm about to tell you
around Easter, probably.
Same goddamn thing.
What you're doing is you merging two things. These people have a memorial every year. Just like we do.
It's not like taking communion, he's saying. It's not like taking communion. It's like celebrating.
It's a memorial. All of Jehovah's Witnesses world, they have the conferences. It's a memorial service. They do that shit every year. It's one time. It might be the same
type of ritual. Does that make you happy, Pete? It probably is the same type of ritual, but they don't celebrate it every month.
Saying like nigga was getting it doing it every day or every. No, it's not an everyday thing. It's not an every.
He about to lose his
it's
mind.
Not an every week thing. It's a once a year thing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. It's okay, people. It's probably the same thing though, like taking of the bread and eating of the body. It probably is. It's probably all that,
brother. It
probably is all that, but it's
they
not
do it one time
every
a
month,
year.
like taking communion. That's what he's saying.
That still goes against their indoctrination.
It does.
You're
right.
not supposed to be celebrating anything according to the Jehovah's Witnesses. So even if it's a memorial anniversary of Christ's death,
that's why the man wrote it down on the damn thing. You're right.
I can't argue that. I can't argue that.
Right. I mean, neither.
Yeah, I can't argue that. But I will tell you that when they say that, that's why they say memorial right there. So you can know that, that's what they call it. It's the memorial. I've been to a memorial. I've been to several memorials. I can't remember what happened there, but there's pictures and I was there. Fuck, I don't know. We gonna go.
Only 144,000 individuals are destined for heavenly life, while the rest hope for eternal life on a paradise earth. One of the most distinctive practices of Jehovah's Witnesses is their refusal to accept blood transfusions. They base this on their interpretation of biblical passages that...
See, this is another
That's
one
what happened
that...
to Marley too, Rastafari shit.
This is another one that...
no disrespect to saying shit. I just talk.
That goes against what I think they believe in, because Jehovah's Witnesses believe that, well, I've talked to Jehovah's Witnesses, people I've talked to believe that you can't do nothing that's put your life in danger, right? So they could get a blood transfusion, but they only could get a blood transfusion from a Jehovah's Witness, because basically they had to add that stipulation in there because people were dying from not getting blood transfusions or whatever. So it's like you letting people die versus saving them, or whatever. Basically, you basically giving your life up. It's like a suicide, because you can get help, but you're choosing not to, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you can't be alive. So now you're basically committing suicide.
Committing suicide. That's right.
Because you're gonna die instead of get that blood transfusion, but you're gonna say it's in the name of God. Right? Or the Bible, because God ain't no way Jehovah, God, none of that.
You want to take that too? Yeah, that's what it reminds me of that Marley story, bro.
And it don't.
Can they give blood?
No, they could. Now they can. From what I've heard, they can. To another,
so they can give blood,
but they can't take your blood
through another. It had to come through another sector. Ain't that's the crazy part about what we just learned about?
You can't take that. You can't give them blood.
It have to come through another sector. Somebody got to say it's okay, so everybody else could change their mind. It got to be okay by somebody else. Ooh, smoking gun.
Blood. They have developed alternative medical treatments and procedures that do not involve blood transfusions. Jehovah's Witnesses are known for their conscientious objection to military service, as well as being encouraged to avoid certain activities they consider worldly or incompatible with their faith.
So why y'all got a New World's Translation if you're not supposed to give into worldly?
God damn it!
It sounds like a
holidays such as Christmas and Easter,
on the front
which they believe have pagan origins.
Anything that got pagan origins, they don't believe in the military, so y'all not part of the military. Y'all not part of.
You're using pagan.
They do not vote in political elections.
They can't vote. They can't be part of none of this shit. They just supposed to be here.
Or participate in the military, as they consider themselves citizens of God's kingdom. Jehovah's Witnesses also abstain from saluting the flag or singing the national anthem because they view such acts.
So why they just don't live off the earth like Nature
Those
Boy
who
and
violate
them
core
did?
teachings or engage in serious sins may face disfellowshipping, which involves shunning by the congregation. Did you find this video about Jehovah?
I definitely found this video helpful. Whatever your name is, sir, I'm gonna go find your name so I can tell people who you is.
Yeah, shout out to you, man. Shout out to you, silly man. You trying to Jehovah Witness their ass, nigga. You that shit crazy. Man, Taz Russell. Who is Charles Taz? Is them saying it right, Chuck? Oh, that's Tazi?
Yeah, you said it right. I'm about to
Russell.
Well, this for
you talking about Taz like the Tasmanian devil?
See, Bud Bunny now? Wait, hold on. I'm about to show y'all. See, this video is the one that.
You talking about the nigga that spin around and eat everything in the path?
And tear shit up as you go.
Of shit.
Tear it up as you go.
The one that described who he is, that's like 30 minutes, but I ain't gonna get into that one.
That shit crazy.
But
look at this raggedy bit.
Uncle Fats, man.
Look at this man. That man, he look like the rest. Let me see if I get some images.
Round, see, look, that's the shit I'm talking about. See, Vice play too much. Vice gotta chill out, bro. Y'all gotta let a nigga talk about that shit, Vice. Y'all be bullshit. Because this nigga had a motherfucking bitch. I don't give a fuck what y'all talking about. I gotta tell y'all this shit, but I'm about to put a mask on. Ain't nobody gonna recognize me. I look like a fucking.
I'ma just now look, just to show y'all.
I look like a clay mache head.
Look at this shit. And then look at
that's fucked up, bro.
Let me see. Oh, you can slide. Slide a PBL. Look at this shit.
Nah, Chop, you talked about rank too, and I'm with you, homie. You talked about rank, right?
Mm-hmm.
Who gets accountable for the stuff that goes on with these ranks? Or you should not question that if you're not in rank.
Oh wait, no, I'm about to tell you right now. I got you. Wait, hold on.
Go ahead, man. I just was throwing it in there because it looked like we going up the ladder, and it's looking like it's way more than what people is giving credit for.
Boom. They have a governing body. Let me see. Boom, 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 boom. In New York, there's 8 of them motherfuckers on that thing, man.
Does that name say Crowley or Connolly?
Connolly.
Okay.
Well, this the presidents right here, yo. It's the presidents. All these white people, man.
No, it had. Look what year it was with the president. Where the president? Give me one. Just give me one now. Let me see something.
The latest one I seen was 1992.
And leave it on up. Let me see. I'm trying to look at it on the big TV. You got it like that.
All right, now what they call that shit? It's all right. Hold on. That's not what I'm.
The council.
Yeah, hold on. It's not what I'm looking for.
Joseph Frank. He was a judge. Judge Ruleford. A lot of this is 19.
Ooh, there go another good jewel right there. How much does the governing body of the Jehovah's Witnesses get paid?
Oh no! Don't do this. Don't do this. This is over.
You know I was gonna see that shit.
You follow the money, bro. You might know what's going on. See what I'm saying? Shit go to just buzzing out the blue.
Damn, that's from 1884. No, indeed, no. That's a current. We need the current leader. Who is the current Watchtower president? Robert Saranko. Born
1881. That's what I'm saying. It's a lot of 1900s.
But they're not saying what year he was born. Oh,
they came. Look, bro. I'm telling you, they came. I think they came here. I think they came here around that time. And people came here.
They came here a little more time.
Certain beliefs and stuff.
Yeah, because dude was born in 1852, and he started the translation.
They people. You see what I'm saying? See, a lot of people, and that's the thing, bro. With the timeline, fellas, I want us to get into that type of shit too, bro. I'm telling y'all, but
the timeline not matching a lot of that shit,
bro. We gotta get into that timeline, though. That shit crazy.
Just their names right here, brother. And this straight from they site.
Okay.
Whoever these people is, Kenneth Cook, Gage, Flade, Samuel Hurd, Jeffrey Jackson, this person, that person, that person.
11.
These the governing body. These the ones.
Wait. Do me a favor.
Wait, hold on, wait.
Stay right there. 1,
2, 3, 4.
That boy, man. His name Godfrey, but it's spelled
That's 11.
O-F-F.
That's 11 people. I told you it was 11.
Gilfrey. His name is
That was the 11 that started the church.
Chop, that nigga name Gilfrey Jackson. You don't see this? The government body.
Look how they sit.
Because my shit a little slow.
That's how they do right there. Sit down and figure out what they're gonna tell you.
That boy named Gilfrey. That's crazy.
So that's
Jackson.
the current governing body of the Jehovah's Witnesses.
No, that's just a picture of some people sitting around
No.
the
The
goddamn
names.
table.
The names we was counting. That's
Oh,
the
yeah,
current
yeah.
governing body.
Yeah, the names. Yeah, that's what I was on. Yeah, I was on the name. Gilfrey
From their
Jackson.
website. They oversee
Y'all see this? That is crazy.
Publications, meetings, and schools of Jehovah. Luke. Well, they got a scripture that says they're supposed to be governed.
That's all 11.
Let's see what that says.
I told you, P. Dot. Did I tell you that, P? What your dog told you, P. Dot?
And the Lord
whatever that shit you talking about,
is
they gonna have a scripture for it, nigga. Didn't I tell you that?
Discreet one whom
Right now?
his master will appoint over his body.
That's what I want y'all to hear. I want y'all to hear the
Giving them
remixes.
their measure of food supplies at the
proper time.
At the proper time. So basically, what they saying this scripture say is God was supposed to put
A little
somebody.
bit worse than your grandma.
God was supposed to put somebody over them to steward, a faithful steward. That sounds like one person, but it's a group.
They got 11 of them, right?
So they must have touched God.
But it's like, ain't nobody got 11 grandmas.
He must have pulled on his coat or something. They must know God personally.
But they're using so many different chapters of the Bible and so many books and verses out of the Bible that's where I disagree with who were you translating this Bible for? Because nobody just up to say, you know what? Let me translate the Bible from what I
But
see.
look, you know what they're gonna hit you with now. They could say the King James version. Would you validating that on? Do you go by that, or what Bible do you actually go by to say what you saying?
So
they can hit you with the same shit. So you gotta be standing on something, P, when you say that, player.
Russell had
He was born in Pittsburgh. He was born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. He died in Texas.
Not reconcile the idea of an eternal hell with God's mercy. He had drifted to skepticism when a chance encounter with some followers of an Adventist movement begun by William Miller introduced him to the idea that the Bible could be used to predict God's plan of salvation, especially as the plan related to the end of the world. With the help of tutors, Russell managed to master the use of Hebrew and Greek doctrines or dictionaries to study the Bible, and he formed his first Bible classes in 1872 with New N.H. Harbor of Rochester, New York. Russell published The Three Worlds and the Harvest of the World in 1877. Basing his judgment on complex biblical calculations, he preached from 1877 that Christ's invisible form or invisible return had occurred in 1874, and that the end of Gentile time and the beginning of the Golden Age would come in 1914, followed by a war between capitalism and communism or socialism, after which God's kingdom by Christ would rule the earth. Russell dedicated his life and his fortunes to preaching Christ's millennial reign. In 1879, he started a Bible journal later called The Watchtower, and in 1884, he founded the Watchtower Bible and Tract Society, which became
wait, Peter. He, like y'all said earlier, he actually made the Watchtower. So the Watchtower was basically the stepping stone for him actually spreading the word. After
according
he
to
had
him,
enough people. No. Listen, after he had enough people to go out and go do what they was doing to get this word spread like that, or to get more people in, because people be all kind of ways, bro. So if you got people out there dedicated, you see what I'm saying? They go knock door to door. That's the running joke in the neighborhood, right? Think about it. That's the running joke in the neighborhood, man. That's the motherfucking Joe Witness.
Still
you already know what the old time. So
don't even answer the
my point. So think about what that, bro. I'm telling you, bro. Think about what that does, bro. As far as a consumer, you see what I'm saying? No matter if you buying an iron or you buying faith.
Another thing that
I'm saying, they got them on that road, bro, and that Watchtower.
And what you call it in Christianity and all those other religions, right? You can go home and still be able to be part of your religion or your God type shit, right? But when you fucking with these people,
you can't do nothing.
You can't. No, it ain't. I ain't gonna say you can't do nothing. I'm gonna just say that you have to be there in the physical. Like, you know, you can't say, "Oh, I'm gonna watch." Well, you know what they do. I didn't know this, but they do. What you call the services over the Zoom meeting too.
That's something that's worldly.
It definitely is worldly, but
that goes against what they're preaching.
But like I said, that's why I say it's all what someone thinks versus what it actually is, right? Because they wasn't saying that shit. It wasn't saying that shit before Charles came about until Charles talked to fucking William.
No, he did, bro. He started. He actually, you could see it, bro. He actually used people's dedication to get the word out. That's what they say, huh, Jack? With the word come money and come followers, right? P, we know that already, right? So we don't have to speak in stuff that we know, right? That's what he said, right? It's his word, right? It's his word.
It's his word. It's his word.
That's what he said, right? Hey,
and now he got
somebody else said that shit too, and it sounded better than what he was saying at that time, I guess, but I don't know. Sometimes you might sell records.
Hey, I'm just, I'm sorry, people. I know I got to do a little intermission, but when I come back, I'm gonna start from this past, and then we could go to some other shit. But before I leave, I wanted to show y'all what Allah look like, because I think this is something I'm surprised.
Somebody frying like an old bacon.
That's probably me.
Like an old bacon pan.
That's Peter.
Yeah, I could tell you that. I'm moving around.
I've seen Allah.
On your picture, you ain't got no hair, but the way you mic frying,
look,
you swear to God, you got a beard.
Allah is a demon. Allah is translated in Arabic to English as God, but if you study the origins of the word Allah, it didn't mean God before. It was actually a false god that was worshipped at the Mecca along with thousands of other gods. But they took that deity and they decided to make that God, the all-powerful, the almighty for them. They don't have a relationship with Allah. Go preach the gospel to a Muslim. Say, hey, do you know Allah? What do you mean, no? Have you ever heard his voice? Do you ever felt his presence? You ever had an experience with Allah? Oh, when I read the Quran and bow down, I just feel good. Like, no, have you met Allah? They'll tell you, nah, never met him. They don't think it's possible. Go speak to a Buddhist, go speak to a Hindu. Same thing. They never met the highest power. They just follow dead work.
Look at this shit. Look at the thing at the top. Look how his head looks like that little thing. That be on the little circle thing, right?
He said in the Quran and the Hadith.
The
Hadith.
Hey,
like it missing arms and everything, like the Hindu thing too, though. There's a good India connection, fellas, with the Indians over there too, with the dots on their head and all that too, fellas, with all this stuff too. It's connected with that too, chap. I don't know if y'all been kind of paying attention to that, but they got the little guard with all them extras hands and with the blue people like Avatar, but they supposed to be black.
Why Allah look like a snake?
Lot of Arabic
with a dick.
African.
Why you got a bird? Why you got a bird out? And why you
all kind of chap? Come on, bro. You see this? You see this?
Could that be
bro? All kind of stuff, huh, bro? Like all kind of just little signs and symbols to show you certain shit going on. I know that's all I'm saying.
Maybe that was snake in the garden. I don't know.
I don't know. I'm just saying. Like, what is we doing? You told me this was this growing up, but see that is that. But then when I noticed stuff too from my own experience, I see it is that. And then you're gonna show me this is your God? This is your man's?
Who is hated?
This your people?
You know what? I digress. I'm going. Y'all got the flow till I get back.
God damn it, chap. It's a motherfucker right there. That's a good point, though, right? I don't know if we could go, but look, it's gonna always lead up to another episode, brother. So I'm glad you cracked that door.
All righty. Let me jump right on to it. I gotta make sure I got everything set. Even if I ain't got everything set, it's still gonna work out. Short video right quick. Cult versus religion. And I don't know who is by, but I'm about to play it. We already played our disclaimer for you good kind folks. So just check us out. Mute this commercial because I know they about to hit me with a commercial.
If it's by a sponsored channel, please play the fair use. Especially if you ain't put them people in the description.
I tell you what, you right. Let me come back and play that so I don't get hit because they hit me from the water. That's fucked up.
You didn't get the message?
My email's been acting funny. All right.
Personal agents filing a false or frivolous DCMA. 1976. Come on, people. Just relax. Blood talk, NOLA.
All right. Yeah, bro. I haven't been getting no notifications, so I've got to figure out what's going on with that. That's probably why I didn't know they hit me on my water shit. But this one is a brief little 2-minute video that gives us cult versus religions and the differences between the two. Again, it's a short one and it's probably not even. We probably covered most of this already, but you know, just for our viewers that jumped in already or haven't jumped in yet, this will be something for you all to catch up on. What you say, brother?
Say the first part one more time.
What the video? I was saying
say
that
the first part. What you said?
Oh, about
the first part you said. Cult versus what you said?
Cult versus
just
religion.
Basically,
yeah, it's giving us
just about to break down.
Yeah.
What they about to just top 10 or something?
No,
because I see a number one. That's why I'm asking. I'm looking at a number one. Like,
you know what? I think this is that one. I'm not sure, bro. But this is one of them because I think it's giving us like the descriptions between the both and how they somewhat align with each other.
Gotcha, Ron. My bad. You know, I just asking on that shit.
Nah, you good. You good. Oh wait, that's something else I need to do. Lord.
That motherfucker could feel this shit out of me. Look, I'm like,
you know what? It's
probably like number one. What the hell?
All right, so let's get cracking. Key difference right here. Cult is a small and religious group that is not part of a larger and more accepted religion with society, deviant or unique beliefs and practices. With socially deviant or unique beliefs and practices. Whereas religion is a specific system of belief and or worship, often involving a code of ethics and philosophy.
Ethics. And it's supposed to be morals in some other words, but yeah, they right.
Now, the problem I have with this is
which one?
A lot of
the only thing, one word for me, P. That is one word could make you a religion, the cult for me. So you tell me, break it down for me what you think.
The one word.
Don't look at what I said because I didn't.
No,
ask
you said you said one word and
nigga.
What you said. You said only one word.
Oh my God! Don't get invested in what I said. What I was about to go into.
Okay.
What I'm saying is, go ahead on what you was about to say, brother.
Oh, okay. So the thing that I find that kind of makes both of these organizations, we'll say, similar would be the religious belief, right? Because they both operate on the belief of the people in said religion. That's what makes them both, in my book, somewhat of the same, because you're both operating on the belief of the people, right? Whereas Christian religion, Baptist, Southern Baptist, Catholic, Roman Catholic, what they call that, Presbyterian, all of these are operating on a premise that you have a spot in heaven if you do right by God's word, correct? So a cult basically says the same thing. It's just that you're putting all of your faith and trust and belief in the person that's actually spreading the message instead of actually listening to what the message is about. And that's where I've always had my problem at with some of these churches. Like, you know, we talk about it once before.
When you say what you're saying, you're speaking as the person who's getting involved in trying to figure out cult
whether
and
it's
religion.
a cult or yeah.
Okay.
And me being a person that was baptized at an early age, right? I understood that there was a God, right? I understood that there was something that controlled our destinies other than ourselves, because for the major part of my childhood years, I was told that we weren't supposed to be here, both myself and my twin sister. We weren't supposed to make it through the night. We weren't supposed to be able to survive the first day, let alone the amount of time we were actually alive, right? So that convinced me that the decision I made at a young age to get baptized in the belief that God controlled my life, right? And that his son Jesus was sent to help us understand his words. You get what I'm saying so far? But these cult leaders, and this is why I say I had a lot of problem with a lot of churches, because the message that I was getting from them was not the same message that I got at a younger age. And the message that I got at a younger age didn't have nothing to do with money. It didn't have nothing to do with constantly giving to the church.
What about life experiences? Did that also play a part?
Now, my life experience, yes, big part.
Life experiences with an S. Did it play a part of the same? Okay.
Yes. And the reason being, bro, you know this, because me and you done sat down and had this talk before. Me being a gunshot victim and being at death's door for, I don't even know what number of times that was that I was at death's door. But I was at death's door. This time, foot in the door. Not that I was knocking. Foot in the door this time. And for me to see I'm not going to say the Most High because no one knows his face, right? But for me to get shot and be laying in the street and call out to God to help me, and people still say, oh, well, you was hallucinating. I hadn't lost enough blood to be at a hallucinogenic point yet. I had just got hit. And when I hit the ground, the first thing that came to mind was the call on God, right? And all I could say, and I still say this to people to this day, I can't describe the face. No, I'm going to say God. He's still the Most High, but God. For me to see a pair of hands part a cloud,
Big G or Lil G?
The big G, not the Lil G.
Oh, okay. I don't know. I'm just saying.
The man upstairs, the man with the plan, the man who guides and controls. Yeah, him. Who I cannot
not
say
him.
His name.
No, see, not him. Not him. The one.
The only one.
See him. Him is Himothy, and him ain't everybody. Him is Satan. I'm him. You ever hear them niggas talking about that shit when they say I'm the one? I'm that nigga. I'm him.
I do, but I ignore that shit.
That's how they talk right now. That's how them young little boys talk right now. I'm him. Yeah, I'm Himothy.
You know what? I'm starting to see that.
No, you got to pick up on the lingo. We've been talking to B. You just got to catch it, man. It's what it is. It was something else 10 years ago. Just think about it.
Yeah,
we OGs in the game.
You know your brother. I stay away from all that shit. I try not to even involve myself.
But how soon we forget, though, right? How soon we forget, though, right?
You're right.
Let's take responsibility. Right. I don't give a fuck how old you is. You know me. We together in this shit, yeah.
So me having that situation where I was facing either walking into the tunnel of eternal light or being out here. I don't know when it happened. I just know after it happened, I woke up in the hospital. And I saw my grandfather and Jesus walking toward me side by side, right? And the only thing I could remember hearing being said was, "It's not your time. You're not ready." That's all I heard. And after that, they walked on. The further they got, the brighter the lights got. The brighter the light got, the further they got. And the next thing I know, I woke up. Now, like I say, I don't know what specific timeline this happened between. I know during the night I got shot, I know what time I went to surgery. It was like 4-something in the morning. I got shot at like 12-something, 1, 2 o'clock in the morning. It was the wee hours of the morning. Let's just say that. It took that amount of time for me to get to a hospital. Even though I was at one, it took time for the ambulance to get there to transport me to Charity to go to the ER. So on my way in, I'm looking for clocks, anything that could tell me a time, right? And it was about 4 in the morning. So me knowing that my life experience being based on what I know of religion, and that a lot of pastors are out here giving false messages, calling themselves prophets, calling themselves bishops, and so on and so forth.
We learn,
and
we
actually listening to their messages. It's almost as if
we learning together, brother.
That uneasy feeling that something's
just accept it. Nigga got me too. You hear me? Just say it. Nigga got me, bro. I believe in all kind of shit, man. I don't know what I believe in now. Just say it, P.
Well, no, me. I
might feel better.
I still believe in the Most High, bro.
Well, I'm trying to say, I don't know. I'm just saying, it just seemed like a confession.
Nah. I'm telling you, like my life experience, like you say, my life.
This nigga confessing right now? This nigga going off.
But me personally, I've never let my faith.
Who do you believe in? I keep my faith in God.
God, the Most High, the man who guides and controls my destiny.
You just want to say God? What God, man? They got niggas on the earth right now. They call themselves gods.
And only one is the true and living.
P, you can talk.
You interrupted me, bro. You asked me something, and now you doing that again.
All right, just laugh about it, bro. Why you so serious?
Because I'm being.
I'm joking.
This is an important moment. I'm trying to convey to people that this is why I believe in God.
Damn,
because a lot of these
change the mood.
Bro, no, man, come on now, be for real, though. A lot of these churches out here, even down here in our city, they are operating on the premise of a religion, but they're actually running a cult. You see what I'm saying? So when it comes to my life experiences in certain churches that I've ever been to, those same churches that I have been to, they are no longer there. And it's only the reason being because they were being ran like a cult, and the people, hopefully in my time, realized what was happening and said, we must separate ourselves from this place. Because the things that was going on were not the things that we were there to try to get a hold of, like as far as, becoming more closer to God, more better with fellowship amongst one another, things of that nature. But like when you see constant struggle and strife and all sorts of other things that's supposed to not be in the church happening in the church, that kind of made me feel uneasy and back away. And that's why I look at these things and say that a cult and religion both operate on the premise of people's belief. If you believe that God sent you to this church to fellowship, to make your life better, to obey the word, so on and so forth, and you're honestly there doing that, but then you have a pastor telling you about what he wants of you as a congregant in his church, not the church of God or whatever like that, that kind of makes it obvious that you running yourself into a cult. You know what I'm saying? So that's my life experience on it. Now, you know, what you had to say is you know, whatever you got to say on it before we move on.
Yeah, because you really wasn't listening to me. You just got tired of me talking over you. But it's cool, Pete. All I was doing was agreeing with you, basically. But at the same time, we just talking about the difference between cult and religion. You went into what you want to see, like Chop Tracks is saying right here in the comments. It got you through some shit, Pete.
About my life experiences. So my life experiences is what helped me distinguish between the cult and my actual religion. If that makes sense. All right. Okay, so they're saying that the cult is often associated with pejorative and negative connotations, whereas religion is not associated with pejorative or negative connotation. But haven't there been negative things that happened as a result of religion? And also, have there been negative things that happened as a result of negative connotations that have happened as a result of the cultism? You see what I'm saying? They saying no to the religion, but it's not widely associated. But through research and through due diligence, you'll find that there have been negative things that happened as a result of religion. In Buddhism, Hinduism, Christian, Roman, Catholicism, Judaism, like in every religion.
Contradiction? You saying they contradicting themselves?
They're right, because we know that the occult has also have had negative connotations, right? But they're saying religion has not associated with any pejorative or negative connotation. That's according to who, though? Because for those of us who have looked into religion and found that the early Christians, as far as the Joan of Arc days, were going across continents slaying people who had their own religious belief or their own belief in their own God, killed, slaughtered, and murdered because they didn't believe in the same person that Joan of Arc believed in, if that makes sense. So is that not a negative connotation?
Yes, it's if it's a contradiction.
Okay. Okay. A cult has fewer followers than religion, and religion has more followers than a cult. But
But what?
But looking at the way Jehovah's Witnesses was founded, it had fewer followers than the main religion that was practiced over the U.S. before it was found, right? Does that make it a cult?
Or why?
Because
why?
Because it had fewer followers than the main religion.
Okay, you hear what you just said? The main religion. So why it had fewer followers than the main religion? What they was doing that the main religion wasn't doing for them to have fewer followers, Peter?
Because it was a religion founded off of the principle of one person who only had a few followers to work with.
I disagree. It was a lot of them came over here, though.
But only 11 of them started that religion, though. That's what I'm saying to you, bro.
No. 11 of them went against what the original was. And they...
Okay, so, again, they went... like I said, I just read what they were saying about this young man while Chop was showing us who he was. He left the Presbyterian religion that he was following, or whatever religion he was following. He left them because he could not deal with the fact that there was a hell to go serve in for the violation of the commandments of God, and a heaven for those that didn't, right? He and started translating.
If you asking me a question, or you just want to keep talking, or you asking me a question, just let me know when you want me to talk. I'm just asking, Pete, because I don't know, because you be saying right. You see what I'm saying? You be saying right, like you see what I'm saying? So let me know when you want me to.
Okay. So
I think right is like a, like you throwing me the conversation. So it might seem like I'm interrupting you, but when you say right, I'll be answering you, brother. So let's continue.
Okay, so consider that as a part of my statements. So looking at what they were talking about with the man who founded the Jehovah's Witnesses. I remember when we first talked about the Jehovah's Witnesses, when we were talking about the money and following the trail of money that the Jehovah's Witnesses had. They had the Bible study group was only 11 people. Those 11 people are the same type of 11 people that are their board of presidents that govern the Jehovah's Witnesses right now. He may have been the author of the Watchtower and the Zionist magazine that he wrote. However, he only had a handful of followers that joined him in creating that religion. So it wasn't like he was a big, it wasn't like they started off as a big group of people. It started off small and it grew to a big group of people based on the fact that a lot of people started getting wind of his Watchtower magazine or the Zionist magazine or whatever it was, whatever publications he was putting out. So it started small and it grew into a large religion based on the amount of people that started agreeing with his message. Because if you look at the timeline is definitely telling us by 1914 they had this many people. But between 1870 and 1879, there were only this many people. So it started off small, which had less people than the Presbyterian, the American Episcopals, the Catholics, or Baptists. So they started off with in a sense, the shape of a cult. It had very few followers, but it grew. That's what I'm saying. You get what I'm saying? So it started off small.
No,
like
you're absolutely right. I think you just misunderstand. Okay, that was a pause, or that was my turn?
No, go ahead.
I mean, I'm not I don't think it's a disagreement. I think you just seeing it backwards because of how I came in with the conversation. Because it's telling you right there what a cult versus a religion is right there. So you're saying that under the pretense of them starting out small because they didn't have enough people, right, to talk about what they wanted to talk about. But this is the part that I want you to understand, right? This is the only part I want you to understand. This is based off something that they learned from another religion already. So listen, this is a sector that they left from. It doesn't make it right or wrong, P. It just make it the difference between a religion and a cult. Because they left the exact religion that they came from to start something else. They added on stuff. Chop just showed you, bruh. The New World Religion book, Round. He just showed it to you. You see what I'm saying? You're taking parts of what you learned from the religion, has more followers than the cult. More people, right? And you start off your own sector, like you said. Rather you had more people or rather you didn't. But there were people around, because you can't build communities and colonizations and colonial shit on these lands, bruh, with just a few people. It's only a few people who believed in what y'all believed in that area. That's what they're telling you, and that's all I was talking about with this shit, because this is where the confusion come in at, as far as people judging what you believe in. It's not about what they believe in. It don't matter. But if you taking something that you believed in, Pete, and you turn it into some other shit because you want it a certain way, then it becomes a cult, bro. Because you're going to always start off with a few people when it's a cult. Because this is the core of it. This is the foundation of kind of starting a religion, basically. But it goes deeper into it once you understand the whole concept of saying religion itself. If you break it down in prefix, suffix, and all that shit, just messing with the letters itself. You see what I'm saying? It has a very what they call esoteric meaning behind both of these words too, brother. That's why they tell you just something that simple, basically, fewer followers, because they know it's based off of something else. We could think about people, you know, that we done seen, bruh. Like just in our past life of just, not in our past life, but just in our past let's just say past shit of seeing motherfuckers do that type of shit, or learning about people that started certain little shit. Yeah, it do start off like that, Pete. But everything ain't innocent though, because it starts off like that. And I'm not saying you think it's innocent. I'm just saying that it's not just how it's based off of just them doing it. Cult don't come before religion. Religion come before cult. And the reason why I'm saying that is because religion has a deeper concept and a deeper meaning than cult. Cult come after religion. Because all this is based off of a certain type of teaching, and this teaching goes back deeper than we all actually understand, but we just trying to get understanding. But when these people, you know, block off these sectors, that's why the Roman Catholic Church did what they did. Pete, think about it. All these other little sectors, it started a big old branch of roots, bruh. And to people believing in a lot of this stuff, bruh. That's why Christians accept Christmas trees in their house, right? Because of all these sectors of roots of believing and all this stuff based off of cults, bro. You see what I'm saying? You can only get roots, or you can only get sectors off of something that's based off of something. There has to be a foundation. It's crazy, bro. It's crazy. That's all I want to say about that.
All right.
That's a good one right there. The let's establish. Now that's a misconception too. Nah, that's a misconception right there, P. You could pause it right there.
On the last one, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
With them being viewed as wicked and all that shit. No, P. Some cults could be viewed as good, nigga. That's what the allure is of a cult, bruh. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
They don't always. No, they're not always known as wicked. The wicked shit start happening once you're in that motherfucker. But the concept of a cult is always a good vibe. It's always something that will, have, press.
Mm-hmm. And when you think about it, again, when you go back to some of these Catholic and Christian ways, didn't they have some abusive and wicked things happening as punishment for violating of so-called commandments and statutes and so on and so forth when it came to God? Stoning and I mean, was that a part of the religion, or was that something that started before the religion, where you get stoned if you got caught, or a married woman sleeping with another man?
That's the thing too. That's the thing too. You're right about timeline and all that does matter. So at the same time, you got to think about basically what they're going off of right now too. Is this just their point of view of what we're looking at, or is this the definition of these things? So did we look up the definition? Didn't Chop show us the definition too, right?
Mm-hmm. And most of it matched up to be almost exactly the same.
Exactly what we talking about, right? That's what I'm saying, P. So I'm not gonna, you see what I'm saying? I'm not gonna fall into what people want me to believe. I'm gonna go by what however many sources is gonna tell me the same thing, bro. That's the only thing I can really go by. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Now, that was the first video. I'm gonna go ahead and jump right on into the next one. This one is kind of lengthy. 9 minutes 49 seconds. 9 minutes 54 seconds. I might be able to bypass him. You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and do this one, because this man gives a detailed breakdown about
religion,
his experiences, and what he feels to know about cult and religion. This is John of New. Cult and religion, what's the difference, is what he titled his video. So wait, let me make sure the caption is on, so everybody could see what he's saying, just so they can understand what he's talking about.
And what's the difference? Hey guys, John here. I often talk to people on my channel about religion, and cults are a word that come up frequently. And what I find really interesting is I have told the story about how, where I live on this very busy road, I would get people knocking on my door 4 or 5 times with their little pamphlets trying to get me to join their religion. And
who he talking about?
That's a damn shame. P, you're down bad. You're sending shots. That was a shot, nigga. That was a shot. Nigga, that was a shot. You was waiting on this one. You was definitely waiting on this one.
And I put up a little sign on my door, and it literally just says, if you're here to get me to join your cult, I won't. And I have not had them come back once. I had one show up, read my sign, and run to her car and drive all across my yard to leave when she saw that word on my front door. Now, my question is, why was she afraid? If she was not there to get me to join her cult, then why did it scare her? Why did she run away? I will tell you, they must have called everybody and said, don't bother with that guy's house, because they have never been back since, and that sign's been up there for over a year. And they used to come 4 or 5 times a month. But I wanted to talk about this topic today because it's an important topic.
I wonder if I put that sign up on my door, would it be the same result?
Because the difference between a cult and a religion are very few. They really are pretty much the same thing. This is the definition of a cult, according to the dictionary.
That's it.
A system of religious veneration and devotion directed towards a particular figure or object. The example is the cult of St. Olaf. A relatively small group of people having religious beliefs or practices regarded by others as strange or sinister. And the example is a network of Satan-worshiping cults. And the third is a misplaced or excessive admiration for a particular person or thing. And the example is a cult of personality surrounding the leader.
Now, Google ain't putting Satan worshiping in that.
Right. Look how they left it out. Now, why would Google not put that in there? Is the big question. Because is it because Satan worshiping has
who that is in the background? Is that who that nigga is in the background on that boy picture?
That would appear to be the ghetto Jesus.
Now he light skinned. I don't know about that. I don't know about that motherfucker that shot that CEO. But he light skinned it. Yeah, he light skinned it as a motherfucker, P. I'm just saying, right? Continue.
Veneration or devotion directed towards a particular figure or object. Now, Christianity is directed directly towards
particular figure or object. The rosary, what that thing is that they the statue of Mother Mary. Don't they a lot of Catholic people have that in their front yard?
A messianic figure named Jesus. And as you know, I don't believe that Joshua believed he was Messiah or even wanted that title. So what I just read was the definition of the word cult. And the first phrase is a system of religious veneration, devotion directed towards a particular figure or object. So that explains every religion in the world. It explains every religion in the world. So all of them, according to the definition of cult, all of them are cults. Now let's jump over to religion. Religion, the belief in and worship of superhuman power or powers, especially a god or gods. The example is ideas about relationship between science and religion. Number 2, a pursuit or interest to which someone...
Now, that's a very vague example, considering when they talked about cult, they had a very specific example. You see the difference, bro? Why they give us the vague example, and it says the belief and worship of superhuman
That's why I was asking where he came with them.
The belief in superhuman power or powers, especially a god or gods, which relate to the idea.
That's the thing. Off a core belief, off a core belief, you can start. You can start a cult off a core belief.
Wow, that's crazy. And a pursuit of interest to which someone ascribes a supreme importance. Maybe I can take this one down. Consumerism is the new religion. Wow. Well, people do praise that mighty dollar over a lot of things, boy.
Ascribes supreme importance. So even that, the word religion in this only refers to something of superhuman power or powers, especially gods. But The definition of cult is a better example of what a religion is. So once again, looking at the definition of cult, the first one, a system of religious veneration and devotion directed towards a particular figure or object. All right, so let's look at that. A system of religious veneration. Religious veneration, let's go over to the definition of religion. The belief in and worship of a superhuman power or powers, especially a god or a god. So they're literally saying in the cult definition that they are worshiping and believing in superhuman powers of a particular figure or object. So in other words, these two definitions tie together to truly describe what a religion is, because every one of the religions that we deal with in the world have a particular figure or object. So when you look at that from the aspect of religion and cult, that there's no delineation between the two. The second part of the word of the definition of cult, a relatively small group of people having religious beliefs or practices regarded by others as strange or sinister. A network of Satan worshiping cults is the example. A relatively small group of people having religious beliefs or practices regarded by others as strange or sinister.
1959.
So let's
Geneva.
think about the Catholic Church or the Christian
man,
faith.
we need information before that.
30% of the world are Christian. Less than half of them are practicing Christians. They drink the blood and eat the body of Christ in their ceremonies. They have strange beliefs about celibacy, and they venerate a man who kept saying that the power was within you. And so they're actually creating a cult around a Messiah figure rather than what the man was actually saying. So it actually is a cult. And it is only, like I said, it's only really 15% of the world. So it is the small, relatively group of people compared to the rest of the world. You know, even if you go to the full number of 30%, 70% of the world does not believe as they do. And so they are the minority in the world. And when you look at it from the aspects of, you know, strange or sinister, strange or sinister is an interesting thing, but strange, definitely. I mean, eating the body and blood of Christ in his ceremonies, and, you know, rubbing ashes on your forehead and doing all those things. Those are the dogmatic ceremonies of worshiping of a specific particular figure that they have deemed to be a Messiah or have superhuman powers. So you literally just tied it all together. And when you look down at the bottom definition of the word cult, a misplaced or excessive admiration for a particular person or thing. You know, there are so many people who have put Jeshua so high on a pedestal because of this messianic belief that they literally are willing to harm others for the sake of his name, right? And so
we could talk about that.
Of any religion right now is pretty much a cult. And when you dive down further into the religion only has two definitions in the dictionary. The first, I said, is the belief and worship in a superhuman power or powers, especially a god or gods. The second one is a pursuit or interest in which someone ascribes a supreme importance. The other aspect of this is going back to cult, a system of religious veneration, devotion towards. They're also telling you that you have to believe what they say, and believe their stories about their venerated figure. And so they're literally telling you not to use your own thoughts, that you have to follow. Oftentimes I'll talk to people who are deep into the Christian faith, and I'll ask them questions that they can't really answer. Like I'll say, so let me ask you a question.
Now hold up.
When the other books did not make it into the
Stop say the etymology. I know it's almost over, Pete. You ain't gotta rewind it or none of that shit. The etymology is so important, brother.
Yes.
Pete, this is a big key of a lot of stuff that we're not paying attention to. We definitely have to understand one thing about it for sure, Pete. You have to learn what the fuck these words mean, why it mean what it mean, where it come from, and how it came, because you're only going to understand it through the eyes of when these people actually had a recorded fucking history, my nigga. That's it. You can't come with me with no fairy tale pass forth off of what they wanted to believe. They don't go like that, bro.
So Chop put it on the screen. He says,
no, go ahead.
1200,
spit that.
Circa 1200 religion, a state of life bound by monotheistic vows. Also, action or conduct indicating a belief in the divine power and reverence for and desire to please it. This is from Anglo-Saxon French religion, 11 circa. And then he put the other one up, Old French religion, piety, devotion, religious community, and directly from Latin, religionum, nominative, religio, respect for what is sacred, reverence for the gods, and conscientiousness. A sense of right, moral obligation, fear of the gods, divine service, religion's observance, a religion, a faith, a mode of worship, cult, sanctity, holiness, in late Latin, monastic life. 5th century. He said P died 1200 is the year. Yeah, I know. That's what I said. Circle. So yeah, that's a lot of information. But all of it still pretty much dials down into the fact that it still was called a cult back then too. So I guess there's a difference in the cults of the olden days in the 1200s versus the cults of the times that we're speaking of. If that makes sense.
Yeah, it's called piety, devotion, right? Look, this one right here. Piety, devotion. A religious community.
But now, if you go down to this one,
go ahead.
But if because this is a continuance of the one that you just highlighted, and it says a sense of right, moral obligations, fear of the gods, divine servants, religious observance, or religion.
Oh, now you won't read because I'm interested.
I sat there and read all this already, but I'm saying the
and you didn't have an understanding, P, until I brought it back up. P, come on, why you forgetting the rest of the conversation?
Dude, what are you talking about? Because I just sat there and said it was a difference in the cults of the olden days versus the cults of the time that we're talking about
So
now.
what are you having to struggle with? What's the struggle? What are you having to struggle with?
There is no struggle.
Or you're not having a struggle?
Stating that there was a difference in what the cults they're talking about. What Chop is posting now is a difference than in the cults that we're talking about now. These cults were actually devoted to sanctity and reverence of the religion.
Okay, this is not a cult we're talking about.
Whether it was called a cult or not.
He's not speaking of a cult when this post is up. Right? He's talking about the origin of what religion means. Religion is French. Religion. It's a piety and a devotion. See? So this is what I'm saying about when it comes to become a cult, P. When you take that piety and that devotion and you turn it into something that you want it to be, that's based or foundation off of what your piety or devotion or religious community was. You see what I'm saying? And you start your own shit. Rather it's bigger or smaller than what you already started off with. You feel me, Pete? That's when it becomes a cult. It becomes a cult once you leave and start your own sector of the religion that you already was preaching to people. This is how they're able to do it, because they're taking followers from the religion that was already set in foundation, whatever that was. If that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. But I think what Chop is saying is when you look at, because when you look at the end of the one that you just took down, there's a what they call those things? It's a space separating what they're talking about, right? The continuation. The sense of right, moral obligation, fair gods, divine service, religion, observance, a religion, a faith, a mode of worship, cult, sanctity, holiness. That's a continuation of the one you just raised. So I get what you're saying. But what they're also saying is that all of that goes into what you just read with the old
It's in another language too, P. You see at the end, it's in another language too, ain't they? That means that shit stretched a lot amongst a lot of people. Look, right. That's in Latin.
And say in late Latin.
I say some. Look, Chop showed you something from what this one say.
That's the beginning of the part that we just read.
What look. No, but my point is that it spread it that far amongst a lot of people, brother, of one thing. Yeah. And then people started their own sectors out of those things.
But that's what
becomes a cult.
But that's the part I'm talking about. There's a difference in the cults that were happening then versus the cults that we're talking about now, with like the cults of Jim Jones and all these other people. These are the type of cults.
No, they're still using.
But those cults were cults that
they're still using those same ideologies. Chop, you could put it in the comments, bruh, if you listening, bruh. Do you think Jim Jones is using that old time religion to get the followers that he got? Is he using the same stuff? I mean, come on, Pete. What you don't think what did he change? What was the difference between him preaching about the same stuff that was in the Bible versus, what people talked about what was in the Bible back then? Like, you gotta break it down for me, bro.
See, my belief is that difference? It's not so much as what he was preaching about in the Bible that made the difference. It's about what he was translating it to mean from his perspective to the people as to what he said the translation of the Bible was.
That's my point. Cult. Once you translate,
when they speak of what a cult was back in those days, it was the same as saying you're a Christian or you're Celtic or you're Buddhist, or it wasn't about the person saying this, and this. It was actually about them speaking on the religion that they were talking about, not themselves, not trying to make themselves a prophet or anything of that nature. You see what I'm saying? I'm not talking about how the cults of today are. I'm saying that when they speak of cult back in those days, in the 1200s and stuff like that, it was called the cult, even though it's not the terminology of the word cult back in those days could have meant
considered religion because us West Americans was ignorant to what actually was religion, and we probably looked at it as a cult. That's what you're saying? Like certain shit we probably looked at as a cult, but it probably wasn't.
Or it was already called a cult and just told to us, oh no, it's religion to us, but we probably called it cult. You see what I'm saying? Oh, they're cultists. You see what I'm saying? Whereas in their terminology, they were saying religion, where our terminology might have been saying cult.
Yeah, that's a made up word anyway, P. That's what I'm saying. That word doesn't have the. You see, well, what I'm saying is that word doesn't hold the same weight as how long people then had their religion anyway. So if you're going to speak on a perspective of when that word was created, then we got to start there. We got to start where the word was, because we know they had people that didn't understand that this was people's religion, you know, even though these people had these religions and people start their own cults. That's what I'm telling you. It still have a basis, no matter if you're Hindu or none of that. You can't call these people a cult because you don't understand their religion. You can only go by the basis of the same thing that they went by. If you are Catholic or a Muslim or anything, what is the basis of the religion? And then you decipher what the basis is off of the oldest language that has been taught. That's why Chop was telling you about etymology. The etymology is the beginning of the language, is the beginning of how all that shit started, with religion and language, period. You see what I'm saying? And if they learn a language, then you'll understand the religion, because that's all religion is. If you base it off of that, P. You see what I'm saying? But if you look at it like as if they just had these little small sectors that just believed in this, I disagree, brother. I'm telling you that these religions ran nations, because these religions were of a people. It had a God. And these people ran the world in different sectors. Sectors branched off and did you see what I'm saying? Everything has its roots. If you look at history itself, that's one thing that you can't deny. If you look at something as simple as a tree, you see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. Something as simple as a big tree, it has its origin. It has its, you know, they even talk about that. You know, we kind of dove into that a little bit, but yeah. That's why they're doing what they're doing out there right now. So it's about erasing what you actually learned and what you actually believe. And that's what makes it become a cult. Because you make more money in it being a cult, P. Because that's what a cult is about too. You see what I'm saying? It's what you could get out people and shit too, because it's a small sector. You know, if it's billions of people, guess what? 50,000 people that believe in you, that's a small sector, but you can make millions off them 50,000 people, P. You feel me? Mm-hmm. That's small, that's minuscule compared to the macro of the situation that's actually happening with, as far as believing in religion and believing in God, bro. Like, it's deep, but I definitely get what you're saying though, because it would seem that way from a different perspective. But if you're looking at it like you said earlier, as a person that's being that person, what if you did give all this money to these people and you believed in this and believed in that, and then some shit happened where that should change your whole fucking perspective, bro? Where do those people fit at in your mind, Peter?
Wait, say that again?
The people who realize that these people manipulated and used the religion that they believed in to do some other shit and manipulate these people to do other shit, saying that that was a part of the religion, but actually starting their own cult. Where do these people fit in at?
That's a good question, dude.
Because at this point, they victims in my eyes, P. They victims in my eyes.
They are, yeah, they gotta be.
Because they thought they was believing in one thing. This motherfucker started doing some other shit. You see what I'm saying? Telling me this coming straight out the book.
So, look, sound like another
what
minister.
Book? The book. Come on, man.
Sound like
it keeps going.
Like another minister that, you know, just recently got caught up in some shit and saying that, you know, he was a minister. You see what I'm saying? out there doing some other shit that had nothing to do with being a shepherd of the flock, so to speak. Yeah, you was out there hurting. You was hurting people in, but not to the church. So I really don't know what more can be said to the people who. But again, this is why I say, we all have that inkling that when we listening to specific people preach, that even if you don't catch it that first time, right? You might not catch it that first time. You might not catch it that second time. But something's gonna click like a light switch in your head at one of them sermons that's gonna make you feel odd about that person preaching, right? And it could be any given moment. Now, whether you adhere to it or not, that's all on you. But you can't say that feeling that this person is leading me astray or saying things.
I say leave immediately, bro. I say leave immediately.
But that's what I'm saying. They might not know it.
If you looking at somebody, bro, and they preaching, but that's what I'm saying. No, people do know it. They accept it, P, and people don't want to say that.
That's true too. I could agree with that,
brother.
One.
Like,
that is true too.
Like, fuck all the excuses, P. Like we sit there, bro. After we know we saw something, like you saying, bro. Like, what do you do, bro? I advise you to leave if you don't agree with something that man starts saying, or the way he doing it, or anything, bro. I advise you to leave, bro. Make a statement, bro. Make a statement, bro. You ain't gotta make a show. You ain't gotta show out. You ain't gotta do none of that shit, man. Just fucking leave, man.
Say, you know what's crazy?
Don't need start talking crazy, man. I done seen them put people out, bro, because they didn't spoke their mind, bro. That what the church for. You know what I'm saying? Long as you ain't disrespecting nobody and just speaking your mind, bro. You're supposed to be able to do that, especially if they call you up to do it.
Right. If they call you
your
up
testimony, huh, Pete?
That pulpit,
Just call your testimony. Come on, man. Stop playing.
Right.
I'm growing up in the church.
Any and everything I say is protected by God at this point. And if you don't like it, you're not
supposed to interrupt me. You're not supposed to do none of that, man. You're supposed to just let me sit up there and talk in front of the congregation, bro.
Regardless of what I see.
And then you give me your counsel after that.
Right.
Come on, man.
And your counsel only has to be predicated toward whatever affliction I might have.
There you go.
I'm just saying.
You should have went to lawyer school, nigga. You wasted your talents. You should have been a lawyer. I'm
just not gonna be that lawyer like your boy off there in that fucking church with
you right
in that courtroom with your boy giving the whole sermon, bitch.
Nah. You want that's that exclusive, Peter?
Yeah,
exclusive.
No, you ain't gotta do it. You ain't gotta do it.
I ain't gotta do it. All right.
You ain't gotta do it. Just know this. I ain't gonna be that type of lawyer. The judge gonna dismiss your case with expeditiously.
That shit crazy.
This nigga out of here. He know the law.
That shit
well, yeah,
crazy.
man.
We can get back to it, brother.
This dude just ain't gonna do nothing but keep going over the same thing. So I am about to pull him down and go to my next video. It's 12 minutes long, folks. But I just want y'all to understand.
Heaven's Gate, founded by Bonnie Nettles and Marshall.
Wait! I'm trying to get it to pause. I just want y'all to know they just giving us a rundown of the different.
Couple of them, yeah, them motherfuckers are fools.
Yeah,
that's the main characters too.
The first three
characters.
The first three, and I remember seeing this motherfucker on TV at least once or twice until he went down. So let me let a few of them play, y'all, and then I'm gonna pass the torch. Oh shoot! Wait, my volume. Sorry for that, folks.
Heaven's Gate. Founded by Bonnie Nettles and Marshall Applewhite, who identified as the two witnesses of revelation from Christianity, the Heaven's Gate cult believed that followers could transform themselves into immortal extraterrestrial beings by rejecting their human nature, and they would ascend to heaven, referred to as the next level or the evolutionary level above human. They believed that the Earth was about to enter a doomsday event, and that the only way to survive was to leave their human bodies and ascend to a higher level of existence. They thought this could be achieved by boarding a spaceship they believed was trailing the Hale-Bopp comet, which appeared in 1997. When the comet arrived, their website was updated with this message, and shortly after, the 39 members were found dead, as they committed mass unalivement in a ritual, believing that their deaths would allow their souls to board the spaceship. People's Temple. Founded by Jim Jones in Indianapolis, this cult combined elements of communism, racial equality, and Christianity, even though he criticized the Bible and traditional Christianity itself. This made them garner a mass following, but with
burnout. We all experience it at some.
God damn it. Just when it was getting good. Sorry for the interruption, folks.
The cult started becoming more hateful towards its defectors and the media that started to investigate it, harassing them. To get away from their scrutiny, the People's Temple went to Guyana and founded a settlement known as Jonestown, which reached a population of 900 people in 1978. It's around this time that U.S. Representative Leo Ryan, who was investigating claims of abuse within the temple, visited Jonestown. During his visit, a number of temple members expressed a desire to leave with him, and on November 18th, some accompanied Ryan to the local...
Pause, bro. You gotta understand something, bro. Say, bro, ain't no one man do this shit just based off of what he believe in, of him coming off of some religion, bro. This is organized, B. That's what I'm trying to tell you, bro. It's bigger than these people just doing this shit, and they done hustled enough people to actually make it happen. No, bro. People sanction areas for these people. Like, they okay stuff. Remember what we talked about with the guns? Pete, you here with me?
Yeah.
You remember my shit with the guns?
Yep.
In other news? Guns they wasn't supposed to get and shit.
And selling them bitches.
So what about land? Nah. So what about land then, Pete?
Shit, obviously land was cheap in Guyana. That boy went and bought enough for 900 people. That's a small city. Come to think about it.
Who is sanctioning this though, P? Listen to me. Who's sanctioning this though?
That would have to be the guy. That would have to be the Guyanese government.
You know he was trying to do it. You know he was trying to do it here.
Yes, he was. And word got out.
He already had it up and running over here. That's why he had enough people to go over there, P. He had it up and running already.
Yeah, he did. He definitely did. I can't deny that.
Come on, bro. Did you see the who was out there building that shit before the people came there? You see what I'm saying? All the tents.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? He ain't make them build it. No, they moved right on in, P. Who said? You see what I'm saying?
That's
the
what
construction companies, the whole shit. Like, come on, man. Like, you gotta sign permits and all that, Pete. You know this. So I'm just saying, just think about the collaboration, brother. If you just look at what I'm saying, look at the collaboration of the agreements, because this man had the money to do it, that they went along with, instead of asking any questions about what the fuck was going on and reporting anything, P.
Shit, that makes me think about how some of these mega churches is.
Our government and state let that shit happen, brother. They do. Because they know they benefit off it. They understand.
Some kind of way. Yep, some kind of way.
Ain't no some kind of way. We gonna get to that puzzle piece in a minute, but yeah. Everybody get fed, bro. Everybody hands get you know what I'm saying? Get washed, bro. This is how it go.
There, they were intercepted by temple security guards who opened fire on the group, killing Ryan, 3 journalists, and one of the defectors, as well as injuring 9 others. That evening in Jonestown, Jones ordered his congregation to drink a concoction of cyanide-laced, grape-flavored Flavor Aid. In all, 918 people died, including 276 children. Some members resisted and were injected with fatal doses of cyanide, and Jim Jones himself likely died from self-inflicted gun wounds. Aum Shinrikyo. This one was founded by Shoko Asahara, a Japanese man who claimed to be Christ, and that his mission was to take upon himself the sins of the world. He said that he could transfer spiritual power to his followers and ultimately take away their sins and bad deeds, and he predicted that a nuclear apocalypse instigated by the United States would have happened soon, where everyone would have died, except his followers. It's also said that Asahara interpreted the Tibetan Buddhist concept of Pawa in order to claim that by killing someone contrary to his group's aims, they were preventing them from accumulating bad karma and thus saving them. This gave them a reason to believe that they were doing them a favor by killing them, which is why in 1995 they carried out an attack on the Tokyo subway system using sarin gas, where 13 people lost their lives and over 1,000 people were injured. They had done other bioterrorism attacks before, but this time Asahara had been made aware of a police raid scheduled for March 22nd and had planned the Tokyo subway attack in order to hinder police investigations into the cult and perhaps spark the apocalypse they believed in. 13 of the senior Aum management, including Asahara himself, were sentenced to death and later executed in 2018, while many others were given prison sentences up to life.
Up to life? Well, damn.
RTC. The Movement for the Restoration of the 10 Commandments of God was founded by Credonia Murinda and Joseph Kibwetir in southwestern Uganda with
the Movement for the Restoration of the 10 Commandments of God. What were they doing?
Both claiming that they had seen the Virgin Mary. This cult put an obsessive focus on the 10 Commandments, going as far as discouraging talking for fear of breaking the 9th commandment, fasting, and forbidding sexual relationships. Movement leaders declared that the apocalypse would occur on December 31st, 1999.
Why all... Wait. Literally, every single one of these so far have all talked about an apocalyptic event. And this the first one that said December 31st, 1999. So you say, bro, this sound about right that all these motherfuckers was in cahoots. Cause there ain't no way everybody gonna keep talking about the world cataclysmic event, the apocalypse, and all this shit, the world coming to an end and this shit. Ain't no fucking way. So what? They found out something we didn't find out, and we just got left behind. 144,000 already gone, and we just the ones that got left here. Cause this shit is crazy.
And when that didn't happen, the movement started to fall apart, with many members allegedly requesting their money back. Another date was chosen by...
I just heard something else too. I don't know if you caught that. All these motherfuckers doing something sexual.
Okay, yeah, cause this
you heard him say that shit right before he said the apocalypse shit.
Yeah, he said this group was forbidden them from having sex. They made them swear off from sex.
That's something to. Is that something to do with sex or not? Being promiscuous or not being promiscuous. Let's say I got 50 followers, P, and I'm telling them not to have sex, but I'm fucking everybody and they having babies. I'm calling all the babies Virgin Marys. Everything has what I'm saying is everything has something to do with something sexual where you have to either do one or the other. Give more of it or give less of it.
Give up the money or give up the honey.
It's something to do with that. No, you always got to give up the money. Money's Always there, nigga. Don't do that. How dare you disrespect me? How dare you disrespect me as a good coach? You better give me your goddamn money. You better give me everything the fuck you have. You hear me? You have to give yourself to us, whoever we talking about. You go ahead, brother. Yeah, that sex thing was the one I caught. I caught, you know, when you talking about the sex thing. I noticed that with the other ones you showed. That's why I brought it up.
Right. They all got something to do with that shit. It's crazy though. But that make me think about
it's a pattern. No, it's not crazy. It's a pattern. It's showing you who, you know, where they start perverting the actual religion that they're perceiving to teach. See what I'm saying, Pete? They're perceiving to teach a certain thing, but then they put their own little perversions and their own little sadistic things in it to get more money, or to get more sex, or to get more attention, or to get more power. You see what I'm saying? Or more land, or whatever, you know. Drugs, you know. Some of them motherfuckers turn into addicts and shit. Like you said earlier, Jim Jones.
Crazy.
For the apocalypse to occur, with March 17th, 2000 being announced, and the movement held a huge party at Kanungu. When the members entered the building to join the party, the doors and windows were covered with wood to prevent them from leaving, and there was an explosion, making the building go on fire and killing all 530 people in attendance.
Why is everyone spiraling?
Goddamn commercial. God damn it. Come on, hurry up, get this shit off my screen.
Leader Dominic Katari Babo had been seen buying 50 liters of sulfuric acid, which may have started the fire. There were also many poisoned people, and the death toll amounted to 924. The whereabouts of the 5 principal cult leaders are unknown, all having presumably escaped. Church of the Lamb of God. It was founded by Ervil LeBaron, who was one of the most notorious figures in the history of Mormon fundamentalism due to his violent and authoritarian leadership style. He believed in the doctrine of blood atonement, which required that a sinner must have their blood shed in order for them to have a place in heaven. For this reason, he ordered the murders of multiple people, including his own brother Joel, who led a rival polygamist group. While he was incarcerated for a short period of time, he released pamphlets and books, insisting that he was the Mormon one mighty and strong, and that, as God's representative on earth, he could decide who should die for their sins. When his other brother Verlin took Joel's place in the rival organization, he wanted to execute him too, and since he feared for his life, he went into hiding. In an effort to flush him out, on December 26, 1974, Ervil's underage wife and her brothers raided Los Molinos, throwing firebombs at houses and shooting residents. This led to the death of 2 young men and the injuries of 13 others. Ervil was arrested again, but re-released because of a lack of evidence. During the following years, multiple people tried to expose him, and they all got killed, including his pregnant teenage daughter, Rebecca. When the plan of killing Verlin was reinstated, they decided to kill Rulon Alred first, the leader of one of the largest polygamist sects, in order to then kill Verlin when he attended his funeral. They aborted their mission when they realized that police were stationed all around the funeral area to protect the mourners. He finally got caught and imprisoned by U.S. authorities, and he continued to write testaments for his followers from his jail in Utah. One of these, the Book of New Covenants, contained a list of 50 people that Ervil marked for blood atonement, and a list of who should succeed Ervil as leader of the cult. After Ervil's death in 1981, his cult splintered into multiple factions, which were run by several of Ervil's teenage sons. They had a bloody battle, each claiming to be Ervil's true successor. The Manson family.
Dude!
Hey, man. Hey, man.
God damn.
Hey, bro, we gonna do it big, Peter. If we gonna do it, we gonna do it big. Cause you about to name every cult leader they could possibly imagine, but you still ain't come across a nigga I'm gonna talk about yet. So yeah, I feel good about that. You could keep trying too, player. You're not about to run into my nigga. You're not about to do it.
You're not talking about Koresh, huh?
Nah, not Koresh.
Led by the famous criminal Charles Manson, the group lived in unconventional...
You got the ass down pat.
lifestyle, frequently using psychoactive drugs like LSD. Most of the members, which were approximately 100 at their peak, were young women from middle-class backgrounds, many of whom were attracted by hippie culture and Manson himself. According to group member Susan Atkins, the members of the family became convinced
Atkins diet. Wow. Oh, wow.
That Manson was a manifestation of Jesus Christ and believed in his prophecies concerning an imminent apocalyptic race war called the Helter Skelter. In August 1969, Manson ordered his followers to carry out a series of brutal murders. Over the course of 2 nights, they killed 7 people, including actress Sharon Tate. These murders were intended to incite the racial war Manson had predicted. Manson was sentenced to life in prison, where he remained until his death in 2017. NXIVM. Founded by Keith Raniere in New York, it was initially a self-development group, but it evolved into a cult with a secret society within it called DOS, where multiple abuse cases happened. Raniere convinced the members that his semen had supernatural abilities to heal women. The only way for them to minimize the abuse was to recruit more women.
Come on,
the
bro.
burden
See,
could
you
pass
be missing plot points. You be missing plot points.
They got a lot of preachers.
You gotta pause that for the people, bro. See, you know that
they
shit.
Got holy
Peter,
milk
you was listening, bro. Everybody wasn't listening like you, dog. Did that nigga just say his semen
can heal them?
Was the juice of the Almighty? Is he saying this? Did he say his semen, my nigga?
Oh boy.
And they had, and look, and he had women and shit following him too.
Hey, that ain't no different than the fucking preachers that's over there right now in Africa, somewhere in Africa or somewhere overseas. Talking
ain't
about
no different from
they got the holy milk. They want to give the women their holy milk, nigga. This the
they
same
doing
shit.
holy milk over there in Africa. You saying? Okay.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
They done borrowed a page from Mr. NXIVM.
What scripture that come from? That's crazy.
On the real, huh, bro? But this what
know,
they doing now.
I ain't never read that part.
What?
Hey, man, they been doing it. That what they showing you. They been doing it, P.
Bro,
he didn't say nothing new.
Shit so long. These probably be some of the motherfuckers that came from them organizations that done went over there and started some new shit.
A lot of them don't want to say it, but it is what it is, bro. This is old pagan rituals, bro, that they put into these other religion sectors, bro. Like these people believed in other stuff, but these people came in and
I would not be surprised if some of these new age pastors out here ain't some of them motherfuckers that come from some of these wild ass cultist organizations.
Bro, that Bacchus and all that, that's what I said about the Mardi Gras shit. Like all that shit, people still believe in that shit, and y'all think it's, just some shit that they just celebrate.
No,
because these people are still into this shit. Like they're fraternities and frat clubs and and all this shit. Like they got families that pass down
slave trade organizations.
Say this, man. Hey, man, if you want to bring that too, hey, yeah, that too. I'm just saying, but like. These young dudes don't know nothing about no slave shit and all that. They just thinking
they don't care.
Making their money. They just thinking they making their money. I'm not making their money, but they just thinking that they're just living off of the money that was, presented to them from their people and shit. The jobs that they get. The schools that they go to. All that shit is already written out for them, though. You feel me? So whatever they get into, they gonna fucking get into it. But I'm just saying, like it's deeper than them. That's now, they don't really fucking know what to do because they ain't been taught the shit. Just like our kids ain't really been taught the shit. So both ignorance is on a scale of superiority and oppression, like I talked about before. You see what I'm saying? It ties into this shit right here, bro. That's why it's so easier for us to fall into cults and shit or like certain, it'd be certain, like is never a big thing unless it's what they're into. Like it gotta be, because I done seen some big white coats too, or big Chinese coats. I'm not saying that they don't exist, or people didn't try to just manipulate them. It's just you gotta know your audience, and once you know your audience, guess what? That's who's gonna be out there.
Right.
It's rather it's a differentiation of them or not. Jim Jones, for instance, he used, even though he had other people, because he wasn't preaching to us at one time. He was the old white religion type preacher because how he grew up. But he noticed he started preaching more like, Martin Luther King and Malcolm X and shit. He started getting more people into that church, and yeah, he went from there. I'm gonna say that. I ain't gonna keep going.
Them in what looked like a pyramidal scheme. In order to force them to keep the secret, they had to provide nude photographs and false confessions for blackmail when entering the cult, and they were branded with the initials of Raniere and Mac, the leaders of it. In 2019, Raniere was convicted of various crimes, leading to 120 years of imprisonment.
And this was in Hollywood, fellas.
Also known as the
people
Heavenly
out there in the audience. This was in Hollywood.
Jerusalem cult. It was founded by Pyotr Kuznetsov, who convinced his followers that the end of the world was imminent and that they were the chosen ones who would be saved. The group's members were encouraged to withdraw from society, rejecting modern conveniences like barcodes, social security, and other national identification numbers and passports, as they are said to feature satanic imagery and other symbols, such as the Eye of Providence.
God damn the ad.
Please sign the petition.
Yeah, you letting it rock, bro.
And urge Congress to make a song.
You ain't saying nothing, bro. What you think about the satanic stuff and all that, right? You letting it rock.
7.
I'm just trying to figure out how all these motherfuckers always predicted that there was going to be an end of time, unless somebody other than them told them that. And when they started their own little sector. No, you say?
No, I'm just amazed how you don't know how they just doing this. That's the part I'm talking about.
No, I'm saying
how you don't know how they doing it. I know you think. No, why are you thinking somebody telling them this? That's what I'm trying to figure out.
Well, how all these motherfuckers keep predicting
somebody,
the end of the
end of the world in
1999?
They making this shit up. They making it up.
Oh, okay, yeah. See, that's what I wanted.
Just think about what I'm saying, brother. Like, it's based off of a religion, but no religion that they read in that book that they read told them that was the date, though. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They go out there preaching that religion that they were taught, and then go to saying some extra shit with it, and then just start giving people a date and all this shit because they see people following them. You feel me? Like they get involved and they get like infatuated with the people that's fascinated too, like with the people that's coming around listening to them talk about stuff. You see what I'm saying? So they go to adding in other shit too, bro. And that's how it starts. That's how the cult actually starts, in my opinion. That's how these people are able to, get these people to kill themselves and put Nikes on and all black. To take poison, bro. You see what I'm saying?
That's a hell of a.
And what Bible?
Again, when I heard about
Jim
that
Jones
shit,
was
I was
preaching
like,
from the
whoa.
Bible, bro. Jim Jones said he was preaching from the Bible. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Jim Jones wasn't using nothing that was out of the blue from some aliens. Yeah, child, we got you.
He was
Jim
using
Jones
the
wasn't
Bible.
preaching from the. Yeah, tell me if I'm wrong. Chop, that nigga was using the Bible, Pete. Nah, where Kool-Aid is in the Bible, Pete. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Like it would mix and blend.
Grape flavor.
Grape at that, right? And grape at that. Like, my nigga, what we doing? So it becomes
Drake this
a push. You feel me? Yeah, these man is already there. Satan can quote scripture for his own purposes.
Yep.
That's right, Grace. That's right, Grace. Satan,
because he used to read the Bible too, huh?
Lucifer know the book more than the best Christian you could think of. Because
better than you.
Remember, they're going through it. He was already there when it happened.
Facts. He was there when it was written.
Yeah, he the one that got slapped down. Remember?
Right. Wasn't he at the right hand?
Oh, okay.
Excuse me.
And quoting the Bible, it doesn't prove anything if you're using it for a perspective of something that has nothing to do with the Bible, Greg.
Right.
You only quote the Bible when it's something that's based on what the Bible is actually talking about and what they actually, pertaining it to. If you're going to use it out of context, that's where you're down bad. And I be telling people, a lot of these motherfuckers, they perverted the Bible or perverted whatever they was into. I don't give a fuck if you was a Mormon. Look, your Mormon shit is perverted off some shit too. So if somebody gonna pervert Mormon after Mormon is already perverted, chop. What the fuck? Nigga, you definitely a cult, nigga. Ain't no question about it. Because what you believe in is on some cult shit. Because it's based off of something. You can't cult after a cult after a cult. No, and then say it's a religion. They don't go like that, Peter. And that's what I'm saying too. You can't branch off and then become this whole entity neither, dog. That's another thing with that. But go ahead, Jack.
No. Somebody came down? Oh, he took the screen down. No, I was just saying that
I took the screen down.
There's no way the shit changed that much. Like I don't get that part of it. Like how it changed so much, and people just supposed to.
Grace, he don't have to pervert it. Excuse me, child. He don't have to pervert it. He want to. That's the job. You feel me, Grace?
He does it
Grace,
because
that's the
he
job,
can.
Grace. Yeah, there you go, Peter. So, see how it sound different, Grace? When somebody know they got you. They got you.
I do it
they know it.
I can.
I know I can, motherfucker.
Ain't nobody stopping me.
Ain't nobody can stop me. You know why nobody?
Who gonna stop me?
What you what? What you what?
Who gonna stop me?
Them the same people that say that fit the gay people in the Bible.
Thank you. He can't create. He can only. There you go. Now you see what I'm. It's once you learn how manipulation is powerful enough to make you understand.
That's just like the gay thing, right? They say that's in the Bible, but it's not in the Bible. It just says people. So to them, they're a person. So you gotta include them in
them.
You heard it, my Peter. See, said it make you use the language.
You gotta use them into people. They don't say no gay people. It just say people. But if you read the Bible, then you know he's talking about people of God.
Yes, sir.
Yes, or you should know that.
You should.
Like I say, I understand it too because everything is being converted or dumbed down so everybody else could catch up, or so you can feel good about what you're doing.
The only reason you feel like you're doing what you're doing is to give to the church. That's how it rock. Going to it, giving up them little ends, it's like you're giving up your sins. That's what's been taught to these people too.
Right.
And that's another misconception. As if you can actually pay to get into heaven.
$1,000. Every Sunday you come in here, give me $1,000. You paying for your sins. Your sins will be forgiven. Just bring it to the altar.
Some of the stuff I probably would agree with, like confessing more than giving. My hard-earned money, knowing you got a whole cathedral castle that you done
you could be renting
so-called
out
came up with.
You could be renting that bitch out the pay.
I don't know if
They
y'all
got
was
horse
really
and buggies, but they got this amazing ass castle up here. But y'all
I
riding
don't know
horse
if
and
y'all
buggies.
was really,
Get the
I don't know
fuck
about
outta
before Katrina. Before Katrina,
And I'm not no atheist, Grace. I'm not an atheist and none of that. I do
was definitely
believe in
in
a
the
deeper
church.
history of our people. I just think that the Roman Catholic Church and a lot of these other tribes we don't understand about. These other barbarian tribes that came through and took advantage of a lot of the history that our people laid down, and they've been doing their things for a little minute now. You hear me?
I stopped going to fucking Paul S. Morton Church because they started getting ATMs.
See what I'm saying? That shit bothered me, chap. No
Y'all ain't got a Bible on every
that
pew.
bothered me.
On
You
every,
ain't got a Bible on every pew, but you got an ATM, and they ain't have what they
not
had
just
three
one
of
of them bitches, two of them bitches.
They had three. Nah, they had three, nigga.
One by
One
the
in the
man's
middle
bathroom,
and
one
one
by the
on
women's
each end.
bathroom.
And the one soon as you walk through that middle part of that door.
Got tired of people saying they ain't had no cash when they come to church, huh?
Wait, what was the metal detector for? They didn't want you putting change in the collection plate. Was another good one that got around the city when he put the metal.
Grizz St. Stephen's
when he
church
put
was
the
so
fucking
big.
ATMs in there.
If everybody in that bitch gave $1, they made about $10,000 a night.
That's
I mean, a service.
A service
we'll all be
because he
lit.
had the
Chat,
6
we'll all
o'clock,
be lit.
the 8 o'clock, the 10 o'clock, and the 12 o'clock service.
You know what you call
and
it?
that's
Got 3
just before he
services.
go to the
Grace, that's
location in the
exactly
east.
what I mean. That's exactly what I mean, Grace. I'm a believer of Christian because this the word that they get confused with when they say they are Christians. Like, because you believe in a certain sector, it doesn't make
Jehovah's
you a
Witnesses say they
Christian.
Christians
And that's
too.
why we thank you, child. Thank you, my brother. And that's what I was about to get into, because this is the word that they use for every sector when they want people to join or when they want people to come in. It's easier to say that because that word brings you
You know
closer
what?
to
Another
God.
thing
Just
that I
saying it.
realized, a lot of
So really
religious
not
people do
following the
too.
word is the crazy part.
They good with telling you that God done with the Hebrews. They like telling you that shit. God
That
done
God
with the
is done
Hebrews.
with the Hebrew.
Yes, sir. The scripture don't say that, but they say that.
But why would
But that's
God be done
because
with the
everybody, you
Hebrews?
know, all them other people. See, people just think that white people or something was Gentiles. If you wasn't a fucking Israelite, you a Gentile. If you're not a Hebrew, you Gentile. That's how that go. But to add everybody together, you switch shit up.
Jews
You
and
retranslate your
Gentiles,
Bible. You know,
Protestants and Catholics.
all that shit.
MLK said it best, man. Can't we all just get along? Oh Lord, bro,
Yeah, I
I'm
think that's
just
the problem.
like these people just I don't know, man. Like
People,
deep
they like
down
to throw
inside,
bricks and hide their hand, bro, because they have other motives in hand. And I think that's when they become coach, yo. We talking about
yes,
it right now. People be having other motives in hand, and they push people into the same thing that they already believing in. But they start pushing these other little things into it to, you know, admit into what they want out of the situation. Yeah, man, it's a lot of these motherfuckers out here, and these people still believe in them to this day, bro. People are still into this stuff, bro. I'm gonna get into some of that shit on my segment.
nah, I'm done, man. I just wanted to put a little bit of that the who the cult leaders were and the most notorious ones. I'm finished, dude. The torch has been passed.
Okay,
Or should I say the fire?
check. You or what P Dot, do you know? You ever heard of a guy named Dr. Malachi Z. York?
The name sounds familiar.
Yeah, you got
the
it.
Malachi part, especially. I might just know him as Malachi, but not the whole name.
Okay. Well, that's what I'm gonna be introducing you into the audience, to the people who don't know. Chap already, like he said, I know. So Chap got a familiarity, especially with coming out of this religion and or cult, right? Religion or cult, because you put the question mark in the chat. So I want people to make up their own mind, bro. I don't want to start no bullshit, but I'm ready to. You know what I'm saying, though? So I'm just gonna present certain shit, bro. But I found the AI, y'all. The shit fire. I ain't gonna lie. In my perspective, the bitch fire. But this guy that I'm about to present to y'all, Malachi Z. York, was named Dr. York. He was a R&B singer at one time too. On some smooth stuff, but at the same time, he was starting like this religion sector at the same time. So, stuff was kind of confusing to certain people, but people who was already following him, it was already, kind of accepted. But it was very sexual, and it was on all kind of times. But he also believed in 3 different sectors. So I found this little AI thing that will probably start me off for what's the downfall, I'm gonna say, of the situation and what actually went on with a lot of the stuff. Like I said, I ain't had too much time to really, I ain't gonna say too much time, but I'm gonna say it's a lot of stuff to break down. But I hope I catch on some points where y'all could catch. And if there's any confusion or anything y'all want to talk about in between time, fellas, y'all already know we can get into it. But this AI situation right here, y'all, he believes that black people and the people of this earth right now come from planet Reds. So somebody online did an AI version of Reds, because this guy has been around since I think the 70s, but his teachings has been passed on, and it's been, man, all around, man. A lot of people into it. We gonna get into all that. So look, just check this out and tell me what y'all think, of this. And I'll show y'all this shit. Hold up. I think this the first.
This is the gospel from the beginnings of beginnings. They became known as the overseers. The Riskians built many ancient lands and structures on this planet, which in time they deserted. And the person's 2 eyes of sight become linked to the one of beyond physical sight, and the pineal gland, and it opens the 3rd eye, an all-seeing eye. And the person begins to use more of the brain activity,
Not the
able
3rd
to
eye.
see interdimensionally.
Yes, the 3rd eye.
Other worlds beyond worlds. And that opens you up to time traveling clockwise, to future counterclockwise, to past or to bend space, to travel long distances.
Ain't that what they talk about with the Anunnaki?
Yeah, all that, B. All of it mixed in together. Egyptian, all that. Look at the names.
That's the shit they talking about right now.
What you said about the third eye? Y'all want to talk about the third? Y'all want to talk about the third eye thing right quick?
I was joking with you.
Before I get into the other thing, before I get into the rest of it, because that was just the other part.
Well, you right, but my bad. Side note, you right.
Yeah,
the damn water one did get what you call it. When I looked at it, it's one clip that they checked. That they said, and I think it was one of your clips, Silent. It wasn't none of P-Dot clips. Because I seen the thing say screen recorder or whatever the fuck it said across the thing. But it definitely was one. It was your clips that they had kind of flagged and shit.
Oh, ever.
The ones I don't know, I don't remember what y'all, but I remember you said that made me go look at it on my way home, and I was like, oh, all right. But we just gotta edit that one clip out, and they're gonna put it back up there.
Good. Here we go.
With the eye, bro. The pioneer.
Go ahead, Chuck.
That shit, man. Cause you know it's like it's a truth.
It's tricky, huh? It's tricky. It's tricky. Rock around this street on top. It's tricky.
It's definitely a truth to it, and they make sure your shit stay calcified in America too. So that's another thing, like to let you know that it is some real shit that really be going on. But they do make sure that you don't be able to open that eye unless you really, be into some other shit. Not like no code shit or nothing like that.
But that's what the people be trying to figure out though too. When you say that, like that's what I'm saying. Like the way you said it just now, that comes from a person who started a cult, like the third eye, the pineal gland. It's just the word verbiage of what our understanding is now. I think a lot of our people have to get used to doing because everything somebody say might not be all the way false.
True.
But they use these truths, right, to get what they want is the bullshit. I think that we gotta decipher from.
It's a scripture about this shit. I just said,
learning how to decipher.
In a certain time, it's gonna be a time of false prophets and this, that, and the third. I can't think of the exact scripture right now, but it definitely says that or whatever in the Bible that it's gonna be a time and all these new niggas gonna come out saying the same shit or different shit, adding their own shit. So that's kind of my argument. With it. Like I know God said this was gonna happen. So when I see religions or so-called religions that's doing that, it makes it that pops up in my head. All right, God did say they was gonna have false, people gonna come with false prophets, this, that, and the third. And it's not just
that's the puzzle pieces. Yeah, that's the puzzle
the Christianity. I mean, outside of the Christian church either. You know what I'm saying? It's in that motherfucker too. So I know I was talking about the Jehovah's Witnesses earlier too, but it's like I wouldn't say the Christians, but the Baptist guys.
All of them, bro. Malcolm X found out that brother Brown had the, you know what I'm saying? Come on, chap. Yeah. You saw it on the Malcolm X.
Yeah, you right.
That's what that ain't had nothing to do with Muslim at all. That man had to go to Mecca himself to see that they had white people and all that together praising together to Allah. So it shows what I was saying earlier to P-Dot about it being a religion, but them taking their own little shit and creating this small sector of that belief and putting and blending their own shit into it, which creates a cult.
But see, what's crazy is what they do.
Discipline might be right and everything. It might be a good thing for the people, and you see what I'm saying. But you're in the background scamming the people out their money, or you're raping their women, or that's what I'm saying. Like it's that side shit.
The thing is eliminating the big man in the NBA, and it's all 3-pointers now. No defense, just 3-pointers. 3-pointers galore type shit. Like We already knew how to play basketball from the people before us, so now y'all want to change the shit because niggas trash. I get it, but niggas ain't gonna never explain it like that. They're not gonna say.
But look, Chop, sometimes people don't have the best intentions of just going and play good basketball, right? Some people want to just foul or just lay up on the sideline and say that they hurt. You know, everybody don't want to play the game the right way too. So implement that into it too. That's what I'm saying. Yeah, no, it's the crooked shit that I have a problem with. I don't have a problem with you trying to start an armed sector and making something better, right? Because it possibly can turn into something good, regardless if it's considered a cult at the time. But if your intentions are good, then it creates something more than a cult. It becomes a religion, chat. Once you have a divine entity that you're going for. But these motherfuckers,
it always leads to a person.
These motherfuckers don't do that, round. They be on dope. They be fucking nigga bitches, fucking these little kids, doing rituals and shit that they was into with some other motherfuckers that they was with. It's all kind of shit, though. And then stand up in front of you and act like they still doing that same religion. No, you're not. Yeah, you're not, sir. You can't even look at me in my eyes. Your fucking eyes so red and bloodshot. You putting on glasses in church. What preacher you know what that nigga Jim Jones was a fool, boy. I ain't gonna that motherfucker was a fool, boy.
Yeah, I watched that.
Don't you?
That motherfucker was wearing glasses in the church, nigga.
He was a fool with it.
I'm surprised one of y'all boys ain't. I thought one of y'all boys was gonna talk about that. That's why I ain't.
Yeah, I wanted to bring him up, but
this nigga here, bro. Yeah, bro.
My goal was.
This is Planet Riz, but this is just giving y'all a broad prospect of what the teachings of Malachi Z. York was. Y'all saw all the fancy, black people and stuff, huh, fellas? So we about to get into that. And this was an AI thing. Somebody did an AI on Planet Riz, y'all. So P-Dot, if you don't know what I'm talking about, Planet Riz is what Malachi Z. York believes that all black people come from. We are star children that came from another planet that just lives on this earth with other beings and shit. And he breaks down the other beings and all that shit too, right? This is a reverb version of the Muslims. Remember the story of Yaqub, the big head scientist?
The one who made sexual selection.
Nigga see sexual selection.
Yes.
That's the Snoop Dogg song.
Sexual seduction. No, selection.
That's what it's called.
Select. Yeah. Sexual selection. No, he right though. That's exactly right. He right. That's a part of that in the story. Now he spent that and made that into the Egyptology and with the Jewish shit too, P.
Now that I didn't know.
Yeah, so he believed. That's why you saw the aliens and all that shit on the intro of what I'm showing you right now. You see all these different people and these different. Yeah, and the AI is giving you a up to date version of what he believed in, basically. So this is what y'all seeing, people. So I'm gonna finish playing the rest of it. Hold on, here we go. Pay attention to the names and the signs and symbols. Just look at it. This is what they believe in. This is Planet Riz, y'all. This is where we come from. And Dr. Malachi Z. York AI fool though, I ain't gonna lie. This shit looks amazing.
Within a moment of time, or then
appreciate your grace
now,
all day.
Then 24 billion miles per moment, one speed of thought, you become
Grace, put that Psalms 83 up there for me too, if you don't mind. Grace, put that Psalms 83 up there for me. Give it. Ishtar, y'all saw it? Pay attention to the names, fellas. Draconians, come on. Elu, Elohim. Look, they look familiar? The drills. This is the belief, fellas. Now. Man, it's amazing, huh? AI a fool, boy. Yeah. Boy, if he was out of jail, boy, he'll lose his mind with AI if his ass is out of jail. But we gonna get into that later. That's a rendition of AI doing Planet Reds based off of Malachi Z. York's teaching, fellas. I'm gonna give y'all a quick snippet of his teaching so y'all can hear him talk for yourself. This is what he would usually do. He would actually have them sitting in there for hours on end to listen to him preach about these certain things, and he would have these sessions where he would go off on people too. But this came to bite him in the butt at the end because it started being contradictions of things that he was trying to get started as far as being a community, fellas. So I'm gonna play a little piece of y'all for y'all to hit him. Check him out.
Some people who they have bad statements for, they say, these people do not want us to use their name. There's no way we'll know if these people will exist. You go to the person say,
Hold on, wait. I'm gonna say one thing. But y'all saw what AI came with, huh?
Mm-hmm.
Y'all see them pictures this nigga got up for the people? All right, I'm gonna continue. This is the pictures he got for the people, though. AI based whatever they did off of that right there. I don't know who he got to draw that or whatever. I don't know, but yeah.
Some people who they have bad statements for, they say, these people do not want us to use their name. There's no way we'll know if these people will exist. You go to the person and say, if I try to go to the person down, you're going to say, would you like to know about them? I mean, the doors are open. They may look like y'all not sitting here today. It's a secret organization. Some of y'all are here for the first time, right? And you come in here and walk up there and find out what it's about. They make it look like that doesn't happen. That we're some secret organization that nobody says, well, when you pull up, it's up right there. When you pull up, you see a maroon Shriner flag and a blue Masonic flag. But we don't know what they're about. They have, it's not a religion. It's a fraternity, a fraternal order, and they have secrets.
You heard it, huh, P?
You know, Angel Dark Order, the Shriner, or Knights of Columbus,
it's a fraternal order. You got secrets.
This kind of stuff. Nobody's following them. They follow them because this was the suburbs of Egypt. Where you at? We're in the suburbs, and they're building pyramids of this. And we read the article, they couldn't say one thing about our racism again. They couldn't say it's a black organization. They couldn't say it's anti-white. They couldn't say black supremacy. So they targeted what they thought would fake people up in the title says, from planet Riz to Brooklyn. They either said we from the 19th galaxy, planet Riz, you leave it. They go back around and keep that supposed to make you think, what? You know? We go to Revelation 21 and start reading and find out that there's a city coming out of heaven. And that Jesus informed that city. Now, whether you go up there and read it, you know what I'm talking about. We real clear in the book of Revelation that they meet in their fortress and describe a city coming out of heaven, and Jesus is on it, and it's coming to get a certain amount of people. Now, because of the hell.
I ain't gotta play no more. I just wanted y'all to hear him speak for himself. So he got kind of this vernacular of, portraying to the people. He sounded a little street, a little bit, little jive talk, right? We would say, like, yeah, I'm trying to relate to you, brother. This ain't going like this. It's supposed to go like this.
Brother.
I hear it. I hear that in his, preaching, and he also talked about, secret societies, and these people are organization, and these people are fraternities, and all this stuff. That's the two things I took from it, fellas. P. Dot, can you get that? Can you get them clips ready for me, bro? I want to show y'all something.
Already ready, dude.
Not. Chop, Peter,
like
y'all want to say anything on what y'all heard? He said he's no Professor Griff.
Oh shoot!
Damn.
Now I'm gonna tell you something. Now, Professor Griff was I won't say he wasn't with them, but I'm gonna say he was what you call that shit, y'all?
He wasn't no Steve
he got
Coakley.
ideas from him.
He wasn't Steve Coakley. I would see that.
Inspired. I'm gonna say inspired. Yeah. Like a lot of his teachings did start kind of some stuff back in the day, but he didn't get that from. You see what I'm saying? His own teachings neither. That's what I'm saying too. He got that from a Muslim. He was a Muslim at first. This is where that come from. The thing of with Yaqub and all that. Like I was telling Peter. He was a big time Muslim, and he started going against the grain, like my fellows was talking about, with them different situations. This is a perfect example of what we just laid out for the other segments, and he's mixing it all in. Chop, you see him with his big chief hat on, huh? He mixing it all in, P-Dot. You see him, huh?
Mm-hmm.
P-Dot, P-Dot, he was just talking about Jesus.
The Indian niggas spend money, boy. I'm trying to tell you.
He was just talking about fraternity and all that.
When people spend
so
money, man.
He's one of those guys that have mixed it all together, fellas. He got the more. He's saying we all that, and in his tribe we all that, and you could represent all that, and he is the master chief, and everything that has a big title in all them religions, he's all of them people too at the same time. So we could get into this the one right here. Now you're gonna get y'all heard what he said about the fraternity thing. Now watch what he say in this interview, fellas. Check him out. Y'all know I love contradictions. Listen to old Chief right here. He said he come from the Yamasee tribe too, fellas.
Today we're coming
this
live
how long
from
your Indian heritage has been out here.
And we have with us the Imperial Grand Potentate himself, Dr. Malachi Z. York, the man that has made it possible for the Nubian nation to be established throughout the world. He has touched many hearts and has opened many minds to the truth. So without further ado, here's Dr. Malachi Z. York. Just a few questions. Sure. And first of all, to say thank you for making it possible for me to be here and to know.
Look at the shirt, fellas. Look at the hat, fellas. Look at the symbols, fellas. Talk to me.
Your new title as Imperial
Don't get blind now.
Can you tell me what it means to us as Nubian people?
I wouldn't say it means anything as to Nubian people per se, but in Masonic.
That's first strike number one right there.
But in the Masonic world, after you finish traveling, if you make the decision that you want to go over into the shrine and cross that desert, then
after you finish traveling, happy that tell me he talking in code.
You see what that boy shirt there?
Take on different titles.
Yeah,
depending on
Grand
what
Lodge,
the shrine and the people.
I thought it was a community.
The Afro.
That's that brother pro-life shit, huh?
And Afro shrine, because there is
yes, it is
a split in Freemasonry.
I'm glad you said that, Chad.
And have the
because you know there was one of his followers
pledging to them, when in actuality the first.
Well, yeah, he was heavy on
very Masonic, Grace.
And
he was heavy on the follow.
So I'm really here to set the record straight, and I think it's time for Freemasons. I think it's time for us to come forward, because they're getting a bad name because of things that Caucasian Masons are doing, like Albert Pike and Albert
religion, fellas.
With their book,
let's get to
they give praise to Lucifer, and now Freemasons worldwide being thought of as satanic.
See, this shit worse. Pause it, Peter. This shit is
Come
worse
on now.
because
he telling you.
It's worse because it's worse than what the Jehovah's Witness did and shit too, because this nigga
That's a good one, Grace.
Trying to tap into your past and try to, you know what I'm saying? Like he trying to go to some shit that you can't just look up and find out, or it's gonna take you some time to find out. You know what I'm saying? Like he not
preying on your weakness.
Preying on your weakness because he know you lost and you know better.
He know you don't. Yeah, child. And he already been assigned and been already affiliated, and you see what I'm saying?
One thing I think
that's a good point.
People misconstrue is it was a lot of people calling us Indians before they was calling us African American. Like, and what people don't understand is it was us that was
just a label.
It was us.
Yes.
It wasn't nobody else. We was doing it because we knew better. You know what I'm saying? But now it's like everybody didn't try to take this African American shit and niggas forget about the roots. That's how you can't get reparations, because we speaking from the wrong.
Grace, I'm glad you said that. Him and Jay
from the wrong. We need to be speaking as a Native American versus speaking as an African, because they can't tie that shit to Africa. They should be able to tie all us to Africa through papers, because we all came here. They bought us all, right? So where the receipt at? But
you right, Chuck. So why would your black ass sit up here and be Nuwaubian Grand Lodge, but then try to blend it in as if you're trying to exist out of something that you know it don't matter? Like why should you have to do that if you're saying what it is what it is? So look, P, you could go to the next one, bro. You could play like a another 30 seconds of this one, because that's all I wanted y'all to see, really, with him basically contradicting himself from the first video I showed, the first audio I let y'all hear. P, what you want to say about that? Did you hear the contradiction or is it,
the first statement that he made was when he was saying he's not really saying that he representing as a Nuwaubian at per se. Now, me knowing a little bit more about the Freemason world and having a little bit of in-depth knowledge from all my years of looking into the Freemasons, I've never heard of the Nuwaubian Grand Lodge. He would have had to have had that a charter for the Nuwaubian Grand Lodge issued by the United Grand Lodge.
To add on what you saying, P. Dot. Now that's 2001. I seen videos of a nigga saying he basically started that shit, the language and everything.
As far as the Nuwaubian stuff.
Yeah, bro. Nigga did a whole rap.
Nigga did a whole sit in front of steps like on some Sesame Street type
rapped
shit.
In a whole nother language.
Oh man, yeah, all these women
what they say, that's what it is.
All us are Nuwaubian. We are not Americans. We do we stay here. We got our own land. Did the whole get up.
You absolutely right, bro. It's like none of that shit was actually sanctioned, like you saying. You see what I'm saying, P?
Right.
Like you right. It's probably not. No, that's what we telling you. It's probably not, nigga. The nigga
Right,
went off.
because you would have had to have got a charter
The
from the
nigga
United
went-
Grand Lodge of England in order to even name that shit.
But guess what, though? Now you know this better than me, right? Why would you do that if you know you're not sanctioned? Why put all those different sectors of symbols on you when you did this interview? So you're not all, even if you're not, you're showing them that you want that protection or that you're interested or whatever, bro. I think that was also signs for protection too, because he's basically trying to mirage what he's actually trying to do and saying, oh no, it's just a lodge. But knowing you was already trying to start a community already, because your shit got started in Brooklyn, and we're gonna get into that too. You know, he actually started a community in Brooklyn already when he was younger, because this man was an R&B artist. Peter, he was doing R&B. He was doing sex music, though. Like you talking about hitting them hoes and shit. No, I'm talking about, ooh, baby, I wanna touch you. I wanna, like that R&B, nigga.
Right.
But he was also doing these teachings at the same time, though, too. He said that was about Jesus.
Wow.
But when you hear the songs, it sounds like the Isley Brothers in there.
Ain't that something?
Hey, I'm not bro. I can't play it because we gonna get copyrighted. I can't play it.
Right.
They gonna take our shit. I can't play it. But Pete, when you hear the song, you'll be like, yeah, there's some shit. Bruh, you don't hear Jesus, nobody in there. But that way he was preaching at one time, even though he came out of Islam, out of the Muslim sector. So make that make sense for me, Pete. He's doing R&B. He's supposed to be of the Jesus songs.
Who doing R&B?
But he come out of the Muslim.
What his name is?
Dr. York. His name Dr. York. Go look it up, child. Dr. York. Somebody go pull him up right quick. Go see his smooth baby back there. Look, don't even play the song. You could just play. I just want y'all to see this nigga picture. Go look up Dr. York. Take me down. Take me down right quick. Take me the fuck down. I want y'all to see this nigga. Cause we gotta get a history on this shit, fellas, for real. We definitely gotta get a history on this shit, bro. So I could finish the rest of it, bro. Cause it's crazy, bro. How this man? Yeah, you could take this down, bro. I just wanted y'all to see that little piece of it. Not a contradiction.
Me and Silent used to watch the debates with the different people.
I was definitely in the conscious community. I was there.
Think about it if you're from New Orleans, right? Imagine if the 9th Ward, the 7th Ward, the 8th Ward, everybody had their own little situation going on. And we debating who right. But let's not even say that. Let's say, because what was going on was it was the Hebrew Israelites versus the other Hebrew Israelites that was claiming other shit.
Egyptians,
Hebrew Israelites,
Egyptology.
It was Egyptologists. It was
Muslims.
Them niggas was that believed they came from Ham. It was some people that believed that they came from Ham, and just Ham type shit.
The Orthodox Jews.
Ooh,
like
shit.
It was that whole New York stuff. Y'all think it didn't reach way down here to New Orleans, but niggas was down here watching that shit too, and we caught on to a lot of that shit. Y'all niggas was into, y'all.
Black people get together and have different,
man.
Like niggas was
really sitting there talking about it instead of just
niggas was talking about
not
it.
saying nothing about what was going on.
None of that shit. Niggas was getting aggressive and all that shit. But
it reminded me of rap battles, but the knowledge, like just knowing what you learned and teachers coming out there battling each other knowledge. Like it started off me looking at it like that. But man.
Brother Hassad fuck around tell the white people. What you was calling the white people side? What you was calling the bitches? The devils. That bitch called bitches to themselves. They motherfucking devils.
Goddamn devils, man.
I call them that to their face. That nigga be saying.
Say these motherfuckers come out here and kiss my boot. Some outside netter, man. I say, man, this man.
Like I didn't see white people get on the ground after these dudes.
Yeah,
Neil
Long after them
and
they be talk. Yeah,
and they kissing boots and shit. Thanks.
Fucking bootlickers.
Bro, I'm telling you, bro. I'm looking at these people like, man, y'all just
down. That's why every time
y'all
hear
go do it.
Dr. York or hear New Wapian and all that stupid shit, I be like, man, y'all niggas is retarded. But you know what? They probably was a tribe. They probably wasn't.
And they had good. I'm telling you, the means of what he was talking about. Like if he didn't, the structure part of it, the structure and the discipline part of it, a lot of it is stolen. I ain't gonna say stolen. I'm gonna say added from the Muslim way of life too. You know how these people have discipline for the woman, for the man, and how you're supposed to structure yourself, bro, with that discipline. Like a lot of people lost that when they got into these different sectors of so-called Christianity, fellas. You know, and we lost our way of actual discipline of what the Bible was saying versus, you know, going to church and, you know, enjoying church, basically. Just, you know, hear the word, hear some songs, and, you know, whatever. It became more entertainment than an actual learning and praising process. And I think it dumbed us down a little bit to all this other shit. That's why it was so easy for all these other things, I think, to come in, you know, and to persuade us to a lot of stuff. But it also turned into a good thing too, because you learned a lot of stuff on the way, you know. But everybody not that strong, and a lot of people did fall into some hell of a cults, fellas. Man,
I would say fell into the trap, but that would be taking that word way too lightly. Yeah, they
see that. I'm gonna tell you. You're right, because this man right here, bro. He's way more influential than what you ever heard of, P.
So it's a lot of niggas that fuck with dudes.
Look, I'm gonna tell you, the whole rap culture based off that shit after a while.
All right, I'm trying to, bro. Yeah, I'm gonna get into that. I'm gonna get into that too. Because I found this little thing on YouTube called Mob Ties, and it's showing how all these people actually gave him props and was really a lot of these people out here right now making money or in your face or online or Instagram or into Egyptology or in any of the shit. I told y'all about Nature Boy and shit, and all these niggas after him and shit. These are Malachi Z. York babies, like how Lil Wayne say that, like niggas did shit after
these might be that nigga's
like,
real baby.
These dudes are not, and they might be nigga, because he was nigga. You probably right, but you know, just in a sense of taking his style and still doing it to this day, fellas, is fucking crazy. If you go online right now, people are still feeding this stuff into. You can't find nothing too much about the case, about what actually happened to him, and we're gonna get into the case too. And I'm just gonna, you know, briefly talk about that, but we're gonna get into that too. It's like they barely have it's really people just basically beefing the shit back up and just telling you about his teachings, y'all. Like where you could relearn it. Like if you don't know nothing about none of this stuff and you don't know that he, you know, had the problem that he had and all that, like you would really go back on that, bro, like how it happened with us, basically.
Right,
you would hear none of the bad stuff. Like you would hear nothing. It's nothing bad. Like if you just put his name up, they're not going to talk about the case first.
That's crazy.
They're going to show you his. Oh yeah, so that shows me right there. It's a bigger concept that we're not thinking about. These people feed off of us getting misled too, fellas. And this is your algorithm, even when you're trying to look up something conscious, because these so-called conscious motherfuckers also went with a lot of fuck shit too, even though it was so-called conscious fucking music, y'all, or conscious this, or conscious learning, or eat this, nigga, or eat that, right? These people also have a motive and a concept and a you know, a backing behind them too. So when you let people manipulate, when you let a person manipulate this many people at one time, it has to be a backing behind it, you
somewhere,
know, and
some kind of way.
Once this person like goes too far, then they have to shut it down, fellas. It's not no if and buts about it, or well, why they didn't been doing it? Because they didn't fucking want to. This nigga just went too far with what the fuck he was doing. You see what I'm saying? Like sometimes their own kingship or them being over this shit outweighs with the pressure is, and they can't handle it, and they do shit like for instance, P did it,
Yep.
You had everything at your fucking fingertips, but that's the shit you want to do, Nick. This is all the other extra shit that you wanted to do. So the same instance with Malachi.
Couldn't take your power and just do right with your power. You want to do everything opposite.
And even when and you can have all the good intentions in the world, Pete. You see what I'm saying? But once you flip that switch and start thinking of yourself, then that's when it becomes perverted.
Yep.
It's no longer the greater idea for the good. It's your shit. And then this is when the downfall. This is when the downfall come in. So, we gonna get into some of this stuff, y'all. Had them other ones ready for me too, P. I'm gonna get into that. But fellas, by him, having all this extra, connections and people really believing in him, right? It branched out. Like P. Dot was saying, man, it probably is his kids, nigga. These people were having kids. It was having kids that's also in the music industry, fellas. That's also into other stuff that also was around in Brooklyn at that time. So his connections with not only the R&B joint, but him doing the religious thing and all these people following him or putting all this together, he actually had other connections around him. So I found a little FBI thing where these ex-FBI agents who was on the case at the time was following his ass about what was going on, not necessarily following him, but not him, but the people around him. Basically, the people around him was helping up for him more than anything, but they kind of shielded, was trying to shield it, but they were actually they were taking bullets for this nigga that they didn't have to take, because the people said they wasn't even worried about them at all. They were trying to get his ass. So I'm gonna let them talk about just a little bit of the money and the connections that he actually had, and it's just a little snippet.
Which one?
So understand that York did have a lot of followers outside of his compound. I'm gonna let you know the one I want. He was a prolific writer and he sold a lot of books. So he had several stores throughout the country and he sold his books. He also would have parties and charge entrance fees. Like he would have his birthday party, his own birthday party in June. I can't recall what he called the party. He could make $400,000 just on entrance fees and selling $4 for a bottle of water.
Dang, 400 G.
Now look, you heard? Now look. No, look. He used to give these little parties. See, you see what I'm saying? So he was using it as a venue and shit. So I'm gonna let it continue, but I just wanted to pause it on that part so y'all could, catch on to how he was using it as a racket. That's a big word, fellas, when it comes to indictments. A racket. He was using it. Remember, this is supposed to be a religious compound. He got a club in that motherfucker. He not only got a club in there, it's not for free use. He's charging you to drink the water in that motherfucker, Peter. Let alone getting in the club. So we about to get into that.
So understand that York did have a lot of followers outside of his compound. He was a prolific writer and he sold a lot of books. So he had several stores throughout the country and he sold his books. He also would have parties and charge entrance fees. Like he would have his birthday parties, his own birthday party in June. I can't recall what he called the party. He could make $400,000 just on entrance fees and selling $4 for a bottle of water. And it was all cash. He would also charge people who wanted to be part of the group. They submitted applications and he charged a fee for those. He had plenty of money coming in and it was almost all cash. He would have, I think we'll get to it. We found one suitcase of cash when we did the search warrant.
Another thing I wanted to ask, Jelaine was saying that the U.S. Attorney's Office was hesitating in getting involved in the initial case because they deemed his quote unquote cult a religious group, a religious organization.
Jerry, what happened there is we got a new U.S. attorney. It was the leadership had changed at the time. And so.
See what I'm saying? You see what I'm saying, Pete?
Only because they viewed
they wasn't even worried about it. The lady said we had to change. They had to change the person, bro, who was into the shit. Right. Yes. That was the nicest way you could say it, Pete. What that lady really said.
We had to X out the motherfucker who didn't want to do nothing.
Yeah, he working. Obviously, he probably was a fucking new whoppy. That's what. See, it's a connection, right? Like we were talking about earlier, right? It's these connections that keep shit going, bro. And I just want to pinpoint that to show y'all that. And these were actual FBI agents that was on the case, fellas. This, y'all could go, listen to the rest of it if y'all interested in it, or the people out there, that's listening. Y'all could go listen to the rest of it. But all this is on file, fellas. All this is his case, and we just diving into it. Now, Peter, I need you to do something for me, bro. Since we talking about the money in his connections, I need you to get on that YouTube, Blunt Talk NOLA, and play the last clip for me with the mob ties one that I was talking to y'all about. And look at all the people connected, fellas. Watch this shit. The last one. Yep.
All right.
You can start like a minute in.
They come.
All my beats tailored by Joe. House Digital.
Maserati Rick in Detroit. Convertible bird in Miami. Graduated summa cum laude. Strip club made a tsunami. Carlton Hines with the ball game. Grateful Edmonds with the snowflakes. Craig Pettis in the M. Close friend.
Shout out to Dr. York. You know what I mean? He's doing 135 years right now. Off you.
Like Dr. Malachi York. Cause I talk like Dr. Malachi York. Cause I talk like Dr. Malachi York.
That's nice, yo.
Let me tell you something. Not only will they persecute you, they'll lie on you. They'll fabricate lies. They'll imprison you and create cases around you. The same way they tried to defame Honorable Elijah Muhammad, and then they tried to defame Malcolm X, and then they even tried to defame Dr. Martin Luther King by some secretary. That's what they'll do. They'll imprison you, and then they'll create lies to turn your own people against you. They'll persecute you after righteous name's sake. The same way I'm talking to you, they're going to come after me eventually. Believe me. They're going to say, that man is too dangerous. I don't like him. Let's make some lies up on him. Let's turn his people against him. Let's imprison him. And if we can, let's kill him because his people won't help him anyway.
Like the great Dr. Malachi York was. Cause I talk like Dr. Malachi York. And there was Dr. Malachi York. Consulted by the son of Malachi York. Doggy.
Some of them niggas really look like that man, bro.
Atlanta, Eatonton is the seat of Putnam County, best known as the dairy capital of Georgia.
Oh, they got 400 and something acres. Goes up to that corner, young.
William Larman is a dairyman, and he's talking about his new neighbors.
Oh, yeah, I'm happy for them.
But they are not dairymen.
Because they said they come from what? Ritz. Planet Ritz, I think.
Planet Ritz, fellas. I showed y'all Planet Ritz in the beginning.
It is not a joke to the people who've built these two large pyramids and elaborate Egyptian-style ornamentation and put up rows of double-wide homes on some 400 acres of rural Putnam County farmland and woodland.
Can I get a pause, please?
Chat want to pause, brother.
Okay. Here we got it. Nah. The reason I want to pause, and that's a perfect spot to pause it. Is that in America?
Yes, my brother.
It is.
All right,
That's
so
in
look,
Georgia.
okay. So now they didn't took over the Indian pyramid, and now it's a Nubian, right?
I don't know if they took over it. I don't know if they had. I don't know what they had right there, but I know he was able to clear that land for him to build that.
Oh, okay, though. Okay,
Yeah,
thank you, Peter.
He got people to build that. Yeah, that's all built, my nigga. Like all that. Yes, that's cleared land. All that was trees, and somebody sold him that land, and he did that to it.
That's that. Remember in '91 when they did that interview with him, the forest they was in, that was that land that they was on right there.
I'm saying that's how they be taking troops and mixing and blending them.
Yes. Yeah.
Especially if you're gonna do that in America, where you know the indigenous people of this land build mounds and shit for pyramid-like structures too.
Exactly. So you can't hit them with. So basically, it like if you go through if you try to get him with the knowledge of going through that way to try to see if he's false or not, you will have more trouble versus you figuring out that he's doing all this other shit.
He went the old way. You don't know if he's been there. They built
it. The money, like I see what you. It's like. It'd be hard to try to convince him of being a false prophet, or and all this a cult leader and all this shit based off of him having this idea, because this idea is based off of religions. But what happened at these compounds, fellas, is where
the line got
the bullshit lies. Yes, what happens at these things, chap? Like, because you could, cause like we talk about this too, like just having our own little spaces and all that, but we don't have all this other stuff that actually happened at these compounds. That we're gonna get into.
We always turn into some freaky shit.
It's always go freaky. That shit is it bothers me, chap. Like with how good they is at manipulating the concept, right? It's such a fucking good idea. But why is it always these snake motherfuckers that's over the idea, right? Like, why are they the ones able to make all this happen to find out that they've been doing all this shit? And that's where I come in at when I say these people are sanctioned by motherfuckers, people that know who they is and understand the power that they might have and don't know how far it might go until this shit. But a lot of these people be, mentally be wrong with them. It be, traumas and prisoners that come out of jail, so-called rehabilitation. Like, it's so much shit with it, bro. It's crazy to see that you could accomplish this much, right? Like, look at this shit. Like, why? Why did this have to leave? But we gonna get into some of that. We gonna get into some of that, bro. That shit fine.
Different families. It's a place that granted our request for a visit inside the secured gate allowed us to watch the workers build new ceremonial structures,
See,
allowed us
Chop,
to
they
listen
building
close
all that
up
shit.
to
We
the
gonna take a look
continuous
too.
chant broadcast from a speaker bank at the top of one of the pyramids.
For people that want to get spiritually in tune with the you know, understand.
But for the most part, sidestepped our requests for answers. What about the guy from another planet?
We'll make sure you get all of those papers.
Are they a cult?
Depends on definition of a
You
cult.
got everything in there, fellas. Look.
Are many characteristics similar with other entities that are defined as cults.
How long you lived here?
About 6-7 months.
Jerry, our tour guide, says he came here from Alabama. The sheriff says most of the other residents come from the Northeast. New York, Philadelphia, Baltimore. How many, including how many children, is unclear. He's Yanun?
He's known by many names.
The group's leader is identified in literature as Malachi Zodok York, the Supreme Grand Master. He is described as a charismatic speaker and apparently a prolific writer, producing monthly newsletters and dozens of books. He says that he is from the 8th planet in the 19th galaxy of
Pilon,
a universe far out.
Yo.
You listening now? Where you from?
I'm listening. I'm listening. Also looking at the fact that one of our most prolific rappers of the 90s, late 80s, early 90s, looked just like this fucking man.
Nas was following him. I don't know if you're talking about Nas, but Nas was a big follower. He's one of the biggest prolific rap. Yeah, all of hip hop in its infrastructure, brother, is based off of the teachings of Malachi Z. York. Peter, did you know this?
Don't this nigga look like Eric B? That's what I'm saying. This nigga might be the father of some of these fucking rappers. Like them niggas, he looked like Nas, he looked like Eric B. He looked like a bunch of them motherfuckers.
I know, I don't know. Pete talking about he think it's the illegitimate kids. You probably right, Pete, but I don't want to get caught up into it. This man here really trying to prove it from a picture somebody drew. I don't think you're gonna be able to prove it from that though. But in a sense of hip hop and shit, like these are really
in the 19th galaxy. Like what the fuck, nigga? Just
no, these are really his kids though, bro. Like these dudes really rapped off of his teachings and everything. That's what I'm saying. Like the African Bambaataa, fellas. Chop, you remember all the shit what happened with African Bambaataa?
Yeah, that nigga was on some shit. I remember that.
It's the same. Okay, so it's the same format, right? Wasn't he supposed to be doing the same shit, messing with kids and all this shit? Like, it's a pattern of their beliefs of what they were taught in these areas, bro. Like this man really had a stronghold on a lot of this stuff, and the people don't understand that shit. Like people was really fucking with this York shit. Like you can see the dude right here with the vest on and the Moorish hat. So they was mixing it all in together, child. There was Islam, Moorish, Jewish. You see what I'm saying? And Egypt, nigga.
Mm-hmm.
He mixed all them bitches together and said we all different and we all come from a planet Risk.
The rich.
I showed y'all Risk from the AI. Risk had it beautiful. If Malachi had their AI, you know he'd be cutting up right now, fella.
Shit, if he'd have had a little more time, that would have been the AI would have been based off of the shit he got going on in this video.
It is. That's what they made it based off of. That's what I'm trying to tell you. They based it that they created that AI based off of the teachings this nigga talking about. That's what Planet Risk come from. It come from this nigga talking this shit, the 19th galaxy. All they did was all you gotta do with AI shit is type in what you want, you know, and they will create it in the sense of how you typed it in and shit. You see what I'm saying? And they will make up all that shit after you typed it in. Whatever information you put in. So all you gotta do is put in one of this nigga teachings and shit, and that's what they came up with. That's like you saying 50 Cent and Donald Trump riding in a limousine together. The AI gonna pull up the best photos of them two, and they're gonna put their ass in the limousine, sit next to each other, and they're gonna look just like nigga. I gotta show you. They did the one with Umar, y'all.
Oh no.
Umar Johnson got white bitches all over him, fellas. Cause you talk about snow bunnies and shit. He's supposed to own black women forever, snow bunnies never, right? They got one where he got white bitches all over him. It look just like him. I'll show it to y'all next week.
He got snow bunnies everywhere.
He got white bitches all over him with snow bunnies in the bed. He laying on the bed and shit. They got a song playing and everything. Just like they did that BBL Drizzy thing. Man, come on, man. That AI a fool right now, Pete. I'm telling you. And it's based off of the teaching of this. See, this is old shit, bro. This man been out here doing that shit.
Right.
But it's also still been going on for this long too. It never went nowhere. If you look at the wall on the back, the wall got the star and they got the onk in the middle of the star. That's supposed to be two different religions.
Right. Right. You can't have a Star of David with the Egyptian onk.
Onk in the middle of it? Like he was hardcore with this shit, Pete. You go ahead, you can finish playing the rest of it. Just to get a little more of it.
Healy one? A universe far outside of this one? Does it make sense to you?
That's in the book. If he wrote it, then yeah.
That nigga says it's in the book.
It's in the book.
He said, "Do you believe this? It's in the book." Well, fuck it, I believe it. See what I'm saying, Pete? Look at the mind frame of these of a lot of this stuff. It's crazy.
Orion. Dr. York is from Risk. He's from Orion. What's the deal?
What's the deal? What's your problem?
It's just new to the
What's wrong with you?
The vast majority of cults are started by an individual who's extremely charismatic, who's very confident, very commanding, in some cases very demanding, expects an awful lot of the followers.
So this is the Compound nightclub.
No, it's not a compound.
Hey, go to the nightclub. Remember the nightclub, fellas?
Not at all.
The centerpiece of the Putnam County property is a nightclub the group opened in October. At midday, it was in high decibel preparation.
Y'all remember
for an
the nightclub?
Party. Outside, there were parked 3 stretch limousines.
Oh, it's an Egyptian theme park.
This is a theme park?
An Egyptian theme park.
Ramses.
Some people think this is a cult.
Well, there's 2 ways to look at it. We don't have to
pull out a bottle of water in that bitch.
You know what I'm saying? Now, on the other hand, culture. There's a connection there. So if you say we're a cult in the sense of we found a culture that works for us, yeah.
Are they dangerous?
See the flip?
I have no information to indicate that they are dangerous.
See?
Now you heard him, man.
They are.
I have no indication that they dangerous.
Right. But
the roadside curiosity to native
we just gonna have sex with kids right on the front lawn where y'all can see.
Gate, a community with children and entertainment and an Egyptian theme and a leader they call Grandmaster who writes that he's from another planet.
Maybe the spaceship come in here and I could get away with him.
You see all that we built?
You don't even know what
y'all tripping. Man, Pop said, man, look, if it is true,
get in it with him.
Fuck, I hope I go with it. Fuck, I ain't trying to get left in this motherfucker. The
Ain't
fuck?
that a bitch? He don't know nothing about him, but he won't go with him.
He's Pop's very optimistic. I don't know what they believe in. I ain't about to hit you. He ain't racist though. I'm telling you now. He ain't no racist motherfucker trying to hate on him.
Right.
That's the whole thing
from the
about
very
it.
Beginning, he was like, "I'm happy for him. Like, I'm happy they got that
yeah,
land.
they doing their thing. Yeah, that's their land. That's what you're supposed to do as an American. You're a goddamn American. The hell going on? So. Yeah, bro. So, like I say, I respect the hustle, but it's always something when it's that one person that wants to be known, like that in that light. That we gonna see though. But yeah, we on the people. If y'all just tuning in, we on the Nuwaubian community, and the question is this a religion? Or is this a cult? Let's get into it, dude.
Building out there?
Yeah.
Does it look like we going anywhere soon to you. We build it. It's so beautiful out there. It's a beautiful, peaceful environment where we invite any nationality, any race to come out and visit.
Yo, we back. It's your boy Populi. Mob ties. We on our way to Brooklyn with it. But this story has ties to Sudan. It's really going to hit the fan in Putnam County, Georgia. But before we even really get started, I really want to say this is probably the hardest mob ties that I had to do because it's just so much stuff to cover with it and just the amount of conflicting information that you get. But without further ado, the guy that we're going to be covering today is going to be Dr. Malachi York, or Dwight York, according to the government, a.k.a. Issa Al-Hadi Al-Makdi.
According to the government.
Or Dr.
I'm going to call you Dwight. I'm going to call you Dwight.
For those not familiar with Dr. York, one of the most prolific writers of our time. Some will call him a religious leader. Some will call him a political leader. The government
R&B
is going to call him a child molester and a cult leader. Now we're going to try to break
the
down
government
the fine
call
line
him
of this.
We're going to get into that.
Right.
This is a very, 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 very touchy subject. Now, by all accounts, Dr. York began his ministry in the late 1960s. In 1967, he was based out of Brooklyn. During the period of the Black Power movement, he founded numerous orders under various names during the 1970s and the 1980s.
Various names.
Now, those were first based on
throw off any attempt to say he's a wrongdoer, to keep the people from knowing what you really about and who you are.
He all type of names and shit. He can't stay still
at all.
That's because his ass was a Muslim at first. He went against a Muslim and went to going against what they believed in, and he started having a following who believed in what he was saying. You see what I'm saying? He started actually catching a lot of the people who were Muslim. He started drawing them in to what he was saying, and he realized that he could actually snatch some people from, that Muslim sector. Because at the time, this is around the same time with, with the Malcolm X and, and Elijah Muhammad and them making their little rounds too. All this was happening around the same time and stuff. So yeah, like you said, 67.
Right. Islamic themes and Judaism. Now, later he developed the theme derived from ancient Egypt, mixing ideas taken from Black nationalism. He would go on to name his group the United Nuwaubian Nation of Moors, or the Nuwaubians. Now, Dr. York and the Nuwaubian Nation would come under scrutiny in the early 1990s after they would build a Tamaray, or an Egyptian-themed city, for about 100 of his followers in rural Putnam County, Georgia. So on July 4th of 1999, Time magazine would write an article almost setting the precursor and outlining the Nuwaubians. Now, they would say that the Nuwaubians do not call themselves a religion. The Nuwaubians would describe themselves as a fraternal organization of people of different religions.
Did you hear that?
Did they not?
They don't, all of a sudden, they don't even call themselves a religion. They call themselves a fraternal order. Did you hear that, brother?
They gotta switch it up.
Chop, they got to? Ain't that crazy?
They can't keep them names and shit because, now you look a certain way.
Damn.
Not that it might look a certain way. It did look a certain way, and it drew too much
y'all
attention.
have? So I'm about to say what y'all trying to hide from the government?
Not just the government. What you trying to hide from the people? Because the government already was on your ass,
obviously.
Right, but the government was already on your ass. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent Time magazine in there to do a interview.
No, look, you get benefits for being considered a religion. You get benefits and all that, like you get certain shit. So it's certain things he probably couldn't do under the nonprofit organization thing. P is what I'm saying. Where he had to switch it up, like Chop just said. For him to get the funds and get the shit that them people was doing. Them people was building pyramids out there. Did you see that shit?
Yes, they did.
That was niggas really actually building that shit this time. Like that's not non-profit shit that they was doing. That's what I'm saying, P. Them people would sanction him for having them. He would have to pay them people. You see what I'm saying? Them people were doing that shit for free, dog. He wasn't paying them to do none of that shit, bro. The nonprofit, you would have to. The nonprofit, you don't get no money from that. Everything comes from the people. So you would have to pay outside contractors and shit to do that labor, brother. Yeah, you could help. You could set it up a certain way where people could help, but you still have to have all that shit in order with them tax people, bro. Especially with you building something that major. The way you saying that like that, all that gotta be sanctioned, P. Don't think that them people just gonna let you just do that, though. That's not how it go, bro. Trust me, that's not how it go, dog. Like Chop say, he had to switch it up. He had to turn it into. Basically, it's like me saying my shit was a religion, but now I'm about to turn it into a social club. We about to just start second line it and pay dues for now. We're not about to do church no more. That's basically all he did, but he kept he kept the same shit going though, as if it still was a religion in their eyes. Yeah, man. It was for the government. That's why I bought their ass up, because he's trying to hide what he's actually doing instead of being upfront with it, because a lot of that shit wouldn't have been sanctioned by the government. They would have told him to shut that shit down. But he got just how far he got with it before they got actually come in, because then they got the laws of you being your own property and all that shit, right? You got property laws too. So now that you let him do all that, you still gotta get the rights and the allegations and all that down to actually come in there now too. You gotta go check out that Ruthless. Tyler Perry. Tyler Perry know all about this shit. This shit crazy, boy. See, you could hide under a religious sector, P, if you know that in government. You know that, right? You could get donations for people. It don't matter what you believe in, right? You could believe in sunglasses, nigga. The almighty sunglasses. If you get 10 people in there to support you in the almighty sunglasses, all that money is sanctioned to you under the guise of you being a religious sector. That's what the lady was telling you with the FBI thing. Remember the lady was saying that? They couldn't go in. They couldn't go in because some of them raggedy bitches was saying, "Oh, this is a religion, so y'all don't fuck with them." Until we changed who was over the leadership. You see what I'm saying, P?
Right.
They have to change it because some people they just it goes like that though. Like people, everybody not good people, dog. Everybody don't go by the law. And this nigga understood that if I pay a certain couple of people off, brother, it don't fucking matter what you talking about. Some people run by money, my nigga, and they in high places and they will let shit go on. Look how beautiful and fucked up this is at the same time.
Yes, it is beautifully fucked up.
We go get to some more of this shit, bro. Yeah, bro, you can play it if you want. If you have anything else to say.
Including Christians, Muslims, and others who happen to share their same beliefs. Now, Marshall Chance, who was at the time head of the Nuwaubians Holy Tabernacle Ministry, said that the main thing that brings them together is fellowship and facts. Among those facts, that Black people are generally superior to whites, and that the Nuwaubians are direct descendants of Egyptians who, having walked from the Nile Valley to the Americas before the continental drift separated the land masses, are actually the original Native Americans. Now, this is when it get deep, and I'm gonna go off topic for a little bit. Now, I know y'all have to be familiar with everything that's going on with Bill Cosby. Now, it was a big uproar when he was convicted, when the victims was coming out. But do y'all or did y'all notice
like
when he was released or the courts his conviction in October of 2000?
That's not even
didn't hear much more.
It's not. It's a rendition. That's what I'm trying. Yes, it's a rendition.
Now, those of you born before 1985, and I'm going to say maybe even around 1988, Bill Cosby was one of, if not probably like the most predominant and kind of most clean cut Black male or figure that you can probably look at on the planet. He had a long standing running show, The Cosby Show, where he was a doctor. His wife was a lawyer.
Fat Albert,
they lived in a brownstone. I can't remember what city it was, but that's not even the beginning. It goes back to Fat Albert. And he was just a comedian. He did clean comedy. Just Bill Cosby was just overall pretty much the most upstanding citizen.
Because you could tell he's glazing.
But I want to go back to the early 90s to like right around 92, maybe 93.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Cosby attempted, or I don't know how it came out, he mentioned or referenced that he wanted to buy NBC, or he wanted to purchase NBC. And Vanity Fair would report in January 2015, Bill Cosby campaign to take over NBC.
People trying to smash the Black man down and all that shit.
It pretty much was covered worldwide, but I'm going to reference pretty much one newspaper article from the Rapid City Journal.
He's dead. He's dead. He's about to go in. I'm about to tell you what he's about to do. He's about to go into them taking another Black man down, taking the leader down, and all that shit here. I'm glad he said that. So we about to go. Let's get into the allegations then, P-Dot. I'm about to play this little piece for you right quick. And just hold on to the other ones I got waiting for me. Now, since he about to go into this nigga been sentenced to 135 years, fellas. So basically now we done found out what happened to Malachi Z. York after he done built all this beautiful shit. Something happened on the compound that gave his ass 135 fucking years. After all that beautiful shit, it wasn't because of nothing simple where you would say, hey, man, they railroading this guy. Or he was just speaking up for everybody. And they just came in there and say, hey, you can't make no compound. And because you made this compound, you get 135 years. No, people. No. It didn't go like that. That ain't what happened. People who still believe in him and still preach these teachings want you to scrape the surface like that. So that's the understanding that you want of him. So he could automatically seem not guilty. But let's dig into what his allegations really was, fellas. Let's see what his allegations really was and how you get 135 fucking years from it.
Dwight York was sentenced to 135 years in prison, but what could he have In April of 2004, Dwight York was sentenced to 135 years in prison, but what could he have possibly done to receive such a sentence? After completing a 3-year prison sentence in 1964 for possession of a deadly weapon, assault, and resisting arrest, York would work as a peddler selling incense and homemade black supremacist pamphlets. These pamphlets quickly netted him a following, and he formed a group called the Ansaru Allah Community. As his following grew, York continued to produce his pamphlets containing such wisdom as Christianity is merely a tool used by the devil, pale man, to keep you, the Nubian black man, woman, and child blind to your true heritage and perfect way of life, Islam. In 1994, he and most of his followers moved to a huge piece of land in Putnam County, most likely because many members were wanted on charges of arson, child rape, and illegal weapons possession. It was at this point that he gave up pretending to be a Muslim and adopted the name United Nation of Nubian Moors. In 2002, York was indicted on 120 counts, including 74 counts of child molestation, 29 counts of aggravated child molestation, and 1 count of rape.
I beg your pardon. I beg your pardon.
I heard the word alleged as a precursor to all that he said. Alleged. Not that he was actually found guilty of said crime. He was guilty of alleged. So basically, because we can, we will convict you of these alleged crimes that we don't have no evidence to support. Because all the people on that land was what? Like you said earlier, taking bullets for this nigga. Right?
Right.
So at what point did it become? Because I noticed while they was talking and the people were supposedly doing this interview, they kept mentioning the children. Well, you keep saying children. Well, where they mama? Where they daddy at?
Dwight York was sentenced to 135 years in prison, but what could he have... In April of 2004, Dwight York was sentenced to 135 years in prison, but what could he have possibly done to receive such a sentence? After completing a 3-year prison sentence in 1964 for possession of a deadly weapon, assault, and resisting arrest, York would work as a peddler selling incense and homemade black supremacist pamphlets. These pamphlets quickly netted him a following, and he formed a group called the Ansaru Allah Community. As his following grew, York continued to produce his pamphlets containing such wisdom as Christianity is merely a tool used by the devil, pale man, to keep you, the Nubian black man, woman, and child blind to your true heritage and perfect way of life, Islam. In 1994, he and most of his followers moved to a huge piece of land in Putnam County, most likely because many members were wanted on charges of arson, child rape, and illegal weapons possession. It was at this point that he gave up pretending to be a Muslim and adopted the name United Nation of Nubian Moors. In 2002, York was indicted on 120 counts, including 74 counts of child molestation, 29 counts of aggravated child molestation, and 1 count of rape. Dwight York was sentenced to 135 years in prison, but...
Where you heard alleged at, P?
No, I'm saying alleged. Because ain't no way...
Where you heard alleged? You say they kept saying alleged. Ain't nobody said alleged.
No, I said I kept hearing alleged. I kept hearing
Where?
Alleged.
I just played it again. Where you heard alleged?
No, listen. You're missing what I'm saying.
To him, he's saying alleged versus
right. To me, all I hear is alleged crimes with no actual evidence to support.
How though? Okay, how you hear it? Chat, what you heard? Did it sound alleged? Like these people just made this shit up on him, or they actually caught him where they was able to give him 100 and something counts?
If he went to jail for it, they had to catch him.
P. Dot, he had 120 counts, nigga.
I mean, if they made it look like that or plotted on.
We all talking about the federal government now.
120.
We all talking about the federal government now. When you doing something, a motherfucker.
So niggas made up 120 accounts on this nigga.
Hey,
people made that up.
I could believe it.
Damn.
We done seen shit made up out of nowhere on motherfuckers before, bro. Come on now. But
not 120 times, though.
When they want you to go away, they want you to go away.
Man, Bill Cosby had that many bitches. What the fuck?
Bill had 30, and then they turned around and did what?
I said 120 though, my nigga. All them lying?
If we talking about a person that's running a cult and everybody
or a religion, right? Because you're not helping up for a cult. You're helping up for a religion if you're saying the government making this up.
Well, look, he went from being a religious organization to a fraternal organization. So let's work from there. Now, when we talking about the religion, when we talking about these type of people, right? Notice what happened. The first set of people said what? Like you said earlier, it could be because he had ties to the people that was sitting in charge in the federal government, right? Or in the office that was there to investigate him. And it wasn't until after the people switched teams or switched management or switch leaders or whomever was in charge of the investigation that they decided to pursue investigations into him, right?
Why though? Listen, okay, why though? You don't see that's the part you be skipping over.
No. I haven't gotten to that part yet.
Let me finish. Because you're gonna leave this out.
You gotta let me finish.
Let me finish first. No. Because you're gonna leave this out. There are victims. Okay, but the victims though, brother. You're not talking about the victims. They had victims that came out. That's why they had to switch. You're not gonna say that though. That's what I'm keep trying to tell you. You making it seem like nobody came
I'm working the timeline as it's presented to me, correct? Am I not doing that?
That's why I'm stopping you. So you can add that on to whatever you about to say. Just don't leave the victims out like as if nobody came out. The government is just not making this up on this man. They had people that came forth that wasn't being heard by the people. That's why they changed leadership, Pete. But it is, of course, it's going to look familiar or look weird because you want to believe that they're making it up on them. Whatever side you believe, I'm just saying, put that into it too. If you believe what you believe.
Okay, so
I'm just saying that they have people came out, so don't leave that out.
So wait, listen, bro. This is what I'm saying. I'm working off the timeline of the evidence that's presented to me, correct? If you knew that, you could have let me finish what I was saying and then say, hey, bro, they had people that came out. You see what I'm saying? Because I'm working with the timeline that's given. I'm talking about.
I told you, it doesn't matter. Just make your point. It don't matter. When I said I just told you. Just make your point.
Never mind now.
Okay, you done already spoiled the fun. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Oh,
you spoiled the fun. The fun for me was actually working the timeline.
Well, it's not no fun about it when you're trying to help up for a fucking pedophile. It's 150
not trying to help up for anybody, dude. Listen.
No, you did. You actually said the government. Well, I don't know, bro. The government could make up 150 count. Nigga, you ain't never heard of that shit before.
Listen, no, bro. Come on now. We don't heard
nobody
about all kinds
innocent.
Of shit dealing with
you never heard nobody getting 150 counts and them niggas being innocent. You never heard of that, Pete. Relax. Come on, bro. You just trying to be the devil's advocate, and I get it. But at the time, I'm telling you, I'm gonna smash that down because I'm not about to sit here and say, well, the government probably could have made this up about this man. It sounds like a lot of alleged. You started off with alleged. I played it again for you. You didn't hear alleged one fucking time, Pete. You didn't acknowledge that, though.
And what did Chop? Wait.
You saying alleged.
Instead of you letting me explain, what did Chop have to tell you? Because I said I was trying to tell you the same thing that Chop was fucking telling you. But you're not listening, bro.
I said it again. I'm going to say it one more time. You thought alleged.
And I said,
just because to you keep me,
I also started off with the whole phrase of, to me, that's all I hear is alleged. Alleged this, alleged that, with no hard facts.
So again, I'm telling you that no, I don't hear alleged. I hear real counts on a nigga 150 fucking times.
Okay.
Where you hear alleged
at? Again.
That's the debate. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
When we have other people narrating a story without putting in any facts of what they're saying, all I hear is alleged.
They're reading transcript. That's not coming from them. You know that. That's reading transcript.
So look, in the transcript,
that's the man charges.
How many? Okay,
that's like
in the
you going to
transcript,
somebody's
they
jail
have
thing and you read
how
what
many
they went to jail
witnesses
for.
came forward, right? Just like a lot of these other things we've ever done, we always hear about how many witnesses came forward. We don't have to hear the names. We just have to know how many witnesses came forward. Just like we talked about
right.
some of these other things where these people were saying whistleblowers and stuff like that. We didn't hear none of that in this. So to me,
I'm going to hear. And you're already trying to prove him. That's what I'm saying. You're already hearing shit, and I ain't even finished. You already hearing shit.
So if you have,
you want to witness?
Here we go. I say we'll
witness. And I remember walking into Club Ramesses, which was the club he had built up there, and I remember walking in, and
same club.
I wasn't supposed to walk in apparently, but they told me I was going for a walk. But I walked in, and there were kids there. Some had skates on because they were kind of skating around Ramesses. The kids were like sitting. Two were like sitting on his lap. I'll say this. As soon as I opened the door, somebody said, "You can't be in here," and I turned around and left. It was one of them "don't be in here" like on some like. I know what that time
it felt really uncomfortable, is what you're saying.
Yeah, it was an energy thing too.
Right.
I had already heard things and seen things, but my understanding at that moment was that it was with other people's wives, other people's maybe young teenage girls. I knew that for fact.
Now, was you in there by yourself, or you was in there with family, other members?
No, I was solo.
Oh.
I was solo.
And I'm telling
I was solo. And I had worked my way kind of up not the ranks, but I was definitely trying. The goal of anybody who lived in Georgia was to move to the land. That was you wanted to live in that barn.
But he went along.
You wanted to give up all your shit and go to the barn. That was the goal. It was just crazy now, but that was
you wanted to give up all your shit.
And I was teaching. I was teaching classes. I was doing this. I was teaching Nuwapic.
Wow.
You know what I mean? I was doing all the things that you're supposed to do. I'm gonna see if I got it. Just because again, it's one of them things where some people will be like, "Nah,
that didn't happen,"
or he capping like it wasn't. It wasn't as much as he is suggesting. I did what I'm gonna show you. This is bug you out. But in Nuwapic, by the way, which is not a real language. Was a very different language when it started. It was so not ancient that when we said it was so not ancient that I remember. And as someone who speaks Arabic fluently, I can tell you that initially it was just jacked up Arabic, right? And I'm trying to see it. Let me see. So like,
I'm gonna stop right there. Go ahead, P. Whatever you got to say, brother, about that. I'm not trying to attack you. I just want you to understand the manipulation in the situation of you saying that, that's all I actually hear. Not saying that they said it, because they didn't say it, correct? You're saying that's all I hear from his point of view, but I'm telling you, you're looking at the picture in a smaller view. You're not looking at the bigger picture. This man is not telling you nothing that's coming out of his mouth of what he believed. This was the transcript he was reading to you. This guy you just saw, that's Lamont. He be on the news and all that shit. He be debating people and all that on BET and all that shit. This guy came from directly out of the Nuwaubian community. He's telling you he was fully engulfed in it. He found out that he wasn't even had no type of learning of a language at all. It was gibberish, nigga. He was teaching them fucked up dialect from another person's religion. Which makes it what, P? A cult, a smaller sector, like we learned from the beginning. This is the same moves, brother. That's all I'm trying to tell you. This is the same moves. There is no explanation for what you're hearing right now. Put all the pieces together from what you learned instead of trying to decipher through it. Because if you try to decipher through it, you're going to fall into trying to understand why they did what they did. Even though there's all these things about all these kids that he was fucking with, bruh. And you know why he was fucking with kids? Because it's a part of the religion. In his little cult, that was a part of the religion that he had them believing in. This man just told you, bro, you was ready to give up everything to go out there and go lay up at the compound. You saw that motherfucker. People living in them ghettos and shit and living in poverty and shit. You motherfucking right, they ready to go out there. And this nigga talking like he right from the street and shit. I let you hear him earlier. He's a relatable guy. He come from that. He got the swag. He do all that. So this is what you base it off, Pete. You don't base it off of trying to see if he's innocent or not. The nigga is in jail right now. He got 135 years for 120 counts. And one of them is rape, Pete. Somebody had to come forward to get the rape charge because of how the people was following him, like you said earlier. Nobody didn't want to come forward. This how much of a stronghold this man had on people, dog. They didn't want to rat on him, bro, knowing he was doing fucked up shit. So I'm not taking away from what you're saying. I'm saying put everything in perspective when you're saying it, because this is not the time to say that, hey, this is what I hear right now, and it sounds like a lot of allegations. Not when you convicted, Pete. You already doing your thing. Ain't no allegations no more, dog. You got to get pardoned by a president like the mother, like Biden's son, nigga, at this point, because your ass in jail. You're already doing your time for whatever you're convicted of. So that's what I was trying to tell you about that being null and void with that, brother. That's it. Speak on some of that, Pete. Speak on some of that. And if I got you wrong, just say, hey, bro, you got me wrong. I'm not listening. I'm not doing none of that shit. But come on, man. That's the part I'm talking about. As far as when you said that, when you said him having that, it's like, I don't see the allegation. I don't see where you could think that there's an allegation. But you tell me where you thought there was an allegation when you're already convicted.
I was speaking as far as the timeline that we were working on. I heard what you were saying, and I was trying to let you know that I'm just speaking as far as from what I heard in the beginning. All I heard was allegations. Regardless of where we ended up at, what I heard in the beginning was allegory. Right?
No, it was transcript. The white man was speaking from transcript. It wasn't the man was speaking from him already being convicted. P. What part you missed? P. He was already in jail when you heard the man talk about what he was talking about. That's why I keep telling you it wasn't him making up nothing or him thinking that anything happened. You see what I'm saying? He was already. That's like me saying, "Oh, okay, yeah, P. You probably about to where he could be convicted for this or for that, for this or for that, but you only in jail for weed." That's me making up something on you. But once I say, yeah, P. you're in jail for weed and you had this many ounces on you, and this is how they caught you and all that shit, that's your transcript of how you got locked up.
I still think you're missing what he's saying.
What part? Break it down for me, child.
What he's saying is all that shit is all fine and dandy, but he still feel like it could still be allegations because at the end of the day, it is the government. They do put charges on people. They do frame people and all that shit. I do
and
understand
that's still
what
feelings though. But that's I understand that part too, child. I do. I really do. If y'all think I don't, I'm sorry.
But that's what he's saying.
But that's still feelings, P. That's still your feelings, and feelings don't have nothing to do with what he actually got locked up for, and it doesn't. And look, by no means am I saying this is taking it away.
Innocent niggas go to jail too, so it's not like
So I get your side, but I'm telling you,
I get that. But that's what I was trying to get Bro to understand. It's not like I'm saying.
No, I'm with you. No, I'm with you. I'm not saying you saying nothing against me.
I'm just saying from the beginning.
No, I don't know if he deserved it. I'm just telling you what happened. I'm not trying to convict him neither. I'm not the judge and jury.
Because, like he said,
this is what they said.
He didn't know.
I'm
he didn't
just
even know if they had
information.
Based on
information came forth. It was these. This is why these people came the way they came, because people was helping them for shit they didn't even have nothing to do with it. So they went to digging some more, and they found out that they had people that was living on the compound that was coming forth and saying that stuff was happening to their people, but nobody was not saying nothing. So that was started the investigation of him getting all them goddamn accounts, fellas. Remember how the shit started with P. Diddy and all them. Like, you have to have people to come forth and put these allegations on you for them to even start a investigation. So P. Dot, you have to have 150 counts, my nigga. You have to have people that came forward. You have to have victims that actually came forward and said that a lot of this shit actually happened on the low, just based off of information. Just based off of information. So if you look at 150 counts, that looks horrible. Regardless if people think, like the followers, think that you've been railroaded by the man. Because remember, that's how he got started. Remember, fellas? He was selling black supremacy pamphlets. He was already on that type of time. So me knowing that about his character already, me hearing that after he done got arrested for all these accounts, and now his followers are using that same rhetoric, it doesn't surprise me at all. I'm just saying, keep the facts with it. We could have our different expressions about it, but that wasn't no allegations that man was making up. That's what I'm saying too. So it's just like, for you taking it as an allegation, it was just kind of crazy for me at the time. For you to just hear the shit blatantly, like somebody saying, well, yeah, you got caught with 150 pounds of cocaine. Well, actually, it was 100, but they added on the 50. Like, you still got caught with that's the part I'm saying, fellas. Like, I don't know. I mean, we could go back and forth with that about what he did or what he didn't do, but that was the allegations at the time. And I'm showing y'all one witness that said, yeah, there was some funny shit going on at that same club, Ramses, where he was making that money at. And like that, none of that don't mean nothing either. Like, oh, that's out the window. Where he could have just been doing some gangster shit. It's supposed to be a religious cult, fellas. Let's not forget. That's not a club. That's not a... You see what I'm saying? All this stuff goes into play when we talk about this shit. But I don't want to keep y'all. Let me keep going.
When I saw the children, who were my friends, they were my young boys, as we say, right? Those are my young boys, right? Because I was an older 17. Imagine me being 17 or 18 or 19, and you got the 12-year-olds, the 13 or 14-year-olds who are telling me, yo, I'm scared to go in Baba's house.
Wow.
Yo, I saw what he did to my sister. Now, et cetera, right? When you hear this shit, this stuff, excuse me, like you don't know how to make sense of it. You know what I mean?
So I said 17.
Yeah, and I come out of a no snitch position. Even now, I don't know. I probably wouldn't go to the police, even though I probably should. But my instinct,
this is allegations.
My instinct was I didn't know what to do, right? And remember, this is everything from El Mujaddid, the reformer, to God in person, to and not the Mahdi, but like to the descendant of Mahdi, to all the different beings that come out.
That's right.
All of it, right?
Right.
So, what do you do with that?
Yeah.
It's a crisis. It was a crisis for me. It was philosophical crisis, emotional crisis, spiritual crisis. trying to figure out.
What did you do?
I left.
You left. Yeah.
I left.
Yeah.
I left, and people gonna be like, "Why'd you leave?" I left because I ain't know what else to do.
Yeah, it was too much information, too much, just overwhelming and depressing, and
exactly, too much. So then, when I left, the people from Atlanta who I fell out with, because I left, I fell out with Pops initially because I asked him a question on one of the Sunday lessons we would drop to Atlanta. I asked him a question when he published this newsletter that was saying that now he was a descendant of, I believe it was David York. And that he was Native American. This is when we were doing. He had put out a book called Man of the Hour, and mind you, it's been y'all got to understand. So y'all can fact check me the wild is. I might be wrong about.
Now he's not only staying with the script. He's actually changing it as it go and trying to relate himself more to what he didn't already promise these people as he's going with scamming these people. He's telling them to give up all their possessions and come live out there. Same kind of thing with Jim Jones. He just did it in his way with all his teachings. Now he started in Brooklyn. Jay-Z and Jaz-O. Jaz-O was a part of that. I don't know if y'all remember Jaz-O, but Jaz-O and Jay-Z, they were kind of like a little group thing or whatever back there. He started off in Brooklyn, fellas. He had him a little shit going on out there. Some shit that happened, he had to squash that down, but he made enough from them having them people out there like Watchtower and them, child. He had them out there going door to door and all that. Selling the lectures, selling his books and all that. This nigga made millions off of people's labor, bro, and then give them a dime. But everything was for the benefit of them making the community out there in Georgia, where he had moved it off at. So that's what I was saying. This stuff go way back, and like I was saying too with him. Now, this is allegations, but he's also a guy that these people don't deny that was actually in there. He's a trader. He's all that type of stuff with it because he was one of the ones that came out. Now, he's not the only one. His daughters actually came out, who's known as the daughters and stuff. They came out about him and was saying all kind of stuff about the situation where they caught him doing these type of things with these kids, bro. With these kids, bro. It's like we talked about earlier about them getting into that mode when you start perverting the good part of it. And it's always the type of motherfuckers, like I said earlier, that's over shit and have enough charisma to get people together, but they use it for their own perverted means. They have all these people, and they said 100 people earlier, but I believe it was way more than 100 people. I believe it was definitely way more than 100 people.
Anytime you got 120 counts, 1 rape, and all that, yeah, you do.
And that was just, and they were saying a lot of them were children. So these people were, families. You know what I mean? Like, and this was another thing too, P. I didn't mention, y'all. You have to give up your wife too. You know that, P.
I had to give up my wife.
He had to hit you. To him.
To him? Yeah.
Yes.
That's where people need to start looking at what they really getting involved in. When
like I said, that's still
gotta give up. I gotta give up.
I mean, I don't know why people don't look into stuff like that. I think the people that do go to that shit is not strong-willed people. Like they need stuff.
Not
like
strong-minded.
None of that. Put that up.
Their mind has been over flashy words.
It is. What? And that's a part of it. And it's a lot of people that do also don't have their mental health together too. Like he find that too. It's a lot of people who could get quickly influenced in it because That's what religion do too, y'all. Like they will have people that go religious crazy. Yeah, but what they say, what they call them people?
Fanatics, religious fanatics.
Not churchy. What they call it? Not churchy. It's something they call people holy roly. You know that.
Holy roller.
Like you ever heard of that? Man, she holy roly. You know,
holy roller, religious fanatic, all that.
Yeah, like you go exactly by the Bible, but you don't read the Bible, but you do everything that's admittable for your church. You know, you the mother and all that. So you think you don't
know nothing about what the Lord did, you just know what the pastor.
It's but you feel like you got all this authority to to do certain things because of your affiliation with whatever church or whatever sector that you in. And I think people be looking for a better way, bruh, and these guys come swoop in on them motherfuckers too, chop. Like they take it, like we talked about earlier, they take advantage of your vulnerabilities, and instead of really trying to actually help the people, knowing that this is their weakness, they use this time to prey on them. They use that to actually guide them in the wrong way. Because you could have all the good intentions in the world, and a person will follow you, bro, if you're charismatic enough, and it sound good enough, though, to where I could live in it, and people would deal with you for a little minute. Once that shit start turning and all that, like you can't. I'm speaking as if I was, the co-leader. You can't expect for people to keep going along with that shit without them having no type of slight in their thought process, is what I'm saying. Mm-hmm. Like eventually something gonna snap, Peter. You feel me? Like I could understand people following that type of shit, child, but it's the part gets me is the people who actually do it thinking they're gonna get away with it forever. You gonna think you gonna keep doing it? How you like they engulf themselves in really believing that they God, bro, and it's a fucked up situation, bro. I had some more shit, but we damn near 6 hours, fellas. I don't want to keep y'all going. I just want to show y'all 2 more, and I'm gonna get out of here. P-Dot, you can hold him down, bro. I'm gonna use him for a later time. But they did have a whole little they did have a whole little news thing on it, where they did a whole full investigation. They talked about the counts, they talked about the people, and the whole 9 too. But I hold on for that. I just want to show y'all that he was doing all that mixture of religions and shit. Now he in jail, fellas, for all these counts and shit. Now this motherfucker look like a Hindu, fellas. This nigga got a red dot on his head. He bald head with a ponytail in the back. Now explain that to me.
He pulled
he done changed religions again, fellas.
he done took a scene out of the Golden Child movie. Black nigga with the ponytail in the back.
Yo, what the
ducktail?
Check the exclusive. Look, check the exclusive, fella. Look at this nigga. Look.
That guy pops up out of nowhere with Ibrahim. I call that lawyer Khan. Tell him, if you can't give me the exact facts or dates, then don't talk to me. That's what they do. What happened? They keep on creating. Well, now this guy made me start over again. That's bullshit. To start over again.
I'm sorry. Haven't people been going in checking to try to see what it is we're doing? If we're saying we're doing
not from us, because I told everybody from us, this is my wife Shalomon's stuff. Stay the hell away from it.
I thought you were teaching all that, brother. He says you saw the dot. Y'all saw the dot. Yes, I guess sir. He's a main monk now. I guess I don't know, fella. I thought we was going up to the aliens. Remember I showed y'all Planet Red with the UFOs and shit. They ain't come get him yet. P-Dot, why they ain't come get him yet?
They left him where he was.
Huh? Look like he went again. I don't know. Now he got a dot on his head.
One of the secret Anunnaki preachers.
All right, fella. I just wanted to show y'all it, but that's the that's like one of the recentest pictures of him, and y'all can see he's not on none of that stuff he was on when he was out. He's on. He got a new leaf, and yeah, and people still are calling him and still following him and still, whatever he say goes.
I talk like
he could contradict. Yeah, it is. And that's the old yoke. So we don't know what this yoke. That's what I'm saying. He contradicting all the stuff that he was teaching them when he was out. So now it's like he then came into a new path, and he want people to follow him on his new path. P, what you say? You ready to follow yoke on his new Hindu path?
Nah, he's a lot of that dude.
So it's a lot of that Hindu stuff coming up too. I'm noticing that. It's a lot of that Indian. We're gonna get on that too, fellas. That how a lot of our black people is masking this Hinduism into this African what you call that shit? African not nationality, there's African teachings, I'm gonna say. Basically, I can't think of the word right now, but they're masking a lot of the Hinduism, like calling each other Baba and stuff like that. Like a lot of this stuff comes from, another place. So we gotta definitely get on their ass about that, because they mixing all that stuff in there too, mixed with a little bit of Dr. Yoke. So that's why I wanted P. Dot to see him too, if he didn't know too much about him. It's a way bigger rabbit hole, P. Trust me, I just scratched the surface, bro. I ain't really say really too much of nothing about him. You just know a little something, but there's definitely a big rabbit hole on that. But in my last video, I just wanted to show y'all the severeness of how far this type of stuff could go, and actually how far he actually went when it came to him. Now, this one right here is not actually in his pertain sector, but one of the followers are kind of on the same page of the Jim Jones and the brainwashing, like I was telling y'all, when y'all have mental problems and stuff, how far you can actually go for something that you believe in, or a person that you believe in. Check this shit out.
Anna Elizabeth Young, the woman who tortured kids as part of a religious community in Florida. You may remember she was just arrested in Marietta for the death of a toddler named Moses. That was back in the 80s. This week, we were the first to talk to the sister of one of her victims and to one of her neighbors in Marietta. Today, we're hearing from one of the people who knows her best, Anna's daughter. In a captivating interview with 11 Alive's Christy Etheridge, Joy Fluker talks about seeing this torture firsthand.
Well, I lived through a lot of it. I was down there, so I knew about a lot of this before it came to light.
You witnessed it?
I witnessed a lot of it, yes. I just have nightmares about the last time I saw Moses, Brother Moses, what we called him, and I knew in my heart he was dead.
Her mother was just arrested for Moses's murder, but Joy was barely a teenager when she remembers watching another young girl forced into what her mom called a punishment bath, a steel tub filled with abrasive chemicals.
Why do you have such intimate knowledge about the abuse Nikki suffered?
Because I was there for that too. I remember hearing her scream. I remember dressing her wounds.
Look at the pictures.
I was made to help.
Do you think your mom understands the gravity of what she did?
No, she couldn't. If she understood the gravity of it, I don't think she could have lived with herself.
She says her mom has mental illness. It runs in the family. Joy says her grandmother was in a mental institution, but her mom never got help.
She immersed herself in religion and thought she was doing what was right. It wasn't just
and in this picture, that picture where she got the purple on, you see the Jesus written on her little emblem.
Children, because their bodies were frail and smaller, they couldn't, live through it.
Joy, how many people do you think your mother has killed, whether on purpose or not?
Well, I know for a fact 3.
Dang.
And it's children. I have to take ownership.
Savage out here. In the name of the Lord.
Not speaking up. Maybe they can now help others.
Joy says she's not justifying or denying her mother's actions, but she hopes this story shows others how important it is to get those suffering.
That's all I got for tonight, fellas. Sorry to keep y'all for so long. I told y'all it's a lot of shit to really unpack, but I hope I touched on some things, you know, for the audience as well as y'all, fellas. You could take us out, Chap.
Yeah, this has been a good episode. We might wind up coming back doing like a part 2 or some shit, but yeah, man, just watch your religions. Make sure it's not a cult or whatever. I think personally, tonight we talked about
that's a good way to put it.
You know,
watch your religion, nigga, and make sure it ain't a cult. That's a good
one. Yeah, just, you know, because I think all of them is in a certain way, especially when you switch it to the English, you know. But yeah. And y'all ain't got no final words or nothing?
P. Dot, go ahead, brother.
Going into the area of in other news, man, like a lot of stuff we talked about in other news. Joe Biden should not be able to pardon his son, because think about it. If they asked him to step down because he was already slipping into Alzheimer's or early onset dementia or whatever, you know, for the last 2 years, this man been tripping, falling over shit, talking to people, shaking hands to people that ain't there, going off script by speaking complete and utter gibberish. How was he able to mentally be able to give his son a pardon? That's the first thing. So I think an investigation needs to be held into that.
That's a great fucking point.
The other thing for in other news, the lady who's running for who's running for mayor in that small town, people, y'all better wake up. Y'all see that lady been fucking over y'all all that time she been the mayor in y'all city, and y'all still trying to vote her in, which I personally believe that the people she bust over there to the Democratic caucus meeting was people who were literally either paid to be there or going to be paid to get in there and make this case that they want her to be able to be put on the ballot again. So do your due diligence.
Just to correct you, brother, that's for township. That's for the township in that town. Yeah, she's still gonna be she's still the mayor
until the vote comes up. Yeah.
Well, I mean, you know, until her term runs out. That's what I'm saying. But they was getting her out for that township, for that area. She was over the whole township. That's what that was. What that was for, though. Just to throw that in now. So she's still a mayor over the whole. Yeah, she's still a mayor over the city, but that town, she was superintendent and all that over that town as far as the township and stuff. And that's what that was about. Basically, the town people was like, "Nah, baby, you don't need to run this. You're supposed to be the mayor."
Right, I guess. Right, and even with that, you still got to come to us with certain shit. And if we say no, it's a no.
Yeah, for sure.
Chop, what your in other news was? I forgot.
Your boy getting killed.
See, the CEO, he got popped like the hitman.
Oh, that okay.
Got the barcode on his neck.
We know definitely one that was a hit. Two, he was not light skinned. He was of non-melanin descent. He was not of any. He didn't look like he was he didn't look like he was of any other origin other than the people who were saying he was light skinned. So by that token,
darker than that nigga.
So other than that, not Chop, Stalin. What yours was again? Because I had ran a couple.
Mine was them motherfucking police and them chiefs and them goddamn superintendents and majors selling them goddamn guns and shit.
Yeah, bro. All right,
all over the goddamn United States.
So look, we know right now for the right amount of money, you could go to the police chief in one of them states and get you a nice piece for the right price, because they selling them. Chop, I agree with you. The gun buyback program, that's a bad idea.
Motherfuckers selling Gatling guns.
Do not give your fucking guns up, because that ain't nothing but a way to disarm you for whatever the fuck they want to. Like all these little towns, like when you think about Black Wall Street, you know, them people wasn't armed up like they should have been, or otherwise them white folks wouldn't have went in there the way they went. So don't just give up your fucking guns to no gun buyback program, especially if you know you paid $400-500 for the bitch and they only gonna give you $20 for it. So, you know, yeah, don't sell your guns to the police, because they selling them to the international gun smugglers and the cartels, the same people who using them same guns against you. That's my shit. So, you know, that's my my final thought.
That's what's up, B. That's what's up, though. I second your motion on a lot of the other news, you know what I'm saying? So I ain't gonna too much elaborate on that. But you right, because we definitely got on the Mexican cartel. It was trying to decipher some of those pieces because of how the news just tried to differentiate or separate themselves from the U.S. as if, oh, they trying to stop it and all that. How y'all trying to stop something y'all doing business with? That don't make no goddamn sense.
And that ain't the first time we done found out the U.S. doing business like that.
I don't. I got coffee beans and you Starbucks and you ain't doing. Man, come on, man, stop it. But I smell my coffee beans coming out your goddamn stuff. Man, come on, man. Man, come on, man. Man, come on, man. Man, come on, man. Stop it. These guns is all over these goddamn streets. These are the kids is getting their hands on all kind of shit. Why you like we were talking about the Chop was bringing up the Switch thing earlier, the connected pieces, and you motherfuckers could sell both of them. What they used to tell you, like your action figures, sold separately. You bitch ass nigga, it's sold separately. How is it sold if it's illegal? But anyway, I digress. That's the type of games they play with us. So, you know, y'all gonna be out there playing. Just know that there's, you know, a motherfucking board to go around. So,
right.
Man,
roll a dice if you like.
Roll a dice. That's right. You might wind up in that corner.
Going to jail. Do not pass go.
Do not pass go. Don't collect shit. You raggedy bastard. But that's the game they play, you know, because like we've been exposing, you know, there's big wigs who are not held accountable in those same way as if you was a little street punk, as I'm gonna say. You know, it's easier to lock y'all up than them to convict them and get all these things. They call them white collar crimes, fellas. They do all that bullshit. So definitely, and like Chad said too, we gonna definitely have to revisit a lot of these people, even if we got to take them down one at a time, man. I mean, Malachi York is just the surface of this stuff. I mean, we have so many people to talk about. Like he said, Jim Jones was one of them that he mentioned. We talked about the African tribe, where they buried all them fucking people. Y'all remember that when they had all them hundreds of bodies buried in their coat? I don't know if y'all remember that with the African tribe, but man, there's so much to deal with that one, brother. So, hey man, y'all stay tuned, brother. We got more to come. This nigga. All right, Chop, you sleeping, bro. We about to let you go to sleep. You about to go lay down.
I'm about to get on the game. Fuck that shit. I'm up tonight. Shit. I'm up. I am up. It's the weekend, baby.
But yeah, that's all I had to.
But yeah, man, it was the longest episode of my show.
Shit, you was a lie. I think 8 hours is our record.
I ain't about to end this bitch with all them sixes up there.
I'm surprised your ass ain't sleep, nigga. You be going on 3 hours.
Yeah, you right. Fuck, it could have been an hour and 20 minutes. It could have been 30. It could have been 30 minutes. And that would have been fucking snoring, nigga. Like, yeah, I was up tonight. I don't know. I slept all day though. That's what it was. I ain't did shit at work. But shit.
He made it. He made it.
I made it. I'm about to get on this fucking game. I told Frank that earlier. I said, as soon as the podcast over, we gonna jump on the game.
Shout out to Frank Fanger, man. He did come through and represent. I don't know if y'all seen that in the comment. Shout out to Frank, man. Grace, 504 DD, man. Appreciate y'all.
We gotta get it past 606. 607.
We had a new one too in here, chap. I wanna shout out them right quick. Who that was? Arsley Vasquez. Shout out to you, people. Appreciate you. You know what I'm saying? Send mo, bring mo. Let them know we talking that shit over here. Yiddy.
All right, I am Top Tracks.
P. Dot on the spot.
Silent Child 17.
And this is Blood Talk Note. And we out.
Peace. Shalom.